One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
How much of your time has been spent toiling away on mundane, repetitive, but necessary IT tasks? A lot, right? That's because you're constantly resetting passwords, provisioning new virtual machines over and over again, and updating a never-ending avalanche of tickets. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's clear that if you could somehow get freed up from all that, you and your team could provide much more value across your organization. But as long as you're stuck doing those mundane but necessary tasks, it's going to be hard to get that high-value work done. You need Pliant.io. Pliant offers a low-code platform that enables you to easily automate all sorts of repetitive, traditionally manual tasks. The Pliant platform is so intuitive and user-friendly that even non-technical staff can create sophisticated workflow automations. You can even connect all your API providers and MQ services to the Pliant platform, making it a centralized hub for automating your business. Combined with Pliant's commitment to delivering new integrations in just 15 business days, you're guaranteed that the automation capabilities you need are always available quickly. Plus, Pliant gives you comprehensive logging and audit trails to keep your friends in compliance and governance happy. The Pliant platform also includes full role-based access control, comprehensive user logging, and detailed audit trails. Save time, become more efficient, and deliver the high value that you and your team are known for. Contact Pliant today.
At Luxoft, we know that time is priceless. That's why we're not wasting it. Thanks to advanced hiring, there are only 2 steps for you to take before getting a job offer. I've successfully passed the interview. What's next? We hire you and we work together as to find a project for you. Will I get paid while looking for a project? Yes, you will get your full salary starting from your first workday. What happens if an employee fails to find a project? There have been no such cases at Luxoft, but if you end up needing to upgrade your skills, we will be happy to welcome you to our upskilling program, where you will be able to study and get a salary. Don't like to wait? Then buckle up, because we are going to turbocharge your career. Join Luxoft and explore limitless professional horizons.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear your big and warm applause for Junior Band! Thank you, thank you. You're just wonderful. Aren't you lovely? Thank you. Remember them. You'll be hearing a lot about them throughout this day and in the future because they're great musicians. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you later, alligator. Aren't you lovely? Just lovely. Oh, sorry.
And now, let's hear your big and warm applause for the host of the events today, Vladislav Violino!
And Tony Karabashev! Hello, world!
Welcome to the very first developers conference initiated by QA engineers.
And welcome to Jonathan Asu Forum in Sofia Tech Park.
Welcome to
Dev
Challenge Accepted.
Thank you, thank you. There will be many exciting new things to learn, many professionals to network with, and lots of surprises for you throughout that day.
First thing first, let's start with the people and organization without whom this conference would not happen. Our sponsors.
Let's thank our gold sponsors with a warm and big applause.
Infopulse.
Bosch Engineering Center, Sofia.
Entain.
Amusenet Interactive.
And Pliant.
Our silver sponsors this year are
Dev Experts.
Lab 08.
Commerzbank.
DXC Luxoft.
Endava.
And Nuve. They're also our launch sponsor for third year in a row.
And our bronze sponsors, Axway, Coherent Solutions, Merkel, who are former Isobar, Anthill, Enetpools, Proxiat,
as well as Nemetschek Bulgaria, Software Group, SiteGround, PokerStars, Chaos, and Milestone.
Please don't forget to visit all sponsor booths outside. There will be plenty of special prizes and games and surprises.
To participate in the raffle with plethora of wonderful prizes from our sponsors at the end of the event, don't forget you need to get your badges stamped by every single sponsor and some of our partners. You will find the information needed on your badges.
And speaking about partners, let's thank them too.
As you all know, we are stranded here for whole 2 days without getaway. So our partners have provided for you all the essential needed for survival of a developer. Water by Devin.
Red Bull by Red Bull.
Catering by Coffee and Book.
And Wi-Fi by Jonathan Asu Forum, or mobile internet by yourself.
We would like also to thank our volunteers, the people in the blue shirt. Please stand up.
Stand up.
These are.
Applause.
The vast majority of them are also our colleagues and IT professionals. They will help us to make this conference even better. So let's thank them give them a clap and respect. Not slap, clap. And those of you who have been to QA Challenge Accepted know that this is not just a conference. This is a conference with a charity cause.
And since we are uniting developers and QAs in the next 2 days, we'll have 2 conferences with 1 common cause.
You all heard and saw how talented are these wonderful kids from Junior Band. But to be a good musician, you need not just a talent, you need a good instrument too. But those instruments sometimes can be really expensive.
So this year's charity cause of both Dev and QA Challenge Accepted is to help Junior Band to get a new instrument called baritone saxophone.
You can make your noble donations on their bank account. I believe it will be written on the screen.
Yes, probably.
Let's wait for it. Okay, where is their bank account?
It's coming.
It's coming. The bank account is coming. You can see it on the site of QA Challenge Accepted, and we will provide it for, later. But also you can donate by going to the reception desk, where you can buy Dev Challenge Accepted t-shirts, and all the funds gathered will be donated to Junior Band.
Challenge accepted. And now it's continue with our opening keynote.
The first ever speaker on the first ever Dev Challenge Accepted is a graduate of Goldsmiths University of London. He is also one of the top contributors to Stack Overflow, and his tech blog is considered by international online media as one of the most influential and successful blogs for Java developers.
But more importantly, in recent years, he has done a lot for the development of the Bulgarian e-government.
Please welcome the first ever speaker on the first ever Dev Challenge Accepted, the first ever Minister of Bulgarian e-government, Mr. Božidar Božanov!
Thank you all very much. It feels good to be not the most formally dressed person on stage for a change. So, are my slides going to be up? I have slides. Waiting. I know I prepared them last night, as a proper conference speaker should do. All right. I may have been a minister in the past 7 months, but I'm a developer. I'm a software engineer. And that's why I'm very happy to speak today about us. Most of you probably either remember the actual event of Steve Ballmer screaming on stage, developers, developers, or have seen the video. But it was a big thing a few decades ago when Microsoft took this focus towards developers. Now, they have since changed their focus. But the meme is kind of important for a lot of things to come. So software and development, software engineering, I think, and not just myself, is a craft. And I won't go into the details of software craftsmanship. You've all heard about it. There are pretty good materials about it. But it's both creative and a repetitive technical task. So it's neither just a mechanical engineer screwing some bolts, but it's also creative. You have to think of stuff. You have to invent stuff at some point. It might be minor things that you invent or minor improvements on already invented things, but it's something that requires a creative process. It requires also hard-learned skills, something that's learned not just by yourself, but also by your team, by your community, by a generation of engineers. And it should indeed focus on quality, even though few might understand it. Now, the QA organizers are the best to understand that aspect, but we also have a good grasp of the idea that we should produce quality software no matter what. And the hard thing is actually to preserve that collective knowledge throughout, I would say, generations, even though we are probably one of the first generations to have a big software engineering community. But there was a great talk focused on exactly that, how knowledge is lost. How the knowledge of, for example, producing processors has been well, not lost, Intel's still doing it, but in the 60s, the industry in the Silicon Valley gained some knowledge which then they somehow lost. We have Stack Overflow to help us with not losing the knowledge, but it's not just written text, it's something in the minds of people that we should try to preserve. And we should not settle for our current methods. I think that's pretty obvious for everyone that's been in tech for the past 10, 12 years. Everything's changing, everything's moving, not just the tools that we use, but also the methods that we apply, the paradigms, the frameworks, all of those things. So it's a dynamic role to be in. It's easy to focus on the tiny, small details, and it's very important to do that. I mean, we are people of the detail, and the devil is in the detail. But I wanted to give you a slightly bigger picture. Now that's a famous XKCD comic strip that kind of shows that the current digital infrastructure is most likely based on some minor library that someone else has been writing for the past 15 years. I had a very minor experience like that when Google Plus was still existing. It doesn't exist anymore. But when they released it, I made the first Java SDK library to consume Google Plus APIs. And I pushed it on to Maven Central, and I forgot about it. A few years later, turned out that this is the most popular Google Plus Java library used. I checked my Maven stats, and turned out that, yeah, it's quite popular. Probably powering a lot of applications, which unfortunately then had to die because Google Plus was shut down. But anyway, we as developers, in our spare time and in our daytime, create things that the current digital infrastructure is based on, but not only it. Every aspect of life is being digitized right now. So this digital infrastructure is actually holding the whole world infrastructure. Now that may sound a bit of an overstatement, because at the moment it is. There are still many things on paper. That was my role as a minister, to turn the public sector in Bulgaria into something more digital. But everything is becoming digital. And this digital infrastructure that we're building as engineers is at the core of every other process in the world. And we are the workers of this, and probably the next generation that are building that. We might not be seeing it from our daily job, creating the next enterprise system, or the next website for a very large corporation, or the next product for the startup that we work for, but we are part of that collective that is building the world of tomorrow, however cliched that may sound. And fortunately and unfortunately, that's a blessing and a curse, because the imperfections of our craft today will be the imperfections of the digital world tomorrow and the world tomorrow. Now, the bugs, the issues that we introduce into our systems will be issues that people will have in the real world tomorrow. And it may be minor, benign nuisances that someone experiences ordering their food, or it may be a plane crashing. So we have to take a lot of responsibility for that. Our duty is to build secure, reliable, scalable, extensible, ethical software. Now, I won't go into all of the details of what secure means, of course, because security is a very complex thing. It doesn't involve just development. Usually, however, as engineers, we think that security is the responsibility of the Chief Information Security Officer, the sysadmins, the people that do the network things, DevOps and DevSecOps and all of these nice acronyms remind us that security is also part of our job. We should put it into the application so that the other layers find it much easier. I don't know if you know, but modern firewalls support so-called virtual patching, which means that if the application is vulnerable, they can modify the request and the response in order to prevent vulnerabilities. For example, when Log4j vulnerability was found, this virtual patching was used in firewalls to more quickly mitigate the issue rather than having to upgrade applications, which if they are currently built, it's easy to change the Log4j the dependency. If they are a legacy system for 10 years, the build might not even be passing. So it's a dynamic thing, but we should build as much security in the application itself so that we don't cram layers and layers of expensive security technology on top to make it secure. It should be scalable because the thing that runs today for 100 or 200 users may be running tomorrow for 1 million or 2 million users. And it should be reliable, especially in cases where lives depend on it or a lot of money depend on it. The extensibility is the thing that we are allegedly best with. We build software that sometimes is too extensible for the tasks that we build it, but it's a good mindset to have. And I'll focus on the ethical part because it's the most complicated thing. Those other things are technical aspects. We are learning how to do them. We are good at it, more or less. But for the ethical part, we are lucky to have a choice. The industry is so competitive that if someone asks us to do something that we think is unethical, we can just leave tomorrow and find a job the next day, probably even better paid. So I have always urged myself and colleagues to think about that aspect. To not sacrifice quality for whatever business purpose has been stated, because it hits us afterwards, and we know that. We should not put backdoors in government projects, and that's not a contrived example. This has happened. If we're working for a company that's doing government projects, it's tempting to do something bad and, for example, exfiltrate data, which we can use then to sell. That's obviously unethical, probably unlawful even, and we should not do that. We shouldn't make decisions for other people's lives. There have been experiments in the US where court cases are given to machine learning algorithms to decide the verdict, and that's quite risky because machine learning algorithms are as biased as the model you feed them, and this has produced some tricky results. Fortunately, the judge then overrides the decision, but this is an extreme example. We have automated decision-making for issuing credits, for giving loans, for all of those things, and we should try to not make very large decisions with automated means. We should try not to optimize just for eyeballs, for attention, like Facebook is doing. Probably some of you heard about my, I wouldn't call it war, but a feud with Facebook, because they're spreading disinformation to the Bulgarian public, and not only, because the newsfeed algorithm is optimized to show as much content as you would like to consume and click on ads and see ads and promote the products that they try to focus on promoting their products rather than preserving the audience from the spread of disinformation. We had a lot of conversations with them, and the leadership doesn't care. They put it in writing, slightly nicer words, but the gist is that. But engineers in Facebook's teams that working on that, there are internal documents that they are seeing these issues. They're seeing these issues. They're kind of escalating them to management. They're leaking them sometimes. We have leaks for those internal memos that we can see. And it's important for us as a community to see these aspects and to escalate those issues. And last but not least, we should not create cyber weapons like Pegasus. It is something that's used to hack phones, to track politicians, to track media, journalists, opposition leaders. Actually, one of the development centers of Pegasus is in Bulgaria, is in Sofia. And that's why I'm making this particular remark. It's a bad thing to do cyber weapons if that's not obvious. It's challenging, it's a very interesting job, I'm sure, and I read the Google, there's Project Google Zero, which reveals 0 days and explains how they work. It's a very complicated exploit of iPhone emoji 0 day. And it's great to delve into so much detail, but the end result is not good. So these things, all of these ethical things, all of these security things, they eventually come top-down as regulations. Brussels decides something, usually, or Washington decides something. In rare cases, Bulgarian parliament decides something, and they come as regulations. Build more secure software, do not take automated decisions, cyber warfare regulations, etc. But it's best, I think, for them to come bottom-up, so that our community self-regulates before some bureaucrat thinks of something that sounds nice, but actually is hard to apply in practice. We know how to apply things in practice better. Because hospitals, banks, governments, nuclear plants, airplanes, and I'm giving the airplane example because it's a true example. A plane crashed because lack of quality and lack of software engineers properly trained were building a Boeing piece of software. And all of those things will depend on our collective effort to build better systems, to build better software, better in terms of technical aspects, but also in terms of ethical aspects. And I know it's a heavy responsibility, but it's also very motivating and increases the challenge in the job. And I wish you good luck with that. I hope that I'll be back with the community pretty soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buzhanov, for your great presentation. And before we send him off the stage, we have a very important announcement to make.
Отмести се да се вижда министъра.
The formal.
We are exposing in front of the foreigners here. You all know about the QA of the Year award, which we have given for 5 consecutive years to the most contributing and influential person in the QA community.
And now, at the new Dev Challenge Accepted event, there's also a Dev of the Year award.
And with all the accomplishments and contributions of Mr. Buzhanov to the IT community, there's just no one who is more deserving. The first ever award, Dev of the Year, Mr. Buzhanov.
So, let's welcome the father of Challenge Accepted events, Peter Sebev, to give the well-deserved award to Mr. Buzhanov.
Applause for Peter. Daddy.
Yeah, so usually I break developers' things, and I was very, very careful not to break this one. On the behalf of the organization committee of Dev Challenge Accepted, it's a pleasure and honor to award the very first Dev of the Year award to the very first person who made a significant difference in our country for so short period of time. So this is for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck and success.
And just if you think that because I was minister I haven't been coding, that's not correct. I wrote code in my minister cabinet, so.
And now, it's time for a nice cup of coffee.
See you in 20 minutes.
Нищо.
As a tip,
Let's make a truce. A death challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted. Death challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
How much of your time has been spent toiling away on mundane, repetitive, but necessary IT tasks? A lot, right? That's because you're constantly resetting passwords, provisioning new virtual machines over and over again, and updating a never-ending avalanche of tickets. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's clear that if you could somehow get freed up from all that, you and your team could provide much more value across your organization. But as long as you're stuck doing those mundane but necessary tasks, it's going to be hard to get that high-value work done. You need Pliant.io. Pliant offers a low-code platform that enables you to easily automate all sorts of repetitive, traditionally manual tasks. The Pliant platform is so intuitive and user-friendly that even non-technical staff can create sophisticated workflow automations. You can even connect all your API providers and MQ services to the Pliant platform, making it a centralized hub for automating your business. Combined with Pliant's commitment to delivering new integrations in just 15 business days, you're guaranteed that the automation capabilities you need are always available quickly. Plus, Pliant gives you comprehensive logging and audit trails to keep your friends in compliance and governance happy. The Pliant platform also includes full role-based access control, comprehensive user logging, and detailed audit trails. Save time, become more efficient, and deliver the high value that you and your team are known for. Contact Pliant today.
At Luxoft, we know that time is priceless. That's why we're not wasting it. Thanks to advanced hiring, there are only 2 steps for you to take before getting a job offer. I've successfully passed the interview. What's next? We hire you and we work together as to find a project for you. Will I get paid while looking for a project? Yes, you will get your full salary starting from your first workday. What happens if an employee fails to find a project. There have been no such cases at Luxoft, but if you end up needing to upgrade your skills, we will be happy to welcome you to our upskilling program, where you will be able to study and get a salary. Don't like to wait? Then buckle up, because we are going to turbocharge your career. Join Luxoft and explore limitless professional horizons.
Waarom serieus? Nee. Nee. А ти какво спечели? Да. Може и комуникация, когато с теб подходи. This is free.
So guys, you have some green
Okay.
Здравейте, виждам, че нямате печатче.
Да, нямам. Ало, здравейте. Аз съм.
Друг предател. Здрасте. Аз съм организатор. Не участвам. Математическо-логически задачи. Това работи. И аз снимам. Супер, много харесваме такива.
Така е ли? Така е, да.
Okay, just to know, we are waiting for you inside for our next talk.
Speaker.
Speaker. Дай на български.
Хайде.
Моля, заповядайте в залата. Готови сме за следващата лекция.
Очакваме ви вътре.
Да, може да си влезете с кафенцата, само не заливайте съседите. Да, заповядайте, има много свободни места.
Остават 30 секунди до началото на следващата лекция. 30 секунди. Остават 15 секунди до началото на следващата лекция.
Остават 45 секунди до началото на следващата лекция. Остава година и половина до началото на следващата лекция.
На следващата конференция. Please welcome.
Are we online? At least? Okay. And welcome back after the first coffee break.
Get ready for our second speaker who has been programming since 2003.
Dr. Ilyan Iliev works as software engineer at LiveSum, a digital health company where he actively works on building new APIs and transforming the legacy monolith into a modern microservice-based systems.
He's a big Python fan. He's a big Python fan.
A Python fan, yeah.
Python fan, yes, for its simplicity, power, and flexibility. Outside the tech world, he loves the sea, snorkeling, fishing, and traveling with his family.
Today, Dr. Iliev is here to tell us about the soft skills vital for future developers.
Please applaud Ilyan Iliev!
Hello? So, beyond the for loop. Usually, when you start learning programming, you pick a language, it doesn't matter which one, and then you start learning a few things, the basic data types and the control flow. And the control flow, that's like if, else, for loop, and once you have this, you know everything you need to write a working software. There are a lot of things, as you can see outside this oval, there are a lot of other things that will help you, that will make you a better developer, but those things are often, like people learn the basic of the for loop, and they start learning the things around, which is great, it's helpful, but they miss other vital things. And during my career, I have seen a lot of developers who has knowledge of how to write code, but at the same time, they lack knowledge of other pieces that are around the code. And being a software engineer is not just about writing code, it's about a bunch of other things. I want to make a chess analogy here. So you have learned the for loop. That's like learning the rules of chess. And once you learn the rules, you can play with people, you can play with your friends, you're having some level of fun, you can even win some games. The problem is that once you start playing against stronger players, you often end up in unexpected situations. Everything is going good, you're developing, everything is awesome, and then 5 moves later, you have half your pieces gone, and you're like 2 moves away from a mate. And in software engineering, that's something that can also happen if you don't know the basics around how to develop software, around how to work. So we'll talk about the combination of tech and soft skills that I find not only vital, but I find people struggling to achieve or like just missing them in their journey. First thing, learn to set up your environment. That's like step A. Okay, you know how to write code, but you need to be able to fully configure your environment so you can feel at ease when you're writing code, when you're doing stuff. You need to be able to easily express yourself in the language of your choosing. I had a case a few years ago. A colleague of mine comes and says, oh, I'm having a problem with this test. Can you help me? So I go there. We see the error from the test. It's not really clear what's happening. So I'm like, OK, let's run it in debug mode and see what's going on. And he's like, oh, I can't do it. Why? Because I don't know how to set it up. OK, you're a developer with several years of experience, and this is the software we're working on every day, and you can't debug it. That's quite problematic. So, part 1, picked an IDE. Tools are good for writing. Back in the days when I started programming, I used to have Notepad++ or something like that. There was no code highlighting. There are a lot of problems with it. Nowadays, we have good integrated development environments. They come with highlighting, they come with a lot of tools that will help you run code, polish code. There are even quite a lot of free options. So pick one, speak with your peers, speak with your colleagues, pick one that's right for you, and start learning how to use it. Yes, Vim. Vim is not an IDE. Probably someone will kick my ass outside because of this. Vim is not an IDE. Vim is a great tool, but Vim is not for juniors. The problem with Vim is that it has quite a high learning curve, and also to make it work as an IDE, you have to add a lot of plugins, you have to configure it. If you have someone who will help you do that, someone who will guide you through the journey of like getting good at Vim, that's great, pick Vim. If you're not sure what to do, don't use Vim, probably because you won't know how to exit it. Step 2, try to write visually appealing code. By visually appealing code, I'm not using the term clean code just not to be confused with a book that I'm sure you all know. Look at this. This is a simple example that if someone here knows Python, this is not how Python should look like. Languages have their conventions, have their ways of how to be written. Also, this is terrible. There are like a bunch of lines of code that are commented and left out. They're like, imagine that you're applying for a job, or you're just submitting a PR and your peers are opening your code, their IDE turns red and all covered with warnings because it doesn't look properly. This is not nice. It's hard to read, it's troubling. So, how to write visually appealing code? First, use some formatters or linters. All modern languages support those. It's easy, you just run it, it makes your code look beautiful. It makes it easy to read, not only for you, but also for the people that are going to review it and use it later. Use blanks to separate logic blocks. Add comments in the right places. Do not leave a mess. What we saw earlier, like some commented code left there, why was it? Was it ever used? It's okay to do that while you're still trying. If you're testing stuff, you're writing some code, you don't know if you're going to use it, yeah, just comment something, maybe you'll back to it later. But once you want to submit this for other people to use it or review it, don't leave the mess. And follow the language community conventions. They're not that complex. It's like, oh, use this type of casing for functions. This is how you separate methods. This is how you put brackets if you have so. This is how you put spaces. It's nice, and it helps other people read it. Read error messages. That's probably the most troubling thing for junior developers. This is the screen which you often will see if you work with Django. Django is a Python web framework. And junior developers, when they see this screen, they're usually, oh my God, something is broken. I don't know what happened. Yeah, maybe you don't know. The biggest problem is that they just throw it and say, oh, I need help. No, just read the error messages. It says exactly what's happening. It's not that hard to read it. Sometimes you get a stack trace, and stack trace can be confusing. You get a stack trace with like 30 frames. The last frame that usually indicates the error is something that is super cryptic. It's outside the code you wrote, so it's like, what happened? Read the whole stack trace. It takes less than a minute, and 99% of the errors that you experience will be solved just by reading the stack trace and understanding how the flow goes. Learn to debug your code. And not only your code. Learn to debug the code you're running together with everything that's running around. What's the problem? As we said with the stack trace. Oh, it's breaking in some third-party library. Oh, but it's probably breaking not because of the library, but because you are doing something wrong. You're passing the wrong type of arguments, or you're passing something that you shouldn't, or you haven't initialized it properly. Learning to debug code is vital. It saves a lot of time to do it. And print debugging is not debugging. Print is useful for testing stuff. Debugging means you need to run the program and have step by step, you go one function after another, one call. You see all the types, you see all the variables, you see their values, you see how it goes, you see the loops. This helps solve problems, and not only to solve problems, but it also, when you're doing this, you may actually notice something that you have missed. Learn a framework. As a junior developer, you want to write code because you want to achieve stuff. You want to make something, because if you have to write like 5 libraries to make or like 5 files to make an HTTP connection, that's problematic, and of course you're not going to enjoy it. And we want to learn programming to enjoy it. So learn a framework or a library. They save you code, they help you achieve more in less time with less coding, and this way you're getting more fun. You'll be more hooked in the whole programming thing. And also, while you're learning frameworks, it will help you to, you can dig inside the framework. You can see how it's implemented. Sometimes it's complex, sometimes it's simple, and it just saves you time. But seeing how it's implemented helps you understand how to do it yourself, or what things you have missed when you, if you want to do it by yourself, like some security aspects. Changing stuff and seeing what happens. This is how you usually start. You get some working program, or like you copy code from Stack Overflow that's supposed to solve your problem. You put it there, but if you don't understand it, what will happen is that 2 weeks later, someone from product will come to you and will say, oh, I want you to modify it so it does something slightly different. So and because you don't understand the code, what will happen is like, oh, I don't know how to do that. So change stuff and see what happens. It's not a problem if you break something, as long as it's not production environment. Break it, test it, change something, see if you can achieve more with it, see what other capabilities are there. By playing with code is how we learn. Code without tests is broken by default. Oh, that's a tricky one. Learning test-driven development is hard. At least for me, it was really hard. Like everyone was explaining to me the idea of, oh, you write the test first and then you write the code first. And I'm like, if I write test and I explain what it should do, doesn't that the same as writing the code? So this is hard. Go ask someone. I'll leave my contacts at the end of the presentation. Ping me if you want. There are ways to write tests in an easy way that will help you achieve code. But please find a peer if you can do it by yourself to help you. Or look at existing tests in the tools you're using. Look at few tests, you'll see what's happening, how they're built, how they're verifying the behavior without actually copying the code in the logic. This saves a lot of time. This saves problems as regressions. I'm sure all the QAs here will be happy if you start writing tests. Version control. In my company, we used to hire a lot of people coming from different universities or academic environments, and they're good. They're writing code. They understand problems, but they have no idea of version control. They just pile files and files and files and make changes, and then send this in a zip file. It's like, okay, and what's that line here? What's the reason for this one? Oh, I don't know. I wrote it like 5 months ago. It's like, yeah, but if you had version control with proper error, with proper commit messages, you'll know, you'll remember what this change was about. This is not the right way to learn Git. But if you're a junior developer, just run 6 simple Git commands. Learn how to commit code. Learn how to make branches. Learn how to merge it. It's enough for you to start. Git is big. Git can do a lot of things, and it's good to learn it properly. But for the start of your journey, this is enough, and this will open the door for you to move forward. Contributing to open source. A lot of junior developers are afraid to contribute to open source. But it's actually pretty good, and it's not that hard. There are a lot of projects out there, and the good thing is that a lot of those projects actually have tickets that are like junior level. Maybe it's writing documentation. Writing documentation is boring, but will help you learn the tool. And to write documentation, you need to learn the code, so you'll see how things are built. You'll learn some good practices. Also, even if your PR is not accepted, that may be a valuable lesson to you. I remember some years ago, I was contributing to a project. We discussed it. I wrote the code. Everything was fine. I was like, OK, we're close to delivering. And then one of the top maintainers of the project came and said, no, it's actually working as intended. It's just not documented properly. It was a weird database transaction case. Start asking why. There's something that's called the 5 whys. It's an interrogation technique, and the idea is that you need to ask why 5 times to learn the root cause of a problem. Because when a product person comes to you and says, oh, I want this feature, of course you want to write code. You're a developer. You can sit down and write it in 2 days and then deliver it and everything is great, but at the end it's not working properly. So start asking why. Why are we doing this? Why do we want to achieve this and not something else? Why are we building it now and not later? All these questions will help you find what's the root cause, what's the actual problem that we are trying to solve as product and developers and to build the right feature or to fix the right issue. How to solve problems? This is tricky. When you start your career as a developer, you'll face different problems. And it's hard to know how to, you don't know everything, so you need to find a way to solve those. Part think, give it time. You can't see problem and say, oh, I don't know how to do it. Give it time, think about it, spend a few minutes. Maybe just step out of the computer, have a coffee break or something and come back. When you have a fresh look at the problem, it will help you understand it better. Get a rubber duck. Not as big as this one. That might be hard to fit at the office. Actually, one of the sponsors here, they're giving these small rubber cars. It's pretty good. So by taking some object, or better, a person, just by explaining, just by saying what the problem is, just by explaining what you think about the solution, you realize things that are not, that you have missed. You realize that, oh, it's actually something different. I can solve it in a different way. Ask for feedback. Ask for feedback from your peers, from your friends, if you have managed to land a job at a software company, ask your colleagues for constant feedback. Sometimes it may be hard, like, oh, that code is bad. Don't think about when someone is saying, oh, your code is bad. Think about what they actually saying. They'll usually point problems like, oh, this is a security concern. Oh, this is not performing properly. Oh, this is actually going to take a lot of resource. It will be fast, but it will be quite expensive to run. So ask for feedback. One more thing, communication skills. Being a developer is not just about writing code. Part of your job is to gather requirements. Part of your job is to speak with not only with different developers, but also with different product people and management. You need to learn how to communicate and explain and to convert technical language to product language and vice versa. You need to understand what are the roots of the problem. You need to communicate it better because oh, you have learned design patterns. That's great. And then comes the product person and says, I want this feature. And you're like, oh, we'll use this design pattern and that design pattern, and we'll build it right. And like, they don't really care about that. They care about the feature. And that's what you should ask about. Why are we building this? How should we build it? Is it going to work? What happens if the user don't have permissions to see that? And all these things. Last thing, this is actually one of my professors at the university said that. Ignorance is not a problem, unwillingness to learn is. So be open for things that you don't know. It's not a problem, we don't know everything. I definitely not. I'm learning new things, hopefully every day. It's important to try to learn. It's important to try to advance, to get better at the things like, oh, I don't know how this is working. Okay, I'll research, I'll ask something, I'll get some opinions. Maybe that's not the best way to do it that I'm trying, but just keep moving. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have any questions? Do not hesitate to ask questions, and you can win wonderful Dev Challenge accepted t-shirts given by our wonderful speaker. So, do you have any questions?
If you're too shy to ask questions, just find me outside.
Yeah, you can find him outside, but
I don't bite.
Okay. So we can continue. Thank you very much once again. That was really interesting. Even I understood what you were speaking about. Okay.
With no further ado, it's time to move on and meet our next speaker.
Ognan Chikov is senior blockchain developer in LimeChain with 10+ years of experience in computer science. Currently, he is team leader for different blockchain projects and also a mentor at Lime Academy.
His favorite languages and tools are JavaScript, Hardhat, TypeScript, Angular, React, Vue.js, and Etherlime, Ethereum development and deployment framework, written by himself.
These are also your favorite tools and languages?
Yes, of course. Yeah. Yes.
Besides work accomplishments, Ognan is also an IoT master and has many side projects in the field of smart homes.
Today he is here to talk about decentralized apps.
Make some noise for
Ognan Chikov!
Щях да кажа на здраве, успех исках да кажа.
Okay, guys, thank you very much for the amazing intro. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizers for the chance to be part of this lovely conference. And then I would like to thank all of you that you're here and we can discuss the topic that I've prepared for today, the process of creating decentralized applications. Okay, before we deep dive into the process, let's first of all understand what is the difference between a DApp and an app. So we use traditional apps every day, whether to write an email through our desktop browser interface or to check if it's raining through our mobile devices. Such applications have one thing in common. They rely on working with centralized servers in order to sync data. And if you see the slides, here we've got two pictures. Apart from the fact that the first one is a screenshot from a desktop application and the second one is a screenshot from a mobile one, can you spot the differences between those two apps? I know, it's difficult. It's difficult to be done by those two pictures, and if you want to be more precise, it's difficult to be done by UX, UI, or design. And if you start to play with two of them, you will notice the architecture differences, but right now it's really difficult, and I'm going to explain you why in a while. So decentralized applications, on the contrary, run on peer-to-peer networks called blockchains without central servers. Their working rely on the consensus among blockchain participants, and they do not need a central authority. Some tech pundits argue that the dApps are driving the Web3 revolution that seeks to remove the centralized architecture with distributed, decentralized blockchain approach. And you may come across this truism, or you may heard it, that if you're using some application and you're not paying for it, then you're the product. And that's true. Well, dApps strive to return the power to the user by removing intermediaries and establishing a new trust-shared mechanism thanks to the cryptography. Well, what's about dApps versus apps is that they quite often look the same on the surface to the users. The only giveaway is that dApps have some kind of crypto token and economical model built in. And this economical model is frequently called tokenomics. But then again, we've got a lot of applications that are dealing with crypto tokens, for example, Coinbase, that they still rely on working with centralized servers, private centralized servers. So you can never tell whether you're dealing with a dApp or an ordinary app just solely on its look, because they may look identical. However, experienced users may interact with dApps even without graphical interface. And when we are talking about dApps or dealing without dApps, the backend stuff really matters here. we are going to discuss what's so interesting about this backend stuff. But first of all, let's see what's going on into the dApp market today. You can see two pictures. I'm going to explain them in a while. But just I want to remind you first that the peer-to-peer technology is not an entirely new concept. It's been around us, let's say, since 2005, 2006, and you probably downloaded a couple of movies through services like BitTorrent. What's important and interesting today with the modern blockchain protocols and why they stand out is the new shared trust mechanism that is cryptographically secured. And this secure, together with the immune nature of the distributed ledger technology, makes them unique, gives them all the core functionalities of the distributed ledger technologies, and make them really powerful. You can see here, it's a little bit small, but I'm going to explain to you. Those are the new dApps by month for the last few years. And according to the dApp Radar, there is currently operating near more than 4,000 dApps over 25 different blockchain networks. If you go deep dive into the dApp world, you will notice one thing. Most of them are circulating around finances and games. And you will ask why. It's normally because if those decentralized applications have actions into them, and every action is a transaction on the blockchain, but you know that the blockchain is breeding with transactions, and the transactions are the core functionalities of the blockchain, it's not a new thing that they are dominating the market. And another picture here, again, shows that everything that goes around some kind of digital asset has a lot of users, and at the same time, on the right side, there are dApps that are doing healthcare, for example, or charity, and they don't have nothing to show. Because, for example, if you want to do healthcare, you need to do a patient data management. Doing that on a distributed, decentralized technology meets a lot of regulations. And yeah, companies are still strive, and it is hard to be done. I can say for now that there is a lot of momentum going on to the market, which gives the pioneers a lot of opportunities. And if you want to talk about the pros and cons of dApps, years ago when I started to do dApps, I was thinking, come on, we've got literally everything and literally up for everything in our lives. Why do we need to move to dApps or decentralized applications? There should be something that they give to us in order to switch to them. And yeah, there is. The first thing and the most important for me is the fact that there is no central authority. And I'm going to give you a fast example. In 2018, I believe, the Turkish government banned Wikipedia. But thanks to the decentralization and solutions like distributed shared storage on the blockchain, the Turkish users or community was able to upload the Wikipedia on such a solution, and the Turkish government can no longer ban the Wikipedia. So, what does it mean, no central authority? It means that you can directly transfer transactions between the users without third party. You need to pay only for the gas fees that this transaction will consume. Impressive uptime. As you may heard, the blockchain is run or it's operating on different consensus algorithms. The consensus algorithm specifies the functions of the certain blockchain network. Nodes that are supporting this network have incentive to be always online because they make money, or they get those transaction fees that the users are paying for the transactions. Then, a lot of the users, or all of them, have the ability to take part into the decentralized economy. They do some stuff and get crypto tokens for that, and later they can exchange those tokens for fiat money. The fiat money are the real money that you use every day. Security and data integrity. It's really hard to hack the blockchain network itself. I'm not talking about the dApps now on the blockchain because we know a lot of known hacks, but it's really hard to hack the network itself, because if we are stick to some kind of consensus algorithm, for example, proof of work, if you heard about it, or the Ethereum network is still working on proof of work, you need to get more than 51% of the power of the network. And with other words, right now it means that you need to have powers like China and half of the Europe in order to hack the network. It's almost impossible. Technically, it's possible, but it's almost impossible. The privacy and transparency. What blockchain gives to us is the privacy. Still, every transaction on the blockchain is free to be read, but this transaction is private because you don't know what and who is behind the transaction. You only see an address. And again, the transparency, as I said, it's free to be read, but still it's anonymous. Okay. So there is a mistake. Those are the disadvantages. There is a mistake in the presentation, sorry about that. So the maintenance. It's really difficult to maintain a dApp. Why? Because of the nature of the blockchain, or this backend stuff that I was talking about, this backend stuff is the smart contracts. And thanks to the immutability that you can see over there, it's also a feature, but it's also, let's say, a disadvantage. When you upload your business logic or your smart contract to the blockchain, it's really difficult to be updated. Nowadays, there are a lot of patterns, and we, at the company I present, we've got a book about the patterns and how you can update your smart contracts, but it's really difficult because actually you cannot update the state, you can only update the implementation of the program. And you need to be really experienced to know what you're doing. So the maintenance is really difficult. The scalability. If we get some kind of marketplace that you sell something and you want to get the Black Friday users, it's easy, you double the servers. In the blockchain, it's not so easy because you're limited with the specifications of the networks. And again, another quick example, CryptoKitties, a really nice dApp that you can purchase a crypto Tamagotchi, a kitty from it. When it was at this hype, a lot of users almost hold the whole Ethereum blockchain. The transactions become really expensive and really slow. User-friendly interface. A lot of the dApps are written by, let's say, developers that don't know anything about the UX and UI. And according to me, this is the most important stuff if we are talking about the blockchain adoption in our lives. You will see something like hashes, signatures, transaction addresses, receipts, a lot of stuff that doesn't mean nothing for the ordinary user. The slow speed. If you get Ethereum, the Ethereum can process at its best, let's say like up to 50 or 60 transactions per second. Really slow. If we get the Visa card payment provider, Visa can process 25,000 transactions per second. And if you are using Ethereum or the market that you are going after work to purchase some goods is using Ethereum, you will spend almost 6 to 10 minutes on the cashier desk to wait for your transaction to be validated, which is not sustainable. Nowadays, there are different solutions that can help and speed that. And now, okay, I talked about the immutability. Now the process of creating a dApp. On the left side is a centralized solution, and we are aiming to move to the right side and how a decentralized app may look like. You can see that on the left side there is a central point of failure, and to the right side, this is a decentralized distributed app. Okay, how ordinary architecture of app may look like. We've got a user, we've got a browser, we've got at the front end hosting into the web server, and I'm expecting that you will ask then, is this web server, and where is this web server, and is it decentralized? And then we've got this backend stuff, and right now it's showed that it uses smart contracts on Ethereum. It can be literally any blockchain network that is supporting smart contracts. First of all, we need to define the purpose. who will use your dApp and what is its incentive for using it. You can create a decentralized application when you need to create economically fair environment for all involved parts, or you need to avoid having a central point that is controlling your app. You strive from the transparency of all data modifications in the app, and as you know, and I mentioned, the blockchain is transparent, and everybody can read your transactions as well as your code. All the code of the dApps is public, and the community have the power to review it. And you plan to automate some kind of processes that can be simply written into algorithms. Okay, the architecture of the dApp. The most important thing is to choose the right and the appropriate blockchain network. Why? If you want to create an app like Spotify and all the users to pay some kind of fee when they play a song to the artists, choosing an Ethereum will be dangerous because you may end to the fact and to the state that you want to pay a really small amount, but the transaction fee is large. So there are different blockchain networks that are supporting fast microtransactions, micropayments, and etc. Then the smart contracts. You need the architecture, the right architecture of the smart contracts, because it's not an ordinary program. There are a lot of patterns that you need to follow in order to avoid hacks. We know a lot of known hacks today, like reentrancy attack, double spending, etc., etc. All the specifics that are coming thanks to the nature of the blockchain. And then backend and front-end stuff, and there is so it's not mandatory to have a backend. For example, if you're not dealing with any kind of user data or analytics, most of the dApps have front-end and they communicate with the smart contracts on the blockchain directly. And then you need to verify your idea. In the community, what is frequently done is we do a proof of concept, or POC. A really small and basic features of the dApp are delivered, and a small amount of users are validating them. They're validating also your idea. Just forgot to mention that when you are on the architecture of the dApp, this architecture, as well as other specifics, are written into the, let's say, the white paper of the dApp. The white paper consists a lot of information about what's your idea, what is your tokenomics model, a lot of math, a lot of technical stuff. And then the most enjoyable part for me is the development process, and you need to choose the toolset. You're developers, here you know. We use JavaScript and TypeScript typically for the front end. Frameworks like React, Vue, even Angular are good to be used. Then Python, Go, Rust, and C++ are using for more backend stuff and more complicated and fast operations. Node.js and Solidity. Solidity is the language that the smart contracts are created on. Right now there is 0.9 version. There is still, we are aiming to drive to the first version of the language, but this language has a lot of specifics. And when you develop smart contracts, your aim for developing is to be, first of all, secure this whole solution, and then to be gas efficient, because every state transaction into the blockchain costs money. Hard Hat framework, we used to have our framework for deploying, compiling smart contracts, but nowadays the community uses Hard Hat. A lot of side tools that are helping your process, like in-browser app wallets like MetaMask. Of course, you need local networks to test your solution. Those are Ganashis and local nodes. Web3 or Ethers.js. Those are the two known libraries that the community uses the most, the JavaScript community. And then Express for backend framework for analytics and user operations data if you need, and Remix for fast, reliable testing. Step next, those two steps are step next, because as soon as you create your smart contracts, first of all, and the mandatory thing is to write unit tests. The aim is 100% code coverage, and after that, you're not ready. Those contracts are passed for external audit. This external audit, whether it's positive or negative, after we complete with the audit, then we can process with the deploying of the contracts to some kind of test network. And this is where the front end and all the different interfaces that are communicating with the smart contract starts to be developed. They go in parallel, because before that you may start with the front end and all other stuff, but you work only with mocked data. And this is the steps where you connect your contract with your real app and start to observe and start to play with it. And then the backend part, you may need a lot of analytics, and the blockchain is slow to be read. That's why you may need different solutions like the graph, where you can get all the analytics really fast. They aggregate this information for you. And then the final test and launch. First of all, after everything goes to prod environment, it's tested with small amount of community users. We validated that, again, everything is still sustainable, workable. We do final tests, and then we're ready to get the release announcements and launch our product. It's a long process with a lot of technologies that you need to get and you need to know. And for example, the ordinary team for developing a decentralized application is from 5 to 15 people, depends on their knowledge and the technologies that they can deliver. But the most important thing for me is testing, as it was on the previous lecture. So without testing your smart contracts, you cannot deploy them, because you are going to lose all your assets that they will eventually hold. And now it's time for questions. Come on, guys.
There is someone who has a question. The mic is coming.
Yeah.
I'm coming.
Yeah, it's working, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. It was quite good. I have a question. What is the most efficient blockchain in terms of speed and gas fees?
Okay. Can I say like names or of the product? Okay. For me, the most efficient blockchain is Hedera, because they can deliver up to more than 100,000 transactions per second. It's frequently considered as not a blockchain because the concept of blocks is not there. They work on a really difficult to be understand algorithm called hash graph, where you do not exchange blocks with information, you exchange messages, and it is working on something called gossip about gossip, with applying virtual voting on every node. And it's really fast because the nodes are not exchanging, let's say, transaction receipts. They apply math to validate the state, the current state, because into the blockchain, it's really important to get the right ordering of transactions and to get the consensus of the nodes. So what does it mean to get the consensus of the nodes? It means that everybody agree on that event. So for me, right now, the Hedera is the most efficient one. And why I'm thinking like that, because I'm also part of the development of this network. And I've been part in a lot of networks, but up to now, this network can upskill and bring those options that our lives are needing. As I give the example, the fast transactions at the cashier desk, the real fast delivery of the network, etc., etc.
Thank you.
There is another question.
Another question here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, where is it?
There.
Raise your
Over there.
Yes, coming.
Thank you. Can you say a few words about the transition from proof of work to proof of stake in the Ethereum network?
Yeah, so the question is what I think about the transition of proof of work to proof of stake.
Yeah, and what would be changed, of course.
Yeah, what would be changed is the consensus algorithm. So proof of work, a lot of nodes wants to prove that something was done, a lot of energy consumption. The proof of stake is working with validators. So you can stake certain amount of the native token of the network, and you can be a validator. And if you are trying to do, let's say, malicious transactions, those stake is taken from you. What will be changed for the users? Nothing. From technical layer, you cannot mine, so you cannot be a miner. You can be just a validator if you have a lot of or enough amount of the native currency to prove that you will not active maliciously. That's it.
Thank you. Another question? So as you see, the people who ask questions can win T-shirts.
T-shirts.
Yeah.
So
nice incentive.
Nice incentive, yeah.
Yeah.
I would ask something for these T-shirts, but I don't know what to ask.
Yeah, I can ask myself a question to win a T-shirt.
Okay, if you have any more questions. There
Over there, the last one.
Okay, last one.
Yeah.
Thank you for this presentation. You mentioned about the cons, which were the transactions on the different blockchains. I was wondering, how about the storage? So there is a limit to the storage on a blockchain. And can you tell us about that? Do you connect it to a database, or how does this work?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. The storage is expensive in blockchain, and you cannot storage, for example, a movie. You need to storage something that is really meaningful for you, and you want to be there in order to prove something. The solution for storage is IPFS. It's called Interplanetary File System. You upload files, and you pay for them to be redistributed and hold it through different nodes. And that was like how the Wikipedia was saved in different countries. So the storage, yeah, it's really, really expensive. You can also store just a hash that is pointing to some file. This is, let's say, the most efficient solution.
Okay, thank you. Оставаш ли или тръгваш веднага?
I'm here till the end of the day.
So you can continue asking him outside if you find him.
Yeah.
But the T-shirts are only here. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, something completely different. In just a few seconds, you'll enjoy our next coffee break. But just before we go, we have some important announcements and reminders to make.
After the talks, you have the chance to speak from this stage. You just have to sign up for a lightning talk. So grab the marker and write down your name and topic
on the whiteboard, which is not here yet.
Yeah, somewhere.
This is the quest. You have to find the whiteboard and write your name.
Find the whiteboard and...
Or later it will be here. So. And also, if you like prizes, don't forget to visit our sponsors and partners to stamp your badges.
And if you have a big and warm heart, we kindly remind you you can support the wonderful kids from Junior Band.
Thank you. See you later at 5 to 12.
Let's make a truce. A death challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted. Death challenge
QA
accepted. Death challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
Что ты сам терапия?
Аз съм в QA екипа. QA девелопър. И ако желаеш да ни лайкнеш, пак да си в стрима го пускаме просто да може. Който реши, че не му се гледа само онлайн, да дойде. На стрима сме. Супер. Стараем се. Няма как.
Ага, извиняюсь,
Пешо, помахай. Аз утре като стане път. Пешо, помахай.
Кой вкус ще приведе към следващото приключение? Австралийска макадамия и солена. Избери своето следващо приключение.
Питаме! Или ме хванете! Хванахте ме! Помахайте! Hey.
Може ли аз да се взема?
Благодаря.
Казай какво ми си какво да
Дай сам да стана. Аз може да дойде или може да седя да се снимам така, не?
Добре, де. Ама има имейл, на телефон.
За мен да сканираш.
Не, аз не. Мен не съм да.
Да. Това не е заблошено. Тебе задължи там, виждал съм те в Фейсбука, знам, че учиш хора на занаят. Знам, че учиш хора на занаят, ама...
Това е тюрмалки. Дай я тук, гаде. Утре си кажа на подкаста. такива, или такива. Винаги там ходя. А тя от тези спорт движа не пада. А за мен ще има ли прикритие?
It's a feature.
It's a book, I think.
No, it's a feature.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
How much of your time has been spent toiling away on mundane, repetitive, but necessary IT tasks? A lot, right? That's because you're constantly resetting passwords, provisioning new virtual machines over and over again, and updating a never-ending avalanche of tickets. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's clear that if you could somehow get freed up from all that, you and your team could provide much more value across your organization. But as long as you're stuck doing those mundane but necessary tasks, it's going to be hard to get that high-value work done. You need Pliant.io. Pliant offers a low-code platform that enables you to easily automate all sorts of repetitive, traditionally manual tasks. The Pliant platform is so intuitive and user-friendly that even non-technical staff can create sophisticated workflow automations. You can even connect all your API providers and MQ services to the Pliant platform, making it a centralized hub for automating your business. Combined with Pliant's commitment to delivering new integrations in just 15 business days, you're guaranteed that the automation capabilities you need are always available quickly. Plus, Pliant gives you comprehensive logging and audit trails to keep your friends in compliance and governance happy. The Pliant platform also includes full role-based access control, comprehensive user logging, and detailed audit trails. Save time, become more efficient, and deliver the high value that you and your team are known for. Contact Pliant today.
Да.
Please come to the room, to the hall. We are ready for our next speakers.
Заповядайте в
Заповядайте в залата.
Остават
0 minutes to next lecture, next talk. We're minus 1 minute to the beginning. Okay.
Заповядайте. Welcome.
Welcome back in here offline. Welcome online audience, and welcome to the whiteboard here. So you can write your name and topic for the lightning talks. Here is the whiteboard. And now, our next speaker is not just a person. It's 2 persons.
They both are members of technical staff at VMware Carbon Black Bulgaria.
Desislava has been software engineer for 6+ years. She started her career as embedded developer with C language. Desi has spoken at online events such as Women Who Code and ISTA conference in 2021. Besides her work, she loves exercising and cooking. Also, she takes care of her 2 lovely cats.
Victor is a data scientist working in security analytics. He enjoys machine learning that can be applied to improve the user experience and overall functionality of a product. He is also a passionate hobby photographer, hiker, runner, and piano player.
They are here to tell us about the vital aspects of product life cycle.
Your applause for
Desi
and Victor!
Thank you.
So yes, testing, everyone can hear me. Hello everyone, this is Desi.
And this is Victor.
But I'm sure you already guessed that from the intro we got. And yes, we're going to be the folks who are going to be presenting right before the lunch break. So, keep the hunger at bay just a little bit longer.
Today we are going to present our vision of the vital aspects of product data lifecycle. We are aware that not everybody here is a data guru, mostly because our friends didn't fail reminding us about it in the past few weeks with comments like, "Oh, I'm not the data guy, I probably won't get anything," or "Your intro was amazing, but I only remember you mentioned your cats." So I can relate to that. My cats are adorable, but also up until 1.5 years ago, this domain was absolutely new to me. So don't worry, we are not going to torture you too much.
And so of course, before we can talk about the product data lifecycle and why that's important to your organization, to manage your data, how to set it up, and so on, we first need a product. So first of all, we chose something that's probably everyone's can relate to, has heard of, and also for another reason that, if we could think of a super original idea, we wouldn't be here presenting it on an open forum. We'd be developing it and making millions off of it. So the topic we chose is this innovative product called Quack. And yeah, what the duck is this?
We hope that everybody here have heard about Slack because we've developed a copy of it. With the help of God, aka our sales team, we found some customers, and even though we started this idea as a joke, we want to become a serious company now. So we set some business goals to make sure that our customers are satisfied and happy with our offering. And before I continue with the business goal, I want to do a quick reminder. All of the examples we are going to use with Quack are completely fabricated and imaginary, so don't bother to think about the different laws and policies and regulations you have heard of, because they may not comply with these examples. So after we clarified this, let's continue with the business goals we've set about Quack.
So what are 2 of our main business goals at Quack? Well, firstly, we want to nurture our customer base. So what does this entail? Well, it entails
keeping our current customers happy, making sure they keep using our product, don't cancel their subscriptions, trying to win new customers by enticing them to buy subscription, making our product as great as possible. But this is usually the domain of sales, marketing, customer success teams, and while there's great data to explore there, we're going to focus on something else which will help us explore the data lifecycle a bit more, and that's improving UX, the user experience.
We've identified that to improve the UX of Quack, we need to focus on these three main channels. Our features, the automation we provide via a chatbot or personal assistant, and the APIs. And for each of these channels, we are aiming to understand two things. First of all, how does customers are interacting with the current capabilities and functionalities that we have? And second, do we have any gaps to fulfill and room for improvement for each of them?
So for example, for the first one, for our features, we're looking at exploring our things like, our features like emojis, or as we call them in Quack, quackers. Yeah, very original. Things like, exploring introducing threading in channels, where people can reply in comments, etc. And essentially answering questions like, how often our users use existing features? Is there any gaps there? When we introduce new features, do users engage with them, or are they not so successful? For automation and chatbots, we're interested in understanding, is there any functionality that our users we can automate, and there's common tasks there that users perform. For example, being able to set up a Zoom meeting when a user types, set up a meeting with Peter through Zoom for 7 p.m. tonight.
And our APIs, they give the ability of the customers to build any extensions or applications or capabilities that we do not provide out of the box with the features and the chatbot, regarding the integration and automations that Victor has mentioned. And for them, we are trying to understand, first of all, do we have any use case that we do not cover currently? And how is the current features used in our APIs?
So what do we need to do to, first of all, make this a reality? Well, firstly, we need to understand what data we need to collect. So for example, for our features, we might collect things like how often people send or react with our emojis or quackers, what kind of emojis they use often, do people engage in threads more often than they do it directly in a Quack channel. For our API usage, we're going to collect, of course, which features of the API users use, how often they use it, what kind of requests they request. For the chatbot and automation, we're interested in scraping the text contents of messages people send to each other. And
after we have the data types identified, we can continue with finding what are the data sources that generate this type of data in our application. These are mostly different tools and technologies in your product. And for Quack, for example, to collect API metrics, we can use the load balancing service that handles all of the incoming traffic to the application. Or to collect feature usage data, we can directly stream from the services that provide these features. And for the text messages that Victor has mentioned, we can use a snapshot of the hot and cold storages that contain recent and archived data.
And finally, we actually collect the data. So how can we go about collecting the data? Well, there's two ways to do it. First is a quick and dirty approach. Take snapshots, samples of the data from various product teams working on the features, and do your analysis and reporting on it and be done with it. But of course, this is a bit lazy. It's quick and dirty. The data's not always up to date. It's not a single source of truth. Anyone can do whatever they want in any kind of fashion and arrive at different results. The second way is longer, more complex, but it pays off in the long run because the data will be up to date, it's a single source of truth, and it's consistent and timely. And that being building out a data pipeline. The second reason for introducing a data pipeline is it gives us something to talk about here today and about the product data lifecycle. So let's start introducing that.
The first very important element of the product data lifecycle is the data origin or the product itself. The data is generated through the usage of the customers, and we call this data raw data. After we have the raw data identified, we can continue with the extraction of the data. As I mentioned, the data sources can be different tools and technologies, so we don't have a universal way to extract this data. And we can have different solutions for that, but the goal of all of them is to copy the raw data from the data source into a centralized place. So it can make the next phases easier, and also we can maintain the history of data. Imagine that the raw data is just a bunch of text, bunch of different files with different sources in a variety of directories. The next step is to perform a variety of rules and standards and so on over the raw data set in order to ensure its quality, accuracy, and integrity. The transformation phase is considered to be the most important one in the life cycle of the data because it ensures that the data is going to land in its new location, its best state, and ready to use. And the final, the transformation phase is comprised with from several other sub-processes like cleansing to clear different inconsistencies and errors in the data, or the duplication to remove redundant data. Also verification, standardization, and many more. And the next step is to copy the data or load the transformed data set into the new location. Basically here, we not only transform the content of the data, but we have it in another form, like a table. But don't worry about it, because behind the scenes, you still work with a bunch of files and directories. But the different engines, like big data engines, if you have heard of ones, they just help you with working with these files and directories in an SQL manner. And you may recognize that these three phases create the so-called ETL pipeline. And another very important part of the pipeline are the people who are responsible for building it. These are different experts like data, software engineers, SREs, DevOps. And the necessity of having so many different experts is defined by many factors, like how big is your data platform, how many resources do you have in the company, what's your use case, and many more. But in Quack, imagine that the data engineer understands from all of these things. It has very wide expertise. But this is the case sometimes in reality. Also, the data engineer is its own quality assurance because he's testing the whole ETL pipeline as well.
And of course, having ETL, having your data pipeline and transformations and loading of the data in a transformed form is all nice and all, but you first need to have a use case for it and to actually perform something actionable with it. So the following steps will be focused on data consumption, and the first of these is to actually do analysis on your data or consume it in some way. Now, by analyze or analysis, we mean anything that's like simple aggregations, group by, taking out some simple summary statistics from your data. It could be something more complex, like doing statistical testing, things like A/B testing on your features of the data that you're collecting, seeing if users are using new features that you're deploying. It could even be building out machine learning models. So for example, like customer churn models, things to do sales forecasting, or predicting API demands that you can properly manage, I don't know, your load balancer, for example. And analyzing it also isn't enough, because an analysis would be kind of meaningful or wouldn't speak to anything or anyone if you don't have visualizations or some kind of way of consuming the analysis. So here what we mean is, of course, once you've built out your machine learning solution or statistical analysis or whatever kind of thing you're looking at, is to output it either through dashboarding tools, maybe like Tableau, Click, other kind of tools, or Power BI, or any other kind of BI tooling that can let you visualize and consume this. Either people like business analysts, product managers, other leadership personnel who will be making decisions on this kind of data. So all in all, like I mentioned, this is data consumption. And the data consumers are people like data scientists, data analysts, BI analysts, and etc. who will be working and processing this type of data coming from our ETL pipeline.
And without offending my fellow colleague and any other data scientist, this is how you can imagine the relationship between these two people in a real-life example.
Indeed. I mean, between the data science team and the data engineering team, there's always a communication that happens, you know, to understand the data requirements, what data is needed, and how we can go about collecting it if we don't already have it. And already, like I mentioned already and hinted at, the whole purpose of performing both the data collection, analysis, visualization, and all of that is to provide insights and have high-level stakeholders, product managers, business analysts, other leadership personnel who will be consuming these outputs and coming up with actions to take which will affect, of course, the user experience through the product features, any changes or new features introduced. That'll affect how users experience the product, and of course the data we'll be collecting in future for the product, hence the product data lifecycle.
Talking about insights, what did we find about Quack? Well, we found that our customers, they love sending gifts, so we decided to add this as a feature. We didn't have it as weird as it sounds, not only to reply to messages, but to react to messages. How did we find it? Well, we found that our customers sent a ton of giphy links with ducks inside. Probably that's an explanation why they subscribed to us at first place. But anyway, we also decided to add a reminder via our chatbot for colleagues' birthdays, and the ability to generate a personalized message and send them, so we can make the workspace more happier and a better place.
And indeed, again, the whole purpose of this data lifecycle, the data pipeline analysis, is to help the business make more optimized business decisions and such that, you know, it's in a data-driven way. So, you know, why get a cat palace if, you know, a cardboard box will make the user just as happy, or if it's actually their user needs.
Even though I have a cat palace for my cats, I agree with that. Anyway, everything looks very good for now. We achieved some of our business goals. Our customers are slightly happier. But even though this whole pipeline looks neat, shiny, and straightforward, building it was not like that at all. We had a lot of issues and problems, and they resulted into very inefficient and unproductive way of working in our data team. So this, again, resulted into increase of the cost of operations and our expenses. So we've identified the reason behind this is we don't have processes and practices enforced into our organization regarding the data management, or AKA, we were lacking the data governance strategy.
And so what exactly do we mean by data governance? Well, if you go down the rabbit hole of Googling this, you'll find anyone and everyone who gives their own definition of this, who also provides, you know, what they think is the most critical aspect of data governance. But a simple way to put it is simply like Desi mentioned, the rules, policies, guidelines, and procedures in place that help the organization both manage its data pipelines, the entire data lifecycle, also its data teams, and overall helps it with compliance in regulatory aspects and any other kind of laws in place for this.
As Victor mentioned, The data governance is a key for compliance with different regulations, laws, and policies enforced outside of your company in a different levels in a country, industry, and so on. What happens if you're not compliant? Well, you may get sued, you may get fined. It's going to damage your reputation in front of your customers. Basically, you don't want this. And how is data governance helping? The easiest way to imagine, although that's not the explicit thing, like there may be more, but if you are a data engineer and you are requested to add a new data set, to introduce a new data set into the data lake, instead of freaking out or not caring at all, if you are compliant, you may follow a steps or a standard practice. What are you going to do if your data is sensitive or private and so on? Like, first, I may need to classify this data. Then, if it's anything than public, I will go through different reviews, like privacy, legal reviews. Then, I may need to have some guidance to understand all of these policies and regulations so I can find the best technical solution to comply with them, because you don't only need permissions to process these data, you need to find the technical solution to comply with them. An example to imagine, you may need to store specific data for a specific country or set of countries only in this area. Or, for example, you may need to process this data only after obfuscating, or only after you're aggregating the data, or you may need specific rules for data retention, and so on.
And after dealing with making sure from the start that we have privacy and security baked into our processes, of course, firstly, we also want processes that help us maintain data quality. So if maintaining or examining data quality sounds a bit broad and vague, that's because it is. Even myself as a data scientist, the checks I do to check that the data is of high quality or if there's any issues with it vary project to project, data source by data source, depending on what kind of data and what kind of use case I'm looking at. But overall, the types of checks and the type of criteria we're examining when we're examining data quality is looking for data integrity and completeness, basically making sure that the data that we're consuming in its transformed form after the ETL processing essentially reflects that nothing has been lost or dropped along the way from the raw source that we need to the transformed form that we have, either through being aggregated away in any of the pre-processing steps, being dropped as part of some kind of filter, and essentially that the data is of good integrity. Other concepts, for example, timeliness and consistency. So for example, a lot of the time, depending on what kind of data pipeline you have, you can often have use cases where you're streaming data in real time. You can also have batches every day or every hour or in some kind of periodicity arriving in your data lakes. And essentially, it's basically making sure that the data is consistent, it's timely, and that it's you don't have any gaps in your data. And if they are, how can we address those, and how do we have any backups in place to prevent any kind of data loss? And then the final two are validity and accuracy, which is kind of also tied to data integrity and completeness, but essentially also checking with high-level stakeholders, product teams who are close to the data origin and who are essentially the data producers and final users of the data, that the values that we're collecting align with what they want to use in their use cases, and that, again, it reflects what users are experiencing in the products and what they're essentially inputting into our data pipelines.
One more thing to add to what Victor said. All of these things, they can be either a good practice that the data team will follow, or you may configure all of these quality criteria in automatic tools that will check all of your data sets and check if these quality criteria applies to them. and it will alert you if anything happens, so you can proceed on fixing these errors and anomalies. And the next thing that Victor mentioned about data governance is that it helps the data personnel understand what kind of data assets we possess. One of the things to do that is through very good documentation. But I would like to ask you something. Raise your hand if you ever experienced any difficulty in finding the perfect documentation, like ever in your experience working in the industry.
I'll go first.
Second question, and the last. Do you love writing documentation?
I'm also not raising
surprised.
my hand.
Anyway, this gives you some insights. First of all, it's better than having nothing, but it's a manual work. As you saw, it's not very efficient. And it requires discipline from the people who are going to write it and maintain it. Plus, it may not be unified and not up to date because it requires maintaining it from different people's perspective. So in data management, we have more advanced ways to maintain what kind of data assets do we have and visualize, so we can help different data stakeholders to identify and meet their information needs.
The first example is data cataloging. So essentially, a data catalog in a single sentence is essentially just a centralized repository or documentation that governs what data sources you have in your organization, who owns this data, maybe some descriptive descriptions about the fields that you're collecting, what kind of values you can expect in them, and also, in many cases, also describing the use cases that currently exist in the organization that use this data. And it's easy to imagine what it looks like actually if you don't have any centralized repository or means of tracking or cataloging your data. And you can imagine that our organization, Quack, has exploded in popularity, received a new round of funding, and now we have 5 new feature dev teams, new product managers. But now the product managers want to analyze our existing features and how they're being used, and also new features that are being introduced. So first you need to find points of contact of people who are working on these features to understand the data that is being produced. This wastes time of both the product manager, who has to scout out people and points of contact in these teams, and also time of the feature dev teams who want to work on their features and not have to deal with how exporting their data, wondering how to do this, and so on. So having a centralized repository or data catalog essentially helps alleviate this because it has a list of where these data sources are from, who the origin point of this data is. If there's a data team, who's the data owner of this, where can we find this, how can it be consumed? And product managers can also quickly understand what are the use cases in which this data is currently being used. And again, it can be something as simple as a Confluence page, which just documents, and you just have to make sure that you market this well enough in the organization such that everyone can refer to it.
The next item is the data lineage. It uncovers for you the full data lifecycle, and it helps data people understand and visualize it from start to finish, from data source to data consumption. Basically, it gives you a lot of context about this whole life cycle, like the business logic, different technological information, all the transformations that the data went through during this life cycle. And by that, it really helps, especially the data engineers, find out the problems that may appear during this life cycle. For example, if Victor comes to me and say, okay, this field here in this table, it's Boolean, it's true, but it's supposed to be false because I've set it this way in the UI. Can you check on where exactly does the problem appear? So you remember the pipeline, it wasn't like one step, it was like a lot of steps. So by going to the data lineage, you can go and check all of the context that you need, and identify different failure points, check all of them, and of course proceed on fixing it without risking breaking anything else, because most of these problems are context specific, and it requires you to understand it in details. And all of that wouldn't be possible without very good metadata management. So it is helping you to organize and classify your data for complying with privacy compliance, or to elevate different levels of access for security reasons, or to advance your data management and data quality. And last but not least, to achieve great visibility of the data assets that the data project possess.
And then the final thing, before we wrap up torturing you in this last minute of our presentation, is data ownership. So what do we mean by this? And we mentioned it a few times already, you know, who's the data owner and so on. It's one of the most critical aspects of the data lifecycle, and folks will be managing the entire data governance process and data lifecycle because, for example, they manage access rights to the data, controlling who has possession of which data for which use case. As a result, they're also responsible for stakeholder management, making sure that they connect with product managers and the users of the data, understand their use cases, relate their needs to the data engineering team and any other data teams who are supporting on that. And of course, maintaining, like I mentioned, the data governance aspects of this entire process.
Overall, all of these aspects work very well together. They may seem at first that they overlap a lot. I'm sorry, I know we are out of time. I will just have finishing touches. It may seem that they overlap a little bit, and that may make this subject a little bit confusing at first. But like data governance, in our opinion, is very important and gives a lot of benefits, and it's very effective. And we encourage people to start working on developing one, although it may be a long process and not very easy, because there is not one-size-fits-all solution. We still believe that the efforts are worth it.
And so we hope that we managed to give you some insight into why using your product data and making effective data-driven decisions is important, and why data governance is also a crucial aspect of this. So thank you. We'll open the floor to questions, and also if there's anything outstanding, find us for some coffee afterwards. We'll be happy to have a chat on it.
So, any questions for t-shirts? There is one, or maybe two, I don't know.
Hi. You have talked about technical documentation, so my question is, usually in my practice, we work on short sprints, we have so many changing requirements, regardless of it's from, is it coming from development side or bug fixes or stakeholders. So the requirements are changing so many times that usually if I search for documentation, it is not there, it's missing, or it's outdated. Isn't that even worse? Like this, my question is, what do you think? Is it better not to have something documented, or to have it like not true anymore and outdated?
So that's a really good question, and that's also another aspect of making sure your documentation is up to date that I think we didn't mention here. But indeed, this is also why having someone who's a data owner and who's someone who's actually has that kind of a role is quite useful, because they're essentially the guardians, the custodians, and so on, stewards of the data and essentially what it's being used for. So they'll be in charge of also making sure that the documentation is up to date, doing all that stakeholder management and contact with them. And so, indeed, yeah, I mean, having documentation, as we all know, isn't always enough. Sometimes you have to make sure that it's always up to date. It could be as simple as also just planning here and there a story point or two in the sprint to make sure that it's up to date. It's also, yeah, it's definitely something that's a problematic issue in organizations. I would still say, though, that it helps to have some kind of documentation rather than none, because at least it gives you a starting point. So, for example, who are the contact points that you can reach out to? If there's any issues like, oh, this doesn't align with what I'm seeing in the data, you can reach out to said contact point and say, hey, help me out here. So yeah, overall, I'd say it's definitely better to have documentation, but yes, it's also an issue to keep it up to date. Yeah.
And also, I would like to add something. This is why we've talked about the different ways of achieving better documentation through automatic toolings. Of course, for data in data project, but basically there's probably some way of achieving this in other aspects as well.
Yeah, to give a quick example on that, AWS the data lake formation, that helps you if you're using AWS Glue to build your tables and so on. It can extract information and metadata from your schema and update that regularly. So that's like an example of where you can also include automation into the documentation to some level.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? So that was your topic, keeping vital aspects of product data lifecycle.
Yes.
You can ask them further questions outside. Thank you. Thank you. Loud and word applause for Victor and Desi. Huh? Outside.
Okay.
And now, for keeping your vital aspects of your life cycle, it's time for lunch. But please remember that all the sandwiches are color-coded. Tony will say. The delicious sandwiches waiting for you outside are provided by Nuvei for third consecutive year, but the sandwiches are from this year, don't worry. Okay, color-coded.
Probe. Red is for pork, blue is for turkey, yellow is for vegetarian, and green is for vegan.
Meat lovers, please do not eat vegetarians and vegans sandwiches, their sandwiches. We don't believe the opposite needs to be announced. Bon appetit!
And don't forget sponsor booths, lightning talks,
donations, junior band, all the things. Thank you.
At Luxoft, we know that time is priceless, That's why we're not wasting it. Thanks to advanced hiring, there are only 2 steps for you to take before getting a job offer. I've successfully passed the interview. What's next? We hire you and we work together as to find a project for you. Will I get paid while looking for a project? Yes, you will get your full salary starting from your first workday. What happens if an employee fails to find a project? There have been no such cases at Luxoft, but if you end up needing to upgrade your skills, we will be happy to welcome you to our upskilling program, where you will be able to study and get a salary. Don't like to wait? Then buckle up, because we are going to turbocharge your career. Join Luxoft and explore limitless professional horizons.
Let's make a truce. A death challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted. Death challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
How much of your time has been spent toiling away on mundane, repetitive, but necessary IT tasks? A lot, right? That's because you're constantly resetting passwords, provisioning new virtual machines over and over again, and updating a never-ending avalanche of tickets. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's clear that if you could somehow get freed up from all that, you and your team could provide much more value across your organization. But as long as you're stuck doing those mundane but necessary tasks, it's going to be hard to get that high-value work done. You need Client.io. Client offers a low-code platform that enables you to easily automate all sorts of repetitive, traditionally manual tasks. The Client platform is so intuitive and user-friendly that even non-technical staff can create sophisticated workflow automations. You can even connect all your API providers and MQ services to the Pliant platform, making it a centralized hub for automating your business. Combined with Pliant's commitment to delivering new integrations in just 15 business days, you're guaranteed that the automation capabilities you need are always available quickly. Plus, Pliant gives you comprehensive logging and audit trails to keep your friends in compliance and governance happy. The Pliant platform also includes full role-based access control, comprehensive user logging, and detailed audit trails. Save time, become more efficient, and deliver the high value that you and your team are known for. Contact Pliant today.
At Luxoft, we know that time is priceless. That's why we're not wasting it. Thanks to advanced hiring, there are only 2 steps for you to take before getting a job offer. I've successfully passed the interview. What's next? We hire you and we work together as to find a project for you. Will I get paid while looking for a project? Yes, you will get your full salary starting from your first workday. What happens if an employee fails to find a project? There have been no such cases at Luxoft, but if you end up needing to upgrade your skills, we will be happy to welcome you to our upskilling program, where you will be able to study and get a salary. Don't like to wait? Then buckle up, because we are going to turbocharge your career. Join Luxoft and explore limitless professional horizons.
Let's make a truce. A death challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted. Death challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
How much of your time has been spent toiling away on mundane, repetitive, but necessary IT tasks? A lot, right? That's because you're constantly resetting passwords, provisioning new virtual machines over and over again, and updating a never-ending avalanche of tickets. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's clear that if you could somehow get freed up from all that, you and your team could provide much more value across your organization. But as long as you're stuck doing those mundane but necessary tasks, it's going to be hard to get that high-value work done. You need Pliant.io. Pliant offers a low-code platform that enables you to easily automate all sorts of repetitive, traditionally manual tasks. The Pliant platform is so intuitive and user-friendly that even non-technical staff can create sophisticated workflow automations. You can even connect all your API providers and MQ services to the Pliant platform, making it a centralized hub for automating your business. Combined with Pliant's commitment to delivering new integrations in just 15 business days, you're guaranteed that the automation capabilities you need are always available quickly. Plus, Pliant gives you comprehensive logging and audit trails to keep your friends in compliance and governance happy. The Pliant platform also includes full role-based access control, comprehensive user logging, and detailed audit trails. Save time, become more efficient, and deliver the high value that you and your team are known for. Contact Pliant today.
At Luxoft, we know that time is priceless. That's why we're not wasting it. Thanks to advanced hiring, there are only 2 steps for you to take before getting a job offer. I've successfully passed the interview. What's next? We hire you and we work together as to find a project for you. Will I get paid while looking for a project? Yes, you will get your full salary starting from your first workday. What happens if an employee fails to find a project? There have been no such cases at Luxoft, but if you end up needing to upgrade your skills, we will be happy to welcome you to our upskilling program, where you will be able to study and get a salary. Don't like to wait? Then buckle up, because we are going to turbocharge your career. Join Luxoft and explore limitless professional horizons.
Let's make a truce. A death challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted. Death challenge
QA
accepted. Death challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
Още веднъж.
Дай на Бога.
И така, очакваме ви в голямата зала. Заповядайте, остават по-малко от 5 минути до началото на следващата лекция.
We are waiting for you inside. Please come for the next speaker.
Остават по-малко от 3 минути до началото на следващата лекция.
Или по-точно 1 минута, което е по-малко от 3.
Заповядайте, заповядайте.
In just a minute we will continue with our second session for the day. So please come in.
Единственото извинение, ако ви няма тук, е, че сте при... Къде? Правят дарение за Junior Band. Или са при някои от тентите на нашите спонсори. with someone who is coming from England.
Harry Roberts helps some of the world's largest and most respected organizations find and fix their site speed issues. He's both Google and Cloudinary media developer expert and has consulted for clients from the United Nations to the BBC, from General Electric to the Financial Times, and a whole host more.
Harry is more famous for his wizardry. That's why everyone calls him CSS Wizard.
Today, Harry is here to talk about... Well, no one knows exactly what Harry is going to talk about. His talk is complete mystery.
Let's dive into his magic lecture.
Lecturus expectum, Harry Roberts!
Unreal. That's the best intro I've ever had. Yeah, that is a good point, actually, because I looked at the agenda, and it doesn't actually say what my talk is. It just says a keynote. One thing you're about to find out is I'm not a particularly inspirational person. I'm probably maybe a useful person. So what we're going to look at today is site speed optimization and web performance. The talk is called Get Your Head Straight. And the talk, somewhat predictably, begins around 3,500 years ago. It begins with something known as the cardiocentric theory. The cardiocentric theory was the belief popularized by the ancient Egyptians that the heart was the single most important organ in the human body. They believed it controlled emotion, thought, intelligence, feeling. And they believed this for a very, very, very long time. This belief was sort of held for thousands of years. They believed the heart was so important that it was the only organ left inside the chest cavity when ancient Egyptians were embalmed. After they died, they passed on to meet the god of death, Anubis, who would then weigh their heart against a feather. If the heart was lighter than a feather, they got to go to heaven. Now, we all know that the heart isn't the most important organ. There's no such thing as the most important organ. They all have to work together. But it wasn't for another several thousand years, in fact, no, it's just over 1,000 years, that somebody came up with the idea of the cephalocentric theory. And that someone was Hippocrates. He put forward the idea that maybe the brain is more important. But again, we know that the brain isn't more important. Every organ's vital. But this theory never caught on. It took 1,000 years before somebody presented it, and nobody really believed it. No one listened. It wasn't until this English dude in the 1500s put forward the idea that actually the heart is important, but it has nothing to do with thought, nothing to do with intelligence, that people finally started putting a focus on the brain, what goes on inside the head. So what I want to talk to you about today is something very similar that I see in web development. I'm a consultant web performance engineer. What that means is I work with clients to make their websites faster. One of the most interesting places I find to do this is right there in the client's head tags. So over the next sort of 20, 25 minutes, you are going to learn way more than you ever wanted to know about head tags. I'm obsessed with them. They hold the key to a lot of sort of web performance issues. And what we'll do is we'll dissect and look at a lot of the problems that happen in this part of a web page. The thing I find most interesting, this is the only bit of a web page that a user will never actually see. And because of that, developers don't tend to focus on it enough either. This talk is going to make you as obsessed as I am with head tags. This is a slightly shorter version of the talk. I will share the full slides. I'll tweet them or I'll put them online at the end. This is a slightly shorter version of the talk, but there are two really quick key concepts I want to remind you of. The first is that HTML is parsed line by line. It's completely declarative. There is no control flow. There's no logic in HTML. This actually makes it very reliable, very predictable, and very, very fast. So this is a feature. This is a really good thing for web performance, but it's going to be really important for us to remember during this talk, HTML is parsed line by line, and that influences a lot of how web pages work. The second thing I want you to remember, the head is the single biggest render blocking part of your document.
And you kind of just have to believe me on this, but if we take the first point, HTML is parsed line by line, we can use that to prove the second point. If HTML is parsed line by line, and obviously lines are just a human construct, computers don't actually deal with lines at all. If HTML is parsed line by line, and the only bit of a page a user sees is in the body tags, the browser has to get to the body tags before it can display the page. In order to get to the body tags, it has to finish the head tags. So because HTML is parsed line by line, we can't begin rendering a single thing until we finish the head. That makes the head entirely render blocking. That's why we need to optimize it. A few times during this talk, I'm going to tell you to take pictures of the slides, of the screen. So if you get your phones handy, just take photos so you've got a reference. You may want to take a picture of this slide, but basically what I've done is I've created the world's slowest head tags, which felt like a bit of a waste of time because most of my clients did this already. But I've done it again. What I've done is I've created the world's slowest head tags. And what I've done here is I've actually not invented anything weird or outrageous. I've taken a series of real examples of things I've seen on actual client projects and just added them all together, and it makes a really disastrous outcome. You'll be really surprised by just how bad it is. Again, this is another slide you might want to take a picture of. This is what? 42 lines of HTML. Don't shout out, but just have a bit of a thought. Is there anything on this screen that seems weird that you think, well, that's a bug, or that's a problem, or this is going to cause issues? Of course, we've got, on line 24, we've got a script block that runs for 5 seconds. That's definitely going to be slow. But yeah, oh no, sorry, it runs for 1 second. But there's not really sort of that much strange going on here. Some style sheets, some inline scripts. Content security policy, we've got a cross-site request forgery token. This is all stuff that exists on real websites. This is all stuff that I've seen on client websites. But the outcome of this is really, really surprising. These head tags look like this. Now, if anyone hasn't seen one of these graphs before, it's really quite easy to understand if you use like Tetris, the computer game Tetris as a metaphor. The whole point of Tetris, if we were to turn this graph that way around, we'd be doing really badly at Tetris. What we're going to do is, during this talk, optimize this graph so everything crams up to the left. What we want to do is pack all these things really nice and tightly together. What we can see from this screen is that everything's really spread apart. From left to right is elapsed time. How long did it take to solve the head tags? That simple 42 lines of HTML took 9.3 seconds. It's a complete mess. What we're going to do is step through together and refactor each individual bit of these head tags and see what improvements we can make. My first bit of advice is don't be so big-headed. If you can remove it from the head tags, remove it. There's a lot of stuff probably in there that doesn't need to be. If it doesn't need to be in the head, get it out of there. That could mean a lot of different things. It could be things as simple as redirects, inefficiencies in your head tags. A redirect in the head's a very expensive place to have a redirect. Your Facebook tracking pixel probably doesn't need to go in the head tag. It can probably go in the closing body. Any deferred scripts don't need to go in the head. They can go near the closing body. Your mileage will vary, but there's some stuff that will be in your head tags that you could probably remove. So first thing we've got here is this redirect. We're pointing to an asset that lives somewhere else. So immediately, in that render blocking phase, we're incurring a redirect. And we can see from the screen here that redirect is costing us 492 milliseconds. So if we remove it, the site should get 492 milliseconds faster. Now, you're probably thinking, a lot of you are probably thinking, no one is stupid enough to put a redirect in their head. And most people aren't, but the simplest way it creeps in is stuff like this. What we're doing here is linking to the latest, so this isn't a semver, this is like a variable. We're linking to the latest jQuery on unpackage. Unpackage is going to actually redirect us to a sort of version-locked something.something.something. I've seen this a lot of times in client projects, and that's costing us this redirect. So top and bottom, we've got before and after. What I find quite interesting here is the redirect was costing us 492 milliseconds. We get rid of it, we should be 492 milliseconds faster. This is the first bit I've got to admit. Performance engineering and sort of testing is a bit non-deterministic. So actually what happened, I removed that redirect. The site didn't get 492 milliseconds faster, actually only got 41 milliseconds faster, which is annoying. There's a lot of variable and variance in performance engineering, performance testing. I don't have time to explain my methodology in the talk, but the tests were very rigorous, and I've not done anything to massage the figures. I've made sure everything's honest. If you're interested in my testing methodology, we'll talk about that over a beer. It's really boring, so we'll definitely need a beer. Next thing is self-host whatever you can. Again, this is a short version of the talk, so I don't have time to go into it, but just trust me, self-host whatever you can. Don't use cdn.jquery or whatever it is, code.jquery. Don't use unpackaged, don't use any of that stuff. If you want to know exactly why, I've written about it in great detail here, but just self-host everything. So if we do that on this demo head tags, what we're gonna do is we're gonna save all this time here. It doesn't look like a lot, but it's pretty easy to save. What's highlighted here is the time involved, or the cost involved, in going to a different domain. And that's quite a lot of time we're just wasting. By getting rid of this, by self-hosting these files, we got 377 milliseconds faster. Anyone in the room who doesn't do much performance work probably thinks that 377 milliseconds is pointless. What's the point? I worked with a client in the UK a few years ago, and we worked out if we could make their site 300 milliseconds faster, they'd make an extra £8 million a year, which is roughly €8 million, just a bit more. These are big numbers. Imagine making your client €8.5 million just by self-hosting a few files. How wild is that? So yeah, dead easy fixes that could be, to the right people, worth a lot of money. Get your head checked out. This is a really interesting one. When was the last time anybody validated their HTML? One person. We'll get a beer later. We don't really do it anymore, and we don't really need to. We don't need to. But it's something I do quite a lot because invalid head tags can cause you problems, especially where web performance is concerned. There is a fixed list, it's a finite list of elements that are allowed inside your head tag. If you put any disallowed or illegal elements in your head, something quite interesting happens. So in the demo I've got here, we've got this input type equals hidden for the cross-site request forgery. Inputs are not allowed in the head tags. Most elements are not allowed in the head tags. And what happens if the browser encounters an illegal element is it panics. And on the fly, it will close your head tags early, just before the illegal element. In effect, pushing everything else into the body tags. This is a really good example of the difference between your HTML and your DOM. Your HTML is invalid, but the browser's on the fly corrected it in the DOM. What this means now is all these things that were in the head, in this render blocking phase, are now pushed into the body, which means there are implications about when we start rendering and how things get requested. Everything's still in the correct order, that's useful, but it's in the wrong place. What happened now when I reran the test is things got very, very interesting. We got 12 requests before, 11 after. So fixing the head tags got rid of a file. And I was like, how on earth that happened? What this actually did is it highlighted a bug that then made the rest of the talk even more interesting. Don't worry, it does get more interesting. So yeah, fixing these head tags got rid of this file, and we'll come back to why that happened in a second. When I reran the tests, it got slower. I was like, oh shit, that's not what I wanted to happen. But like I said, I'm not here to massage the figures, I'm not here to invent numbers. This actually got slower. That's because if we push half of the stuff out of the head into a non-render blocking phase, the site will be faster. If we move it back into the head and make it render blocking again, it makes sense that it would get slower. I'm of the opinion I'd rather have valid, predictable HTML than invalid and faster. At least it's then predictable. Get your phones ready, because what's kind of weird is when I was writing this talk, I started with one slide that was like, that is the talk. The next slide I'm about to show you basically is the whole talk. Everything before it, everything after it is just me, spending time on stage. The next slide is the absolute perfect head order, right? This is the whole point of the entire talk. The last asterisk there was to remind me to tell you that this is theoretical purity. You may struggle to refactor onto this very quickly. Any brand new project, this is going to be easy to do. Any existing project, it might be a little more difficult. What we're going to do is all the things in white are render blocking, so we're going to talk about those in the talk. This is a short version of the talk, so anything in gray I won't discuss today. If you want to talk about these, again, let's grab a beer, let's grab a coffee and talk about it then. All right, so the first point is about metadata about the page. How should the page be processed? What I'm going to do is I'm going to deep dive into this, talk about a specific meta tag, then I'm going to come back up and talk about meta in general, which in itself is quite meta. So, meta CSP disables preload scanner. Hands up, who has ever implemented a content security policy? Oh, you lucky, lucky people. It's an awful job. Yeah, you again. We're like the same person, right? CSP, it's awful because you soon realize, oh my goodness, my site is really liable to all these things. A CSP, content security policy, is a policy defined by you, the web developer, or the site owner, that basically tells the browser, you can request JavaScript from here, but not from there. And it's a security thing that means things can't get injected into the page without you approving it. You normally deploy this with an HTTP header, but what you can do is you can put a meta tag in the head of your page, the HTTP equivalent meta tag, and if you do that, it's going to be a real mess. I need to quickly tell you about the preload scanner. The preload scanner is a feature in all modern browsers that basically makes your downloads asynchronous. Back in the olden days, i.e. 7 and before, downloading and parsing of the page was done by the same parser. What that means is the parser or the browser can't build the page while it's downloading resources for the page. It's really slow. IE8 invented something called the speculative pre-parser. Microsoft, it had to sound enterprisey. Everyone else just calls it the preload scanner. And this made websites way faster, for free. Developers don't need to do anything to benefit from this. It's just there for free. So back in the olden days, downloading 4 JavaScript files would look like this. And again, think of the Tetris analogy. That's not a very good game of Tetris. As soon as Microsoft invented the preload scanner, it looked like this. All those files get downloaded in parallel. This is way faster for free. Developers didn't need to do anything to take advantage of this. Unfortunately, content security policies in the head turn this feature back off. This was a client of mine. Can you all see that? This is a client of mine from sometime last year, and they controlled hundreds of blogs. They were like a big publisher, and they owned hundreds of blogs. And all of these blogs were exhibiting this really strange behavior. All of them were starting to render really late. So I ran a test. And nearly all of the waterfalls look like this. And you can see, what is it, lines sort of 2 through to 9. We've got a nice vertical, or 10, I guess, nice vertical downloads. Tetris is going well. Then after sort of line 10 and 11, things get really stretched out, really dragged out. What I thought is, well, we've got a lot of third-party assets here. Maybe it's a third party that's causing the problem. So I ran the test, blocking any third-party domain. I thought that would make the problem go away. It actually made the problem way more obvious. These orange files here, clearly, they just look like a flight of stairs, right? I was looking at this wondering what on earth was going on. And at first, I was thinking, maybe each JavaScript file injects the next one. But I checked, and that wasn't the case. And then I was like, oh, I've seen this before. Because I'm quite old. I saw this back in IE7. And I was like, that can't be right. This is IE7 kind of behavior. So what I did is I read, line by line, my client's head tags, and I found this about halfway down. They got a content security policy halfway down their head tags. So I was thinking, well, maybe that's got some kind of effect. So I deleted this line in DevTools, refreshed the page, and the problem went away. So I went and did some digging, and I read the source code for the preload scanner in Chrome. And sure enough, it says, don't preload anything if a CSP is encountered. I haven't found out why they do this. I need to ask someone why, but this is basically what was happening. I asked a friend of mine to actually run a query of the HTTP archive to find out how many sites this affected. Luckily, it's not many. Not many websites are doing this. On desktop, it's 7,000. On mobile, it's 8,500. So it's not a lot of websites affected. Interestingly, the majority of those websites are probably the client of mine. And because we fixed it, that number should be a lot smaller now. So by moving the CSP to the very, very first thing in the head, we got some really, really staggering changes. So before, we've got this staggered stair step, and we've got how many? We've got 11 requests. By moving the CSP, we start to bunch things up a bit tighter, which is nice, but we go down to 8 requests, 8 files. That weird head tag bug I told you earlier is related to this. The reason we get the parallelization is because we get the preload scanner back. The reason we lose some requests is really, when you think about it, it's quite obvious. Content security policy tells the browser how or what files it's allowed to download. HTML is parsed line by line. If you put your CSP in the middle of your head tags, the browser's going to request a few files, like without the CSP applied. Then it's going to find the content security policy and panic and think, oh no, I just downloaded a load of files without knowing about my security policy. I'm going to have to re-download them all again and double check. So that's why we get the double downloads. Moving this one line of HTML to the top of the head tag made this page 3.7 seconds faster, which is wild. When I fixed this problem for my client, they were so, so happy because they had no idea what was going on. They had no idea what was going on, and all it was is a developer was tasked with implementing a CSP, and the developer just put it in the middle of the head tag. It's an innocent thing to do. It's not even a mistake, really. No one ever told anyone to put it at the top. It took me a long time to find this out. So 3.7 seconds, pretty good. Metadata about the page goes first. So the CSP is a very specific sort of download queue. Metadata about the entire page, this is like how the page should be dealt with, that goes first. The two asterisks here are to remind me to tell you, I'm not talking about SEO meta tags. I'm not talking about your open graph meta tags. Metadata about the page. So things like your character encoding. Tell the browser how to deal with the page. So your character encoding, the spec actually says it needs to go in the first 1 kilobyte of your HTML. To make it even easier for yourself, just put your character encoding #1 in the head, right? Just put it very, very top. The meta viewport for responsive design, that technically can go anywhere inside the head, but there's an interesting thing that happens if you put it outside of the head tag. So remember I told you if we had invalid head tags and stuff gets pushed into the body, if your meta viewport gets pushed into the body, what ends up happening is the browser starts rendering the page, then sees the page should be responsive and has to re-render it all again, a little bit like this. So unresponsive, then it finds the meta viewport and repaints the entire page. That's really expensive. We need to avoid that. The next thing, don't hide the title. So your title tag is often the very first thing a user might encounter, especially on desktop when you've actually got browser tabs. There's a really, bless you. There's an interesting behavior here. Because HTML is parsed line by line, the browser has to deal with line 3 before it even knows that line 4 exists. If line 3 was a particularly expensive script, we run into a potential problem. Well, not potential, a definite problem. I'm about to show you a little screen recording. What I want you to do is pay close attention to the tab in Chrome. URL, not rendering the page, not rendering the page, then everything renders. The title tab and the H1 both render at the same time. That script was blocking the discovery of the title tab. That script only took 2.5 seconds, well only, I forced it to be 2.5 seconds. If you ever have a third-party outage, let's say, I don't know, Optimizely has an outage, it takes 1.3 minutes for Optimizely to time out. So it could be a case of it takes 1.3 minutes before a user even sees the title of the page. The fix here is really, really, really simple. Swap those around. The script is still going to take as long as it needs, but now watch what happens with the tab in the browser. Immediate feedback. The page isn't rendered until sort of now, but the tab in the browser at least gave immediate feedback. So my advice here, don't put anything synchronous in front of your title, because you're just going to slow down that feedback for the user. Rearranging metadata didn't change the shape of the waterfall because it didn't affect any files. All we affected was metadata, so the waterfalls look pretty much identical in terms of their shape. However, it did get 280 milliseconds faster. Just by moving the metadata around, we gained over 1/4 second. That is huge, just for nudging some lines of HTML around. Okay, here's where it gets interesting. Synchronous JavaScript goes before synchronous CSS. Developers hate me for this. CSS is render blocking, right? And we want to focus on loading CSS as fast as we possibly can. So whenever I tell developers to do this, they don't trust me, and I have to kind of prove it to them. Your JavaScript should go before your CSS. There's a really simple but very annoying reason why. CSS blocks the execution of JavaScript. If you've got any in-flight CSS, Any JavaScript defined after it will be blocked until the CSS is finished. The reason for this is really simple, but it's an edge case. 99% of the time, this behavior isn't desired, but the browsers are designed in such a way that they won't break for that other 1%. Imagine an example like this. We've got a style sheet on line 1, and then on line 4, we're just asking a CSS question, right? We're just asking, what is the color of the page? Now, if this was an asynchronous operation, we've got a race condition. We might ask the browser what color is the page before the CSS has landed. So we could get a stale or an incorrect answer. It's a simple race condition. Browsers don't know what the script is doing until it's done it. So there's no pre-parser for scripts. So what the browser does is it defensively it sort of thinks to itself, well, okay, I'm downloading some CSS. There's a script coming up. That script might ask about the CSS. So I'll block the script until the CSS is finished, then I'll run the script. It's defensive. 99% of the time, you don't need this behavior. This is a bit of a weird example. Where it actually affects web perf is examples like this. We've got these async snippets. Third parties give us these all the time. While ever that CSS is downloading, that async snippet, that third-party script, is not going to run. What that means is our waterfall looks like this. That JavaScript file wasn't even discovered until the moment the CSS is finished. This is really, really slow. All we need to do here, all we do is swap those two blocks around, and all of a sudden, everything gets way faster. Complete parallelization. A very good example of this is Google Tag Manager. Google Tag Manager tell you, paste it as the very first thing in the head. And all the web developers out there, they sit and think, piss off. I'm not doing that. You're not going at the top of my head tags. My CSS is going at the top of my head tags. Tag Manager isn't doing this to capture more data. It is genuinely the fastest thing to do, so we should trust them. But there's a caveat. If you do that, if you put your JavaScript first, the JavaScript is now going to block any CSS imports. So we've got a bit of a battle here. And who's going to win? This is currently a bug, in my opinion. It's a bug in Chrome. But of course, if you're me, I call it a bug. If you work at Chrome, you call it a feature. So the other battle is me trying to get Chrome to fix this bug. And nope, it's a feature. Leave it as it is. Basically, imagine the scenario. We've got a synchronous JavaScript file on line 3. On line 4, we've got a CSS file that imports another CSS file. The waterfall for this is really dragged out. It's very strange behavior. That second CSS file there is completely divorced from the first. The first file imports the second CSS file, but that entire chunk of JavaScript sits in between it. It's a really strange bit of behavior. In fact, if you ask me, that waterfall looks as though the CSS is requested by the JavaScript file. Not the case. The reason for this is very, very interesting. Browsers are single-threaded. They can only do one thing at once. So if it's got a JavaScript file defined first, it has to run the JavaScript before it can parse the CSS. So what happens is the browser has to download, parse that synchronous JavaScript file. Only then can it open the CSS file and find out that, there's an @ import right at the top. It doesn't get to dispatch that import until it's finished the scripting task. So the fix here is swap those around. Now, all of a sudden, our waterfall is back to being pretty parallel, much, much faster. By the way, you're probably thinking, I'm not meant to memorize all this, am I? There's a thing at the end where you don't need to memorize a thing. So I've got a little tool that I'm going to share with you. Start render is now way, way faster. Quick example of this going wrong on a real site was on the Vans Canada website. I'm really sorry, this kind of text is pretty small now I look at it. The Vans Canada website was slowed down by 9.3 seconds because of that huge JavaScript file in the middle of the head. So the Vans website had a load of other problems as well as this, but here is that exact bug in action. I did open the bug. This used to work, actually. This used to not be a bug. It's a regression, so they could add the fix back in. But yeah. So rearranging my CSS and JavaScript to abide by these rules, we see that Tetris game, we're getting better and better at it. Things are really tightly packed. Just by reordering our CSS and JavaScript, we've saved an extra 1.65 seconds. I haven't refactored anything here. I haven't rewritten on a different sort of framework. I've not refactored the CSS to be smaller. I've just moved some lines of HTML around. The next thing is the import that I mentioned. Don't use it anyway. I'm going to have to start hurrying up because I'm sort of running out of time. Import in CSS is an anti-pattern. We should not use it anyway. Like, just don't use it. So what I did is I refactored my code to remove the import and had a second link rel equals style sheet, and I saved this much time. So that file there now starts in parallel to all of the others. That saved me another 3/4 of a second. All of this is adding together to save over 6.5 seconds of time, just by nudging some lines of HTML around. One really important thing that I need to address is SEO, because every time I talk to companies and clients about this, somebody in the marketing or the SEO department gets really scared. SEO and social, your open graph, all that kind of stuff, that goes at the bottom of the head. That just goes last. Most social stuff is asynchronous, especially meta tags, like I don't know, descriptions or your open graph stuff. But it needs to just go last. The way I prove this to SEO people, to marketing teams, is HTML is parsed line by line, right? If it's parsed line by line, well, actually, no, I'll rewind a little bit. Most SEOs tell me I can't put my SEO stuff at the bottom of the head, because what if Googlebot never finds it? If there's all this stuff in the way, what if Googlebot never finds my SEO stuff? Googlebot is a browser. It parses web pages the same as any other browser would do. Because HTML is parsed line by line, if Googlebot can't find the bottom of your head tag, it can't find the start of your body tag. So you've got way bigger things to worry about. So realistically, SEO stuff, it doesn't matter where it goes, and in that case, put it last. Googlebot will always find it. Actually, not always. I found this interesting bit of information. Googlebot, it'll crawl the first 15 megabytes of HTML as uncompressed HTML. So if your page is bigger than 15 megabytes, don't worry about SEO. Worry about your 15 megabyte homepage. So Googlebot is guaranteed to find that information. There's some interesting caveats with Open Graph. When you paste a link into Slack or you paste a link into WhatsApp, you often get the little preview, right? Like maybe an image or a URL, the title of the post. A friend of mine did some research. Twitter, if you share a link, does a full GET request. So Twitter will request the entire HTML and look through 100% of it for the Open Graph, Twitter card sort of stuff. Slack does the first 32 kilobytes. So if you're desperate to get your card previews in a Slack channel, when someone shares a link to your site, it needs to be in the first 32 kilobytes. WhatsApp, it needs to be in the first 1 megabyte. You are never going to hit these limits. They're enormous numbers. So yeah, SEO, social stuff, that goes very, very last. So now we've refactored all of that. We've got this new order. First contentful paint was, I think, around 9.3 seconds, I think it was. Now, first contentful paint, we've begun rendering at 2.6 seconds from 2.7. Just by reordering a few lines of HTML, we've saved 6-point-something seconds. This is a huge number. Every brand new client project I start in the head. It's where some of the easiest optimizations exist, and they can have a tremendous effect on web perf. The new order of the page looks a little like this. Doesn't look particularly different, actually. It's a bit neater, perhaps, but the same stuff is all there. I haven't removed any features. I haven't deleted any dependencies. So all the same files that were there before, in a much tighter order, which leads to a before and after that looks like this. This is the kind of stuff that really makes it different for a lot of companies, especially e-commerce. If anyone's working in e-com, you'll find that this stuff really makes a huge difference. But yeah, just nudging a few lines of HTML around, we saved over 6 seconds. So one thing I said to you was, you don't need to worry about memorizing any of this. Going back to the awkward medical history analogies, there's a whole reason I started with the ancient Egypt stuff, by the way. It's to make me look quasi-intellectual. You may have heard of computed tomography, or CT scans is what we more commonly know them as. When I was researching this talk, and indeed when I was doing this kind of work on client websites, I kept thinking to myself, like, this is a lot of stuff for me to memorize, a lot of things to kind of hold in my brain at one time. So what I wanted to do is have a CT scan, but for web pages. I don't know if anyone's been in one of these machines before, they're not very pleasant, but these are really good at getting a quick look inside your head. I want the exact same thing for a web page. So as a little side project one afternoon, I built something called ct.css. And what this does, it's a bookmarklet. If anyone remembers bookmarklets, you could install it via NPM, you could add it to your project however you like. What ct.css does is it uses a small CSS snippet, which, by the way, is the worst language to bust syntax. CSS is not suited for this kind of job. It was just a project for fun. Now what I can do on any website, I can just add ct.css via DevTools or via a bookmarklet, and it'll do this. And it'll tell me that inline script, nice and fast. Your title is blocked by JavaScript. This JavaScript is blocked by CSS. I can just click this, and I'll get a visual display of all the problems on the site, and I can just refactor the head tags until all these go away. Red, orange, green signify the severity of the problem. Green is, no, this is fast, leave it as it is. Red is, this really needs solving, this is slow. If a box has a solid line, it means this box is the problem, or this asset, this file. If a box has a dotted line, what that means is this file is affected by something else further up. So what it means is you can tell if something's the target or the subject of a performance slowdown. This is the demo page for ct.css, so this was designed to be quite slow so that I could demonstrate it. I ran the CNN website through ct.css, and it broke ct.css. I feel a bit sorry for CNN. Every single performance talk in the world uses them as an example, and I feel a bit bad that they get picked on. But then I think, hang on, they could have the fastest website in the world if they just attended conferences. Everyone's on stage doing the work for free. CNN, start sending your developers to conferences. Yeah, so that is ct.css. If you want to have a play around with it, if you do much web development and front-end work, it's a really easy tool to get started with. You can just, like as I npm install, or you can just add it with a bookmarklet, ct.css. Yeah, go and have a play around. But with that, I just want to thank you for your time, thank you for your attention and patience. If we've got any questions, I guess I'll be around for the rest of the afternoon, so thank you very much.
So, any questions?
Do we have any questions now? I'm happy to take any and all questions.
Questions for t-shirts?
Yeah. Your friends?
Yeah.
The guy with the beer.
We should get a beer item. We've got everything in common.
Yeah, thanks. So I have tons of questions, but just one question for now. How do you consult a company that's actually using CMS, content management system, to work with their websites where they don't have so much control over their head tags?
That is a really good question. So one thing I mentioned is this is theoretical purity. You will get blockers where, I've got a client at the moment using Next.js, and Next.js makes a lot of very opinionated decisions about how your head tag should look. At a point, or it could be a CMS, like Magento does some really opinionated stuff. When you get to that problem, you're kind of stuck. There isn't much you can do. You could patch it locally, but then you've got to maintain a fork. You could submit a feature request or a pull request with the CMS in question, but that takes months. I won't go into detail now, but there are some other measures you could take. So you could write almost like bridges that will sidestep some of the issues. They're a bit too specific to answer right now, but you could do things like preloading files a different way or pre-connecting origins, but it would depend on the use case specifically. But yeah, I guess two-part answer is there are certain very specific mitigations you could make. And the second answer is you're kind of just out of luck. If the CMS is very opinionated, and this is the thing, right? People don't focus on head tags enough. So a lot of CMSs just sort of say, you get what you're given, and you can't make many modifications. And in those scenarios, I tell clients, look, let's just optimize elsewhere.
Thanks.
Any other questions for now? Okay, thank you.
Oh, there is one just there.
Okay.
Okay, short question from my side. Did you use some kind of tool for performance testing, maybe in some situations?
The one tool I use like 10 times a day is called web page test. Web page test is those really ugly graphs. So one thing that I really like about my job is that I'm a nerd so much that my clients are terrified of that, because look how ugly it is. So that's the tool I use more than anything, and it's because my clients have got no idea what they're looking at, but I do. That's called web page test. All web page test is a very ugly wrapper around DevTools. So ultimately, every time I'm using this, I'm just using DevTools. Chrome's DevTools is arguably the most powerful for performance testing. But if you're optimizing in Chrome, obviously you're missing every other browser. But webpagetest.org is the tool that I use like several times a day. Things like Lighthouse are really powerful, but I feel like Lighthouse, that's good for explaining web perf to non-technical stakeholders, telling them a number. For really forensic optimization, for forensic insights, web page test all the way.
Any questions?
Cool. Well, if anyone does think of a question, I'm going to be around with coffee and beer and stuff later, so just come and find me. But is that us done?
Yeah, that's great.
Cool.
Thank you very much. It was great.
You've been great. Thank you so much, you too. That was wonderful.
For this reason,
coming up next, a coffee break. Come here back at 2:15. Thank you.
don't forget the sponsor booths, lightning talks, and of course, junior band donation.
Yeah, there's still 6 free slots.
They're waiting for you.
If you don't write for lightning talks, Tony will make lightning talk.
Yes, so probably.
So now, for now, you will listen for 6 slots, Tony.
It's be a very.
Take some slots from him.
It's very cringy.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
How much of your time has been spent toiling away on mundane, repetitive, but necessary IT tasks? A lot, right? That's because you're constantly resetting passwords, provisioning new virtual machines over and over again, and updating a never-ending avalanche of tickets. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's clear that if you could somehow get freed up from all that, you and your team could provide much more value across your organization. But as long as you're stuck doing those mundane but necessary tasks, it's going to be hard to get that high-value work done. You need Pliant.io. Pliant offers a low-code platform that enables you to easily automate all sorts of repetitive, traditionally manual tasks. The Pliant platform is so intuitive and user-friendly that even non-technical staff can create sophisticated workflow automations. You can even connect all your API providers and MQ services to the Pliant platform, making it a centralized hub for automating your business. Combined with Pliant's commitment to delivering new integrations in just 15 business days, you're guaranteed that the automation capabilities you need are always available quickly. Plus, Pliant gives you comprehensive logging and audit trails to keep your friends in compliance and governance happy. The Pliant platform also includes full role-based access control, comprehensive user logging, and detailed audit trails. Save time, become more efficient, and deliver the high value that you and your team are known for. Contact Pliant today.
At Luxoft, we know that time is priceless. That's why we're not wasting it. Thanks to advanced hiring, there are only 2 steps for you to take before getting a job offer. I've successfully passed the interview. What's next? We hire you and we work together as to find a project for you. Will I get paid while looking for a project? Yes, you will get your full salary starting from your first workday. What happens if an employee fails to find a project? There have been no such cases at Luxoft, but if you end up needing to upgrade your skills, we will be happy to welcome you to our upskilling program, where you will be able to study and get a salary. Don't like to wait? Then buckle up, because we are going to turbocharge your career. Join Luxoft and explore limitless professional horizons.
Less than 2 minutes till our next speaker, so please come in. You're very welcome.
Остават по-малко от 2 минути до началото на следващата лекция.
We have air conditioner here, so it's really good atmosphere. It's nice and cozy.
Nice. Едновременно студено и топло. Невероятно. Остават по-малко от 1 минута. По-малко от 1 минута за следващата лекция, която дори Хари Робъртс ще дойде да чуе. Заповядайте, заповядайте, очакваме ви.
Хайде на лекцията, който разбира. Тук се разбира.
Пари. Топла. Очакваме ви в голям.
Please come in and take your seat.
Yes. Welcome back.
Back to the future, maybe?
Oh. Future of autonomous cars, maybe?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Well. Pavel Kanaziev. He has 18 plus years of experience in software development and automotive industry. He worked in Germany, Spain, and Bulgaria, where he has taken multiple roles in different projects.
Pavel also volunteers in multiple educational initiatives. Minju Balkanski Foundation, Junior Achievement, Teach for Bulgaria, Professional Association of Robotics and Automation, Yambo Robotics Club, and others.
So let's talk about the future. Ladies and gentlemen, Pavel Kanaziev!
Thanks for the warm welcome, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me today. Thanks also to all the volunteers who have made this event really happen. And also thanks to you, because you are allowing me to share some specific knowledge about automotive with someone. What was I thinking before starting to work in Bosch Engineering Center Sofia, developing perception devices for the future autonomous vehicles? I was thinking that it will be very hard for a machine to take actions on the road as good as the driver is doing this. And there were all type of questions related to the ability of the computer to sense the environment, to get the correct objects, to understand whether it needs to perform an action or not. And of course, how available this will become. Will the real-time algorithms succeed to capture the proper objects and to perform accordingly? While I was a student, there were amazing pieces of art trying to draw an anti-utopia. Movies like Cyborg, Terminator, or even music albums like Fear Factory's Obsolete were trying to predict a non-pleasant future where people may be under slavery on our planet. But I do not share this point of view. My understanding is that people and robots can very well cooperate together. There are already a lot of areas where we are using robots and we rely heavily on them. Why not engaging a robot in making a surgery on an area less than 1 millimeter? And what about why not hiring a robot to perform activities that are repeatable and tedious? Also, a very sacred place for a lot of software developers, the toilet. A lot of brilliant design ideas were born there, and also a lot of critical bugs have been root caused there too. But what about the maintenance? As it is not so pleasant, we can delegate this work to the robots, I think. Also, bomb disposal robots. They are very good sappers with amazing intuition who are able to disarm robots. But why not using bomb disposal robots? Everything that we risk in this case is just a piece of metal. And yes, the robots are already able to do everything that we are watching on the movies, cutting the correct or incorrect wire. When the topic about the cooperation became important for me, when I was small, I liked very much playing chess. So I was looking at the top seeds and their performance. In year 1996, IBM have designed a machine dedicated to beat the world chess champion. And it was a pleasure for me to watch how the world chess champion at that moment, Garry Kasparov, just demolished the machine. He was playing as if this is a sparring partner, not a serious competition. And I was so aroused that I went to my parents and made a pretty brave prediction that in the next 20 years, computers will not be able to beat the world chess champion. Unfortunately for me, the reality has proven that I am wrong. Even on the next year, 1997, with the improved version of the computer, Garry Kasparov lost. And with the time, we started to understand that when there is a proper set of rules, when there is enough visibility, it is a matter of time that the machines are taking better decisions than us. A new game was designed after this. It was called Advanced Chess. The rules were simple. A person together armed with his favorite chess engine is playing against another person armed with a chess engine. And these games brought the game to a very new level. It combined the best from both worlds, taking people's intuition and willingness of the person to create something beautiful, combined with the computer's memory and ability to calculate. Okay, I'm here today in order to prepare you to become competent consultants in case Luke Skywalker someday asks you what type of vehicle would he like. So let me check his user experience. He used to drive X-Wing, most of the time in autopilot, but also manual. I would not say this was he was very careful driver. Speeder bike, if you don't remember, his ride finished with him laying on his back on the ground on the moon of Endor. Jabba's shuttle was traveling together with Luke in order for his death sentence to be executed. So I'm not sure we can recommend something like him. But the land speeder is a perfect vehicle with which he's having good experience, and we can order for him something similar on the ground. Why not using just an improved automobile? What are the next big automotive steps? How will these technologies evolve? For sure, there will be wider electric vehicle distribution, depending on growing infrastructure and market improvement. Connected vehicles. In the century of the Internet of Things, we should expect that our vehicles will also be connected. Shared mobility. According to some analysis, in year 2030, around 10% of the vehicles worldwide are planned to be shared. Of course, autonomous vehicles. If you think the autonomous vehicles technology is related with all the three of the technologies that I've mentioned before, and the more and more intelligent software and the powerful hardware will really allow for a passenger to travel from one point to another without a driver's interaction. The evolvement of this technology is not a matter of over-engineering or striveness to prove that we can do something. This addresses real-world problems. For example, more freedom for people with disabilities. Or if you're like me, a father of children living in a big city like Sofia, every day you're concerned about the logistics of your family. How to assure the travel from home to one of the schools, to the other one, to the gym or to the stadium. Mobility for people not able to drive. They're very smart people who have just not invested time in taking driving license. Or another case, when we emotionally prefer to not drive, prefer to switch to autopilot. Like me the last time when I was driving in Plovdiv. Are there in the audience people from Plovdiv? Okay, thank you guys. I love your city. I have studied there 5 years. It's amazing. But the last time when I was driving, people around me, the other drivers were opening their windows, shouting at me, "Къде караш бе майна?" Which, if I need to translate to the non-Bulgarian speaking audience, is something like, "You're very welcome in our city." And mentioning something about someone's mother. A very common use case for me is to be able to go to a party with my own vehicle. At the end, we should not forget that cars are dangerous. And according to some statistics, in last year, around 1.3 million people have lost their lives in travel accidents. Even more, vehicle accidents are among the leading causes of death for people aged 5 to 29. And we know the root causes for them. If we look at them, we can easily see what will be the change in these statistics if we employ the autonomous vehicles. Speeding, significantly decrease. Drugs and alcohol reasons, totally disappear. Careless driving, not sure, maybe decreased. Lane change accidents, significantly decreased. Distractions, disappear. Driver fatigue, disappear. There are already technologies embraced in the contemporary automobiles that are helping us a lot. For example, lane change assist. What is happening when we are trying to make the overtaking maneuver? It is already feasible. This is a feature implemented and well matured just to put the lever and to wait for the indicator to light. After that, our vehicle is making the maneuver, or lane keeping assist. In case something is happening with the driver and his tire is on the lane, in this case, our vehicle can signal us. Our steering wheel can vibrate, or our seat belt too. This is in case the driver has fallen asleep. He will be awoken. Rear traffic alert and front cross traffic alert for for crossing vehicles. In both cases, either we are on a parking or on the road, the corner radars are able to detect the speed of all of the participants in the traffic and to detect a potential collision. Pre-crash rear. It is also a function that after indicating that the collision will happen, it will fasten your seat belt and prepare the car for a crash. Going even one step more, already a technology is being evolved for opening airbag on outside. So in case the computer is predicting a crash from the left, for example, it can open the airbags on the left and decrease the power of the hit. Vehicle autonomy classification. The software, there is a society called SAE, Society of Automotive Engineers. They have developed a 6th grade scale for autonomy. And currently, most of the contemporary vehicles are covering level number 2. I would like to present to you on the next slide the progress that 2 of the major automotive companies are making, covering level number 4. all of this is happening, of course, in a controlled environment. This is why it is only level 4. But we have only one step to do, and this certification was made back in year 2019. So really, the future and the autonomous vehicles that are going to be on our roads are behind the corner. How does a vehicle, how a driver is taking a decision? Usually we sense, we think, we are planning the next maneuver, and we act carefully. So how does the computer does this? Almost in a similar manner. It uses perception devices for sensing, after that prediction algorithms for planning and thinking, and at the end, it is safely implementing the plan. That means continuously watching for potential collisions. And in the next slides, I will try to mention something for each of these devices that are used. And I cannot say that one is better than another one. Rather, combined, they are very powerful. And I really believe that with the good algorithms that we have, and with only these perception devices, we will be able to build these future vehicles. Ultrasonic sensors, using sound waves, which are of course not so fast, but this is why ultrasonic sensors are perfect to be used for parking reasons. Our vehicle is totally in control by using only them, and they are very affordable. Symmetrical positioning of the satellites, sending signals to the Earth, and are used by a lot of receivers in our vehicle, which can very well detect our current position. And Luke Skywalker here may be not happy when he understands that there is an error a couple of meters ago, but I hope I will try even to convince him after a couple of slides. Cameras and object recognition algorithms. These have matured very well. Already even hobby electronics enthusiasts are able to use such algorithms available open source and to detect many different objects. Thermal cameras. Maybe some of you don't know, but there are legislation concerns about driving at night. We are not allowed to throw light on more than 30 meters. So it is very hard, using only our high beams, to detect passengers on the sidewalk. And our goal for building autonomous vehicles is to have a very good picture in a radius of between 70 and 100 meters. So by engaging the thermal cameras, by starting to use them, this topic is very feasible. This widens a lot the perception of the driver. This technology is currently blocked by the US governments, but it has a lot of abilities. And my only concern in the ability of a car to exchange information with another car is that maybe they will build their own social media in which they will share how bad their drivers and owners are. LiDAR, a relatively new device. It is a mechanical piece on top of the roof of the car that sends and receives a laser beam on 360 degrees. Very good in object recognition. The only issue with the LiDAR is it is similar with the issue with the ultrasonic sensor, is that it is heavily affected by different weather conditions. Radar. Since radar is using radio waves, and we all know that they are traveling with the speed of light, they are much faster than the ultrasonic sensor. Why? Because the speed of light is 1 million times quicker than the speed of sound. This is my favorite type of device because it is very sustainable. It can survive most of the known weather environment implications. Inertial navigation systems. This is the device that will make it up for the incorrect GPS. Using not so complex mathematics and communication with the GPS from time to time, this can totally control our positioning. And this is very well used in cases like because of some bad weather conditions, or when we are driving in a tunnel, then this device is taking the control. The environment and the weather influence should not be underestimated. And this is why we are speaking about here about fusion systems for perception, not only one or another device. Object recognition. Do you know that in year 2013, it was a very popular case in Switzerland. One driver of Tesla have detected this picture on the right, driving behind a carriage. The horse's legs and the head of the driver were recognized as a person walking behind the car. Still, this was 9 years ago. Currently, no one complained about this, so I assume the technology has evolved. Also, important part of the object recognition is our perception devices do not only state we have recognized object here and there, but they also share the possibility. I don't know how is it in your countries, but in Bulgaria we have potholes. Some of them are with very good quality. And it is already the imaging sensors are so good that they're able to recognize them very well. And despite of the imaging sensors, there are two other ways to recognize. Also the vibration sensors and using 3D mapping. Okay, I have now a question for the audience, and I hope someone will answer properly because this will lead to a gift from our organizers. As you can see here, the radar prices back 22 years ago were around 7,000 US dollars. And now they are on average about 50 US dollars. So I need your assistance in order someone from you to try to guess what is the average price for a LiDAR, which is a relatively new technology. Now, any guesses? 25 US dollars. No, that's too low. Up. 200, up. More expensive, 500, more. One? 1 million, no, less. It's not so expensive, no one will buy this. 7. How many? 10,000, very close, just a little bit below. 8,000, okay, 8,000 is the correct answer. We have a winner. And the reality is, this year, the legislation of the state of California and also the city of Beijing have allowed using the autonomous taxis. So this is already a reality. And this picture below is from a real example that happened a couple of months ago when police officers have stopped a vehicle and they were surprised to see that there is no driver. This raises also some other questions. Will it be really feasible for a car to drive not only without a driver but without passengers? How we will pay, how we will service our tires or load our reservoirs? Why I'm confident in this technology? We are using very nice graphical interfaces that are able to represent all of the information from the vehicle. And we are totally in control. I can walk you a little bit around. On the top left, we are seeing the different collections. This means objects are already sorted. What is the road sign? How many road signs do we see? How many dynamic objects, movable? How many static objects? We have enough information from our vehicle. What is our velocity? What is the angle of our steering wheel? Below, we are having the possibilities for each object to be recognized as either a pedestrian, a two-wheeler, or the other devices. Below, we are able to analyze among thousands of signals. And all of this is incorporated within the ability to map 3D using the information from the different sensors. Back to the main topic. What would be my advice for Luke Skywalker if he comes to the Earth and hesitates whether to take or not an autonomous vehicle? I would tell him that he must be sure and confident in his safe travel, knowing that R2-D2 is under the hood. Here is where we are. The main points from me today are driverless vehicles are a reality. They are here, and soon we will see them. We will be able to see them. Perception devices are of significant importance, and they, as a technology, they have matured enough. And algorithms for the future, for the vehicles of the future, are already matured enough. And part of them are made here in Sofia, literally behind the corner. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Yeah, the topic was really...
Rules that are not widely accepted at all. Assuming they are allowed in autonomous vehicles, do you have any concerns when this is allowed together with manually operated vehicles? If you do have such concerns at the same time, do you find any solutions in your opinion?
Thanks for the question. It is in reality, I'm not an expert in the radio technology, but as far as I know, there are real concerns about overloading the radio spectrum. Does this answer your question?
Any questions?
Yes. We have another question here.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. You spoke about for the internal navigation system and how accurate and for how long it is. I mean, because I can compare with, let's say, the planes, but for the automotives, how accurate and for how long you can use this?
The latest measurements are showing that driving 30 minutes on a terrain that is well known, on maps that are updated on the previous night, I mean relatively up-to-date maps, it is reliable. This technology is reliable for 30 minutes on a very well-known terrain.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please applaud. Pavel
Really interesting. Thank you. So, as we already said, in the coming beer breaks, we will have the opportunity to ask Pavel other questions. And now we have to fill in 30 seconds to switch the microphone. So if you have any questions to us, any questions? No? We will give a
remind you for
t-shirt.
Yes, and
okay, then we will just kindly remind you about the lightning talks. If you don't sign up for it, we will sign up for you. We will choose who to talk, what to talk about.
And topic.
And name and topic.
Yes.
Okay. Are you ready? Not yet. Okay. Once again, let's kindly remind you to support Junior Band and also to stamp your badges. And now, we just told you that it's the long-awaited beer break is coming just right, the next speaker. And speaking about beers, this guy here is literally carried around lots of beer these days here because he is one of the volunteers of Challenge Accepted events.
Yes. Nedelcho Nikov is also a team lead at NetPools and a software developer with more than 12 years of experience.
Let's welcome him on his debut on this stage as a speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Nedelcho
Hello everyone, just give me a sec to connect my laptop and to start the presentation. Let's see. Is it working? Nope. Strange. Nope. It's not mine. I'm not at the thank you page. Не, въобще не ми засича монитор. Пробвах. It's not seeing the monitor. Момент, да. To connect the clicker. Okay. Sorry for the delay, guys. So, my name is Nedelcho Nikov, and I'm a team lead at NetPools as the guys. Okay, already mentioned. So, a little bit about me. I'm a team lead for the last 7 years. I've got a bachelor degree in computer science from the Technical University in Gabrovo. A master's degree from the same university, but not graduated yet. And also IT project management, master's degree from the New Bulgarian University, still pending though. I've been working with PHP for the last 12 years. Oh yeah, I know. Well, it is what it is, so. And also I'm a system administrator and DevOps enthusiast. I'm dealing with AWS, GCP, Docker, Kubernetes, Terraform, and all the other buzzwords about the DevOps. Whoops. So I'm gonna talk about Suffering from Success. It's the 7th album of DJ Khaled, released 2013, but no, not exactly. Actually, I look like him, as you can see. Do I? Yeah. But yeah, the topic was inspired by him. And actually, what I'm gonna tell you about is a little bit about one project that we had at NetPools that was really interesting. And a little bit backstory about NetPools. We are dealing with sports data for media. We have widgets for websites. We got ready-to-go websites on sport topics, and actually everything related to sports. So, this is a LiveScore solution if you don't know what it is. There are a lot of websites like this, like FlashScore, LiveScore.com, and others. So, we needed to create a LiveScore website that has videos. It was for a client of ours that got the media rights for the showing of the videos. And they wanted chunked videos that are small in sizes, and they wanted them really, really fast. And I mean it. They wanted them 30 seconds after the go happens, and it was really interesting. So another thing that they wanted is ads, obviously. They needed to make some money from it. And they needed to be geolocated because the content that we can show is only limited to certain countries. What we prepared? A PHP monolith. Yay. It was using CodeIgniter as a framework. One EC2 instance for the crons and the admin, 4 instances for the website, the AWS Transcaller service, S3 for our storage, and MySQL database running on EC2 as well. For the ones that don't know, EC2 is the compute of the cloud in AWS. So, why CodeIgniter? Well, at that time, it was lightweight, it was fast, really, really fast, and I mean it. It's got MVC, that's what we needed actually, and it was really easy to modify. And we wanted to be fast, to be able to work fluently, and not the framework to get in our way. We wanted to be free to do whatever we want, however we want. So, on our EC2 instances, we had Ubuntu with Nginx and PHP FPM, standard setup, nothing special. For the Elastic Transcaller, this is one interesting service of AWS. It transcoded our MP4 files to other formats that we used, and it was async. Everything was async there. You just put the MP4 file, and it returns the ready files whenever they are ready. And it's about a minute or something like this. And it was uploading them directly to the bucket. But what we missed? The spikes in the traffic. Oh yeah, we are in the sport. The traffic is not consistent at all, believe me. So this is a normal website traffic. As you can see, the traffic goes fluently throughout the day. And this is ours. You see, Saturday, Sunday. You can say, well, Saturday, Sunday, you see about 4, 5, there is some spikes in the traffic. You know that this is happening. Not exactly. This is the next Saturday and Sunday. See? Completely different solution. It's completely different. Every day was independent. Every day was different. And this was really tough. And I don't know if you see it, but we had about 4 million page views per day, almost every day. So, change it. What happened to our website? Our traffic killed it. What we did first, increase the database server size. Of course, why not? Tweak the MySQL settings. Well, there was space for improvement there. Tweak the PHP settings. As we know, PHP, yeah, it needed some tweaks. The result. See? And what happened actually? The website servers overloaded. Next steps, prepare more servers. Increase the database size again. The result, same. So this time what happened was that our root partitions got full because we can finally handle the traffic that was coming in, or we thought so. And actually, the PHP sessions were written in the root partition. This is the default behavior of PHP. So there were a lot of files and a lot of storage was taken from them. And as you can see on the graphic, actually there was some spikes. This was when our on-call person was dealing with the issue. He just deleted the files and it was okay, but then it was going up again and down and up and down and up. I think that he was feeling like this. So, what we did next? Move the PHP sessions to a different partition, of course. This was the easiest solution at that time. It was the best thing that we can do fast. And the result?
the website was working. But it was Tuesday. In the weekend, it go down again. And what we did next, we added CDN for the content. We didn't have it till then. Cached some queries in Memcache. Actually, an interesting thing here is that the previous days, when we had the issues, we actually cached some of the queries in the PHP session. So we had a quick hotfix that was not ideal, but it was taking some of the pressure on the servers because, well, you have one person visiting the website 6, 7, 8 times. You just cache the queries. At least for him, it's going to be cached. Not for everyone, like we had it after that with Memcache. But we had it for some of the people, and it was, let's say, 6 times lighter. So it was better. We optimized the code a little bit. Yeah, actually, every time we did this, but this time it was a little bit more. And we added auto-scaling for the servers. It was AWS auto-scaling. And we thought that this is great. It's going to work. Burn. No, it didn't work. So we did some other things. We moved the geolocation to DB file instead of the database itself. The thing that we were using, it had different types of querying. What we used was the MySQL version, but it was killing our database. And as you know, well, the database you cannot scale all the time. There is some limits. We moved the visitor counter to async method. It was helping a little bit. We had different cache for the encoded videos because, well, when you have first the videos, you need to cache them for a small amount of time till the transcoder does his job. So you cache them for 30 seconds, you check, and if the videos are transcoded, you can cache it for a longer period of time. Let's say 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, you don't care. They're cached. You don't care anymore about them. The result? the SSD was killed. Why? Because of the geolocation service. So we took another steps. We increased the disk EOPS because, well, obviously this time the disk was our bottleneck. We removed auto-scaling. Well, it was too slow for us. We had these spikes, and everything was, you have to respond in a matter of minutes. So the auto-scaling of AWS was taking about 2 or 3 minutes, and it was too slow for us. When you have a goal, you want to see it right away, not wait 5 minutes to the website to just pick his own things and show you the results and to see the goal. You're just going to another website and see it, or go to YouTube and see it. And this is one of the things that was too slow for us. So we just removed it and removed it. Come on. And we prepared servers count according to the events for that day. The result? It was working finally. And it was working. Yay! Woo! The drawback? Of course, there is one. The manual work. Well, it's not an ideal solution. You have to start the servers every time, every day. And you start them at the beginning of the day. You don't start them at the evening. Because people are working during the day. They are not working at the evening. So they start more servers during the day, and it's pricey. There is a lot of more price. You're paying for something that you're not using most of the time. And we took some measures. We did something that's really interesting. We created a prediction model for our EC2 instance count. What we actually did was we put some weights on the teams itself, on the championship they're playing, and the whole event. So if it's playing Manchester United versus Arsenal today, and it's the final of Champions League, you know that this thing is going to kill everything. So you start as many servers as you can. But if it's some third division, or
let's say it's, again, Manchester United, but with some lower division team, well, no one's going to watch it. And so we did this, and it was working. And it was really interesting way of dealing with the issues we had. After that, we prepared Docker images with Nginx, PHP, FPM. We put it on serverless containers in ECS, the AWS solution for containers. We put some autoscaling there, but the autoscaling of the Docker images was working for about 30 seconds or less. So we put some lower thresholds. And when you have lower thresholds, you see that there is some spike in the CPU usage in the memory. So you think that, well, maybe I should start more containers. And it's starting, and it's working. And we mitigate that serving through Elasticsearch. It was helping. It was search. It was working fast. So we dedicated this, and it helped with the MySQL Vault as well. We prepared a GitLab CI/CD, really simple one, just built both images and deploy them, nothing special. This is how our ECS was looking. We had our task definition with PHP, Nginx, and shared volume. We didn't want to replicate the content in 2 different containers when you can just use one. And we had a shared volume for both of them. The autoscaling actually just puts another task and another, and another, and another, and another, and it's working. It's a miracle. This is how we dedicated our memory and CPU. In the blue, it's the PHP. In the orange, it's the Nginx. I don't know if you can see it back there, but you can just see what I'm talking about. And come on, work. The key takeaways from this. Well, use CDN. It's something that is common sense now, but back in the days it was not. And if you still are not using this, well, start using it. It's really useful. You have all your content cached. You have it geolocated. It's fast, and it's helping a lot on the vault of the servers and everything. Use cache, memcache, Redis. It doesn't matter. Actually, they both do the job just fine. Redis is the newer one. It's preferred by most people. It's got persistent storage and everything, but if you need it only for the cache, it's the same with memcache and Redis. It doesn't really matter. Whatever you can, do it async. Don't block your requests, don't block your page, and if something breaks, don't break your whole website with it. Play with your settings, with the PHP, MySQL settings. Don't hesitate with this. If you break it, you'll know that it's not going to work. Next time, you're not going to make this mistake. You're going to try something different. If it breaks, you're going to try something different. Adapt to new technologies. Well, Docker is not actually a new technology, but, well, for some of you, it might be. And utilize the full power of the cloud. The cloud is really helping, and it makes things easier. You can easily scale up, scale down, use whatever you need, and don't pay extra for things that you don't. When you have bare metal servers in a server room, well, it's great. You have it. It's yours. It's hardware. But you buy many servers, and most of the time you're not using them, and you're paying for them. Why? Well, there is reasons. Some people need them. But for something like ours, for websites and stuff like this, you actually don't. And that was all I had to tell you. Thank you. Hope that you liked it. It was my first talk on a conference, so don't kill me.
Any questions? Questions?
Questions.
Sorry, I missed part of the talk, so I hope you haven't talked about this earlier. But have you tried, I guess you have a monolith app or not? Is it a monolith?
Yep, monolith.
Okay. When you have a monolith, because we have similar issues, have you tried taking the monolith but running it as only one part of the monolith? You still use the same code base, the same repository, but you only serve a certain part of the routes as one service and certain part as another service with the idea to spread the load and have, oh, I know this part is slower, but it will run separately and it won't affect the rest.
Yes, actually this is the thing that we did with the ad serving and the geolocation. That's why we moved them to async methods. We actually did this and it was not killing our servers. This way we had actually the content that was the slowest one, the most memory utilizing one. We had it on different servers and it was not impacting our main application.
Okay, another question. Well, you can find Nedelcio around here to ask him outside.
Yep, I'm probably going to be with the blue shirt, one of the team ones. So don't hesitate to ask me anything. I'm out there. Thank you again. Bye.
Warm and big applause for Nedelcio Nicolo. And now, the long-awaited beer break. Na zdravie. Cheers.
And don't forget the lightning toll.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
How much of your time has been spent toiling away on mundane, repetitive, but necessary IT tasks? A lot, right? That's because you're constantly resetting passwords, provisioning new virtual machines over and over again, and updating a never-ending avalanche of tickets. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's clear that if you could somehow get freed up from all that, you and your team could provide much more value across your organization. But as long as you're stuck doing those mundane but necessary tasks, it's going to be hard to get that high-value work done. You need Pliant.io. Pliant offers a low-code platform that enables you to easily automate all sorts of repetitive, traditionally manual tasks. The Pliant platform is so intuitive and user-friendly that even non-technical staff can create sophisticated workflow automations. You can even connect all your API providers and MQ services to the Pliant platform, making it a centralized hub for automating your business. Combined with Pliant's commitment to delivering new integrations in just 15 business days, you're guaranteed that the automation capabilities you need are always available quickly. Plus, Pliant gives you comprehensive logging and audit trails to keep your friends in compliance and governance happy. The Pliant platform also includes full role-based access control, comprehensive user logging, and detailed audit trails. Save time, become more efficient, and deliver the high value that you and your team are known for. Contact Pliant today.
Превключиха ли? Нет.
Здравейте, здравейте.
Hey, this is long-awaited beer break, and now we will show you our sponsor booths. What you're missing for the people who are watching online. What are you missing? Because there are lots of wonderful prizes. Please translate for Bulgarian audience.
Да, мисля, че разбрахте всичко, но най-вече изпускате най-важното за една бирена почивка, именно бирата, която тук в момента се лее всякъде. Ето тук сме. Охо!
Ето, виждате, това е щанда на Bosch. Елате да разгледаме много набързо какви играчи предлагат. Oh, wonderful pens! And this is the car that they spoke. This is the anti-stress car, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, I feel really much more relaxed now.
And this is the red button for the questions. You know, if you have questions.
And what's this?
It's a hub for opening phishing music for many devices.
That's very useful.
Oh, yes.
Okay, can I take one?
Of course.
Oh, so next time you come here on the on-site.
Take one of these, maybe.
And what's the special about this?
You use it for
To fix your microphone from the stage.
Yeah, you can also open a beer. So.
Very handy. Very handy. And thank you.
Както виждате, навсякъде е пълно с разни неща. Насам, който разбира, тук се спира.
Да.
Here is client. And what are you doing? We are showing for our people who are watching only online, who are not on site, so they know what they are missing when they are not coming on site. What are you doing?
It says over there, it's a platform for automation and orchestration. So it has nothing to do with music, you know. Just for a process automation and process orchestration. So it's let's put it this way: you have a bunch of systems which are open throughout the standard way, throughout the APIs. Land is the glue in between all these systems.
Okay.
You can consume data from there. You can change that data somehow and put it back to different systems. So
I hope you understood that. I didn't.
Yeah,
But I was asking
looking
because
there
of
when
that.
I was
Yes,
explaining.
yes, of course. So, next time, be here.
Yes. Thank you.
Here. People both. What are you? What предлагате? What are you offering, guys? In English, please.
Right. Well, we're Interpol's global IT provider. So officially opened in Ukraine 1991. Yeah, so we outsource all over the place. We outsource in we have 7 offices in Europe. We also have an office in Brazil. We outsource all over the place. Not too long ago, we became part of Keynote, which is one of the biggest companies in the Scandinavian Peninsula. Over 20,000 IT specialists.
It's for the online audience who are missing the on-site.
Sure. Yeah, and these are all the services that we provide. We outsource. Not too long ago, we opened an office in Varna, Bulgaria. Soon we're about to open an office in Burgas, and hopefully next year in Sofia. So we're trying our best to grow in the Bulgarian market.
Okay, I understand everything.
And he's gonna get the speakers.
So I think okay, bye.
You could register in our registration form, and after that.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll try. Okay. Thank you. The next. Here you are with.
Scary, but so guys who are only online, next time be here on site. Yes. So what are you offering, guys? Thank you. You look wonderful.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Great, thank you. Now it's your time for the people who are only online. So we are teasing them. Why are not you here?
Well, it's a shame that they are not here because they have the opportunity to meet our beautiful Viking courier.
Yes.
They also have the chance to participate in our raffles, win cool prizes, but nevertheless they have the opportunity to learn more about Amusenet and what we are offering. So we are an IT company which creates online gambling games, which are distributed not only in Bulgaria but also around the world. Basically, our games can be played everywhere. only perhaps not in Antarctica, but if you have a good Wi-Fi there, you can also play there.
I thought you say if I have a good wife, and I have, but Wi-Fi.
No, Wi-Fi.
Okay.
If you have a good wife, you can play together. So,
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's really up to you and up to what you want to do.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So I welcome everyone to come and visit tomorrow during the QA challenge. I'm sure that all the other people as well, we have prepared many surprises for the people here, and it's going to be a pleasure to be able to meet them, because after 2 years of pandemic, it's pretty great experience to have the chance to meet everyone.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
that great word and
Pleasure.
invitation for tomorrow. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. So Nuvei, our launch sponsor.
Hello, Nuvei. Hello, what are you doing here? What are you staying around? They're a little bit shy, but they have lots of great prizes also for our guests who are on site. If you're online, you cannot take these.
Yes. Only the people who is
Oh,
here.
Lexicon.
They take this. They take like this and going.
Tony?
Bye.
Tony?
Yes. Oh, yes, of course. Okay, maybe, yeah, maybe.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye. Oh my god. Okay, bye.
Maybe later. After the break.
What's this? Oh. Nice.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nuvei. And now
we're here as
deaf experts.
Hello, deaf experts.
Hello.
Hello, what are you offering?
We're offering
Please tell us.
many things. We have bags, we have notebooks, we have multifunctional tools.
Oh my
we have
god.
funny people around. We
Oh
have
my
stickers. We have stars.
Can I have one funny people here? Yes. Oh, thank you. Oh, what's this?
Stars
For
to keep you calm.
Oh,
Yeah, if you're very stressed and
I-
worried. So
Do you know what is this?
Oh,
Oh, it's amazing, you know? When you drive your
E-scooter.
bicycle,
no, it's
e-scooter.
more like here.
Yes, we know, but you know, this is our important thing.
Oh, you're married. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
That's the reason why you think it's for your.
Yes, of course.
Can I take one?
You can take
No, thank
two if you want.
No, thank you. And what's this?
This is our gift prize.
For the raffle.
For the raffle.
Oh.
Guys who are only online, next time you have to be on site.
Yes, because we have a raffle.
Yeah.
Oh, I think maybe.
850 grams of.
Oh my god.
It's for life.
I could give it. Okay, thank you very much. See you later.
See you later.
Thank you.
I need another beer.
Another beer break.
Hi, guys. We are streaming for our online viewers and showing them what are they missing when they're not on site. So, present your prizes, which only on-site people.
Okay, so we actually have a quiz. We have a couple of following questions from the video. And we have QA questions, backend questions, frontend questions, DevOps questions, and if someone actually answers them, we can win bottles, frisbees, bandanas, notes, and this.
Oh, great. Right. So next time you have to be on site. Yes. Thank you, Laboy.
Thank you.
See you later.
Bye.
Hello, we're here at Luxoft School. Our online audience can see what you're offering here.
We have a basil. It's a basil seed.
Oh my god, what's
Yeah, what I will read for you. There is an instruction how to seed it.
That's
yeah.
great, very nice.
And our QR code for our career.
Oh,
site.
that's great. So it's talking about sustainable.
Yeah, it is.
Talking about sustainable. Okay.
You get to grow up
We have some
with the basics.
stickers and
And bonbons.
yeah, it's very hot, so you have to be careful even if.
Okay, thank you. Next time you have to be here to take all the good things from Luxoft and other sponsors and grow up like a baby.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. We're streaming online for our online people. So, what are you offering here?
Everything.
Oh, thank you. I want from everything.
Especially beer.
Yeah.
So, what are you doing? Still 2-3 words for our online people.
Yeah, of course.
We are a software company from Britain. We deal with client solutions, so anything you need, we can do it for you. But we do specialize in the fintech industry, so if you have interest in those, or if you are a developer, software tester, DevOps, you are welcome to join us.
Thank you very much, and see you later.
Thank you.
Bye.
And now,
Commerzbank.
Beer.
Beer.
Oh, beer.
Commerzbank.
I want beer.
They give you a cold.
Can I have a beer, please? Oh, I want one kind. What kind?
Belgian style and Bavarian style.
Which is more lager? Okay, thank you. So, this is our beer break, as you know. And here you can see, if you're on site, you can drink beer here. And there you can explain.
And looking for Commerzbank. Is very many women. I feel a little bit confusion. So hello girls. What are you offering?
What do you want? What are you looking for?
We are looking for beer, but we have beer.
We are offering beer.
Yeah. Very nice.
So in the right place. Are these your big prizes for the raffle, or it's for
No,
everyone?
actually we have glasses, but we're already out of the glasses for today, so we just have. But we still have beer. Beer, yeah. So basically,
Beer without glasses, like
there
this.
are glasses. There are glasses.
But they're plastic.
But they're not. They are
Biodegradable.
Oh, that's great.
Yes.
Again, as you see, our sponsors are really sustainable, and this is really important. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, is this some kind of secret?
Oh my God.
I'm very good with this.
You have to put it together and then separate it again, or separate it and then put it together again.
Which is the most?
This one is the most difficult.
Okay, we need just 2 or 3 hours, and we will be ready. Thank you very much. Na zdravie. We will be here later because I want to solve it. Yeah.
We are gonna be here tomorrow.
Oh, okay, we will be tomorrow here too. We are going in now. And now.
Entain, of course.
Of course, we are going to entertain. I think we are a little bit late with our
We have time?
I don't know, but they will call for us, or they'll start without us.
So,
hello. We're streaming online for our audience which are not here, to tease them and to make them suffer they are not here.
Yes.
So what are they missing? The phone.
No.
Firstly,
Okay.
I have a game for you.
Oh my god.
Yes.
You can guess what's inside the box.
Okay.
But you have 3 options: gaming console, Bluetooth call, and VR set. So we just register you, and then they could withdraw you, and you can win what's inside after 5:30. And
You will take it. Yes.
But actually, we as hosts, we are not allowed. We are not allowed.
But the people.
But audience have this opportunity to win this big
gaming?
prize, which is surprise.
Yeah. And this young lady is taking another prize. Yes.
So I'll see you later, and good luck on the raffle to someone who will take this big prize.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
See you later.
Okay. 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 We have some more minutes, some maybe, I don't know, 5, 10 minutes probably. So we are waiting for some people on the lightning talks.
Hello. So yeah, we're doing some Master Academia mentorship. So yeah, if
Just
you do
tell
some
we are
academia or
starting
you do
about
some
10
technical
minutes
project,
late.
that you can't find your first job, and we try to help out.
Yes.
So yeah, we try to stand between the academia and exactly the first junior position, and we have a technical and social value, and we try to improve our candidates' skills to develop technically, and so that we try to get them to talk on the interview and to actually know how to behave, what to expect. So we do a mock interview with technical parts and try to improve their technical skills as well.
Yes, it's actually set in your name. Move to junior, yeah?
Right,
yep. Okay, that's great. And thank you very much and see you later. Thank you.
See you later, bye.
We'll continue with lightning talks after probably 10 minutes. So... Huh?
Hello guys. We're streaming for our online audience because they don't know what they're missing, so try them to suffer they're not here. What are they missing? What's that? Oh, that's for the dogs.
Have a dog?
I don't have dog. Tony? Tony has dog.
You can take for him.
No, for the dog.
Yes, it's a dog.
Okay. Thank you very much and see you later. Thank you for supporting our Bye. So we are going a little bit late with our program, but that's to only be to introduce you what you're missing here, because there are lots of prizes from our sponsors, and these are not the big prizes. The big prizes are going to be drawn at 5:30 on the raffle, at the raffle, throughout the raffle, by the raffle. Guys, now we're at Axway's booth. Guys, we're streaming for our online audience. Let's make them suffer they're not here and just tease them. What are they missing by not being here?
Well, they're missing some good merchandise and some very cool quiz.
We have a quiz
Oh.
that everybody's struggling to solve. They're teaming up 3, 4, 5 people to solve it. So you're welcome to try. They're missing a lot.
Unfortunately, we the hosts are not eligible to participate in the raffle. That's
Yes.
why next year we are not being host anymore, because
We'll be volunteers.
Yeah, we want all this good stuff.
But it's not part of the organizers raffle, so you can try.
We can
and
make an
enjoy.
exception for you.
Yeah, okay. And what's that?
This is for your laptop to hide your camera.
Oh, so privacy issues. Yeah, and that?
This is for your mobile phone. You can put it on the back and hold the mobile phone like that.
Oh, okay, I will take from this.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you for supporting us. And see you later.
Thank you for the coolest video.
Oh, thank you.
You had for the conference.
Thank you, thank
It's
you.
really great. Enjoy.
Bye.
Bye. Tony, this is for you.
Oh, thanks. Very nice.
Hi, Profiat. We're streaming for our online audience. Yeah. What are they missing when they are not here?
It's my first time at such event, and it's great. You meet new people, make new friendships, new colleagues.
Oh, thank you. That's great
Yes.
words.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And this is our staff. Here. This is our QR code for our Follow Friend program, which is really great. We have a lot of new colleagues which came through it, and I can meet you with this buddy.
Oh my God, where's he?
This is our first product. It's on online guy. Yes, and
Desk buddy.
yes, but
Desk buddy.
you understand?
Okay, thank you. See
Thank
you
you.
later. And now, Anthill. Hello, Anthill. What are missing our online audience right
First
there?
of all, the guys online, sorry for my already have space, but today I have met amazing people and amazing senior, junior, regular clients and amazing colleagues from all the companies. So you're definitely missing the atmosphere here and the great smiles for the people.
Oh, thank you. That's great. Thank you. And thank you for supporting our event. See you later. Merkel, former Isobar.
Yes.
Okay. So, what are the people who are watching us online missing when they are not coming on site? What are they missing?
Can I speak in Bulgarian?
Yes, of course.
Нашето присъствие или поговорка с нас. Елата утре на QA Challenge, където е истинската конференция за истинските готини хора.
Окей, тук имаме вече една закачка.
Okay, thank you. QA. Значи повишаваме така битката. Ние решихме да обединим QA и девелопери, като им направим конференции в два различни дни. Така че... And this is some kind of puzzle? What was the point?
Small ones on the one side and the big ones on the other.
Okay, after 10 minutes.
After a year and a half, on QA challenge we accepted 9 euros.
Okay, let's go to that.
You go.
Okay, we are here. The side ground. Hello, side ground. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
You're very well. What is it? This is a big, your big prize in the raffle?
This is going to be chosen in a raffle.
Yes.
This one as well. You can also try our game. You can put one of the discs. Wherever the disc falls, this is the prize you get. Okay, so you get socks, our very cool socks.
Wow!
And,
thank you.
And you can apply for the raffle for one of the prizes.
For the raffles, maybe not because I am a host. So thank you.
Thank you too.
But look the host. What is missing?
Yeah. Oh my God!
Yeah.
They're calling for us inside.
Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you very much for supporting our event. Тони, викате вътре.
Окей, да. Ами софтуер група can start with you.
In the next break.
In the next break, we will come for you, okay?
Thank you so much.
And also Chaos Cover and
Yeah, you can cheer.
and Milestone.
And we have our
So,
hosts
we are
soon.
going on the stage to announce our next
experience of taking a new technology, then making it robust.
Hello, hello.
Yes, this is a very long beer break, and we are here finally. Our next speaker, the speaker is here. Oh, he's here. He's waiting. Okay. Our next speaker is head of product of software at Software Group, where he leads a dozen product managers responsible for a portfolio of more than 7 product lines.
In the past 10 plus years, he's been a part of creating, managing, and introducing leading and innovative solutions recognized by companies like Forrester, Gartner, and Celent.
Така близко до теб се обърквам. His passion is to engage and inspire more young people to pursue a career in product management.
But let's not waste any more time. and give the stage directly to Christos, so he will tell us why we should care about empowered teams.
Your applause for
Christos
Zacharias!
Hi everybody, can you hear me okay? Yeah? This is really important because on Monday I woke up like with 40 degrees temperature and I said no way I was gonna make it to this event. So on Tuesday I went to the doctor and I said, listen, can you help me get up and be there and talk on Friday? And he said, no, you need to spend 5 days at home. And I said, please make me go there and speak. This is gonna be my first challenge accepted talk. So pretty much I've been on steroids and antibiotics so I can make it here. My body is here, but apparently my voice is still at the doctor's office. So that might be on me, but at least I think I'm better now at my Yoda's impersonation, you know? There is no try, only do. So we're gonna do today something that I think fits very nicely with the conference title, Challenge Accepted. It reminds me about the first time I ever had to take a big challenge in my career. It was a time, and I think many of you would be able to relate, when you have a very poor legacy product that you inherited, and with the development team you decided, okay, let's figure out what best looks like. Let's combine a ton of scope with the bells and whistles from the modern technology, and let's submit that scope to get some money to develop a new version of that product. So I call this story, How to Build a Porsche with a Budget. How to build a Porsche with a budget for a Volkswagen. And it goes something like this. We collated a bunch of features into a document, we called it a business case, we went to the exec team in a big multinational company, and we said, hey, you know what? This is gonna fix all of your problems. The exec team said, okay, let me take a look. They went through the scope, they went through the document, they said, ooh, this is fantastic. I like the scope, I love the scope. How much is it gonna cost? And we said, it's gonna cost you 5 years of development, $15 million. So they said, just give us 1 minute. They took 1 minute and they came back to us, okay, so listen, best we can do, 10 million for 3 years. We're like, okay, so the point of the story is the following. In the software industry, we face challenges all the time. That's why I love the name of the conference. I think it speaks the truth. Now, the problem with the challenges, however, I think most of us are focusing on these challenges. We're focusing on time and money. Budgets are never enough, and deadlines are always short. And this is how it's ever been. I haven't seen one project, I haven't seen one product development team. I have worked on many projects and led many teams throughout the years of my professional career. And not one time I have seen something to be delivered on time or something not requiring more budget than initially planned, right? So how many of you can relate to that? Has anybody seen this kind of challenge? Please raise your hand. So apparently half of you have been working on perfect projects and products. That's completely fine as well. But let me ask you this. These are the typical challenges we're normally talking about. We are normally talking about the time and money. Why? Because they are tangible. If you have a tangible challenge, you see it and you have the urge to act to it. And normally what happens is people throw money and people at it and say, let's fix it. Now, what I'm going to be talking about with the Empower teams is about I would rather call them even more critical challenges. The intangible ones, the ones that we cannot see, but you as developers especially feel. And I'm going to ask you a question, which is a serious question. There was a study done last year in the US on the big tech industry, so Amazon, Facebook, Google, all of them. They were analyzed, more than 20 companies. And they were assessing what is the average amount of years a developer spends in a big tech company before he leaves. So does anybody want to guess? Who said 2? Okay, Let me see, I played water polo at school. Okay, so yes, the answer is 2. Maybe you saw my presentation, but no, I'm kidding. The answer is 2. And now, don't worry, you have your chances. Do you know what the results show about the average years any other person that's not a developer in this same company spends before they leave? 4? Who said 4? Okay, so there is a lady taking a shot. Sorry. So yes, 4.2 years. And now, I asked myself, okay, so why is that? And I think most of you know why is that. Why? Because you're developers, my friends are developers. Recently, I was speaking to somebody, and they said, why are you going to speak on a developer-related conference where you're not a developer? And I said to myself, all my friends are developers, data scientists, full-stack developers, quality assurance engineers, testers, and so on. And I said, because I know their personal life, and I discuss with them, what are the challenges in your profession? What would you do? That allows me, in the professional level, along with my colleagues here, to have the same kind of talks. So we establish relationships, and I can see what's bothering them. So I decided to Google and validate if what's bothering the people, the developers in Bulgaria, to see if this is what was the reason why people were living there. And Forbes came up with 13 reasons of why these developers decide to leave. And now, my question to you is, do you know, out of these 13 reasons, which were the top 3? It's a rhetorical question, this one. I'm not going to throw things in anybody. So the first one was, people were not seeing that they're making a difference. The second one was, they were not feeling inspired. And the third one was, they didn't see, and I think at least I relate with some of that in some of my previous experiences, how their work contributes to the bigger company goals. So these are the top 3. And can any of you relate with some of these things? So have you experienced some of these downsides in your professional career, or do you even experience them now? Only a few. Okay, that's nice. Or maybe the rest of you are still not in the state of understanding. So, do you know in which vocation of this list, like where did money find its place there? Money was not even on the goddamn list. So developers don't care about money, they care about sense of purpose, the same as every other human being. And this is pretty much one of the key things for today, is that while companies are focusing on solving issues with time and budgets and throwing people at problems and calling, let's just hire more resources, like 30 people are going to solve something 10 people in the same company with 5 years of experience are going to do, is going to make a change. People don't care about money. People care about meaningfulness, sense of purpose. They care about accomplishments. They care about support. They care about seeing things done. The way to do that in a company, and I'm going to give you our example in the companies where I go to and the ecosystems we try to develop, is by creating an empowered team. Now, it's not a complex process. It's really simple. It sounds simple, but sometimes the most difficult things are simple. So an empowered team, let's put it into perspective. Everybody knows these guys on the screen. An empowered team has simply shared context. That's it. They understand each other. They have different strengths and weaknesses. They have autonomy to make decisions, meaning you don't need a boss or you don't need an exec to tell you what you need to do. They make transformations start from bottom up, and they can, even if some of the decisions are groundbreaking, you can raise them for validation with senior management. So you have a common goal, you work together to it, and if the context changes, something changes, and that impacts the initial decision you make, you can together reprioritize, but you do that together. Now, this is more or less the current scenario in which a lot of the businesses are in. It's there is an isolation between the different teams and functions, and they don't speak to each other. Or when they do speak with each other, it's with different perspectives. For example, one of the classical examples I like to give is when you ask a salesperson, what the hell are development doing? Why is everything taking so long? Why is everything so expensive to deliver? What the developer is doing is they're trying to technically explain to them what the issues are. And then there is different context, they cannot understand each other. And at the same time, when a salesperson is closing these clients that are too big or don't make any sense, and they're overselling what you're already having and creating tons and tons of more work for you that is going to come with extra customizations because they thought it's going to be done in 10 days, then again, it's another interpretation that you don't have the full picture of. But until we do something about it, we're going to be in that swimming pool from the picture earlier. So how do we share the context? Well, currently, if you speak about especially CTOs, when I speak to CTOs and technical managers or COOs, their point of view is that an organization is a machine, especially a development organization. They perceive it as a development factory. You have a product line, you have a velocity, you have a number of people on the line, and if one of the batteries burns up or one of the wheels breaks, you just pull another one in. Now, my analogy is closer to an ecosystem. In an ecosystem, the difference with a factory or a machine is you consider that the things that provide and give value are real, and if one of them fades away, then the rest of the ecosystem also starts to fade away slowly with it. So they're irreplaceable, and you need to commit in order to sustain the balance. In terms of the ecosystem, why is that analogy applicable to our organizations? It's simple. One thing provides for the next. In an organization, a sales team provides the opportunities to a pre-sales team. They qualify these opportunities into ones that we should not pursue and the ones that are applicable to our products. The ones that are applicable to our products finally find themselves as projects developers, delivery teams, support teams, product teams, business analysis, and so on begin to work on. During that delivery life cycle, you find yourself as a developer, if I ask you, okay, what do you give? And the first answer you're going to give me, I'm assuming, is I give you code and features. And this is what we heard a lot about today. But being more or less in a good position to work with all of the teams and seeing where we need development input, I can tell you I see the reason why modern day developers compared to 10 years back have around under 50% of capacity to deliver code and features, whilst in the past they had around 75 or 80. And the reason is things are so technical and so technology advanced now that we need developers when we need to redo our pricing. We need to understand what is the time required to configure some part of the solution or the time to integrate to a to make a custom integration so that we can adjust our pricing. We need developers to review conceptual diagrams to new clients. So it's not a typical document, but you need somebody with a specific skill that somebody needs to find and allocate and change maybe their Jira walk and find their place to you. We need developers when we have trainings for pre-sales, for the technical part of the solution. We need sometimes developers when the demo breaks. So you have that sorry for the language, you have that big list of things that are piling up, kind of a internal invisible backlog onto the desk of every development team. And nobody is speaking about that. Nobody is saying, okay, so let's throw more people at handling that. They're looking at the part where you have the capital investment, which is the product, and they look at the part where you have the operational cost, which is maintenance and so on, because this is what impacts the bottom line of the machine, and that's where the resources are going. Now, enough bad stories, so how do we fix that? The way to fix that, and the first one is to understand, if we manage to look at it as an ecosystem, it brings meaningfulness. It gives us a sense of purpose. And why is that? Because we are sharing the context. We are coming together, and I'm going to give you our example. In our organization right now, it had some of the typical challenges when I started between the different teams. Some teams were not speaking to each other. Some teams were having difficulties in prioritizing what needs to happen next. A typical example is developers not always happy with the requirements of BAs or product teams, or with the design prototypes and so on. Sales not always happy with the estimates that were provided for new deals. Project managers not happy with the timelines given by operations. So pretty much the same mix that you would see everywhere. So what we did, we decided to have a round table. And you can establish an empowered team for a small part of the ecosystem, so for a Scrum team, for example, or you can do it for a wider part of the organization, as we did. So we brought together myself, head of product, marketing, sales, pre-sales, dev, QA, and design. Initially, it was just going to be me, product, and dev. But then we decided, you know what, the ecosystem is bigger than that, and even if we cover what we're going to do and how we're going to spend our time and what our priorities are going to be, or what issues we're going to focus on. If you remember the examples I gave you earlier with that backlog, the invisible backlog that's coming, and that you need to do it anyway, and you're doing it anyway in the form of fires and last-minute requests, and you cannot say no because it's somebody's boss, we decided to invite the people who are contributing to that list as well. So we sat down and we did a few simple things. So the first thing was, let's start with what great looks like. Let's just get to know what's the purpose of marketing. What's your main objective? Then with development, then with us. And by objective, I don't mean like, oh, as marketing, we want to position the product and so on. No, like a tangible, in the next 3 months, this is really important to me. I need to update the sales pitch. If I'm a developer, our development head said, we need to transition to Kotlin. We need to migrate these features from these branches to the standard branch, otherwise the cost after is going to increase. So I'm saying about these kind of specific things that they wanted to do. We discussed why they're important, what value they give, so that we can identify if some of the different things we want to do lead to the common business objective. We identified 2 common business objectives. One is if we focus on getting a certain amount of features migrated from some project branches into our standard branch, we're going to be able to update our standard environment first, but also our demo, which is going to help us better position the solution to clients, but also enable potential new clients that are coming to better understand what they're getting. So we're going to be reducing the amount of frustration and customization when a project kicks off. Another thing we focused on is that this kind of initial focus for everybody is going to reduce our time to deliver with 40% for the next customer when we deliver the solution. So it helps sales to reduce cost, it helps pre-sales to demo, it helps marketing to have a better purpose of what the solution is doing, it helps devs and products to clear some stuff from our backlog and our roadmap, and at the same time, it brings value to everybody. Now, we ask ourselves, so what's stopping us of doing that? And some of the things that came immediately, and I think you can imagine, was, okay, capacity. So what we did was we identified all of the items where we had development effort associated, including customizations, release, work management, initiatives like backlog report optimization, and so on. We identified all of the items where we have worked with the development team, and then we reprioritized that list and we said, okay, if these 2 things are going to be the top priority for the next 3 months, something else needs to go or needs to be reduced. And that's what we did. We reprioritized. We didn't create a new initiative. We didn't create a new overhead for the company, so new cost that needs to be approved by C-level. We simply reprioritized the work. We put against it the common company objectives and what's the company value, and we simply validated that with senior management and C-level, who immediately said yes. What you need to do next is ownership. So you cannot just reprioritize something and leave it there. And that's what we did. We identified that, okay, if we have 5 things on the list, who are the owners and where we have people interacting with each other. And that's what we were doing. It was, you do this once, you don't need to meet up every day. You have it published, you use some kind of a tool. We decided to use, I think tools are okay, GTM Hub for OKR management or task management, but you can use Excel, you can use anything you want. And you start working on them. The goal is to close them. So it's your 5-step milestone where you get something done, you see how you're making a difference. You're going to that bigger common goal. You're doing it together. Now, what happens when you start seeing issues? This is around execution. You're meeting regularly every 2 weeks, and during these catch-ups with a team of 5 or 10 or mostly 10 people, aim for 10 people, you simply say, here are some of the things we managed to achieve. You do a show and tell, raise the dopamine levels. For example, this is a new product description. These are some things about the new persona. And then you move with this is what we need to do for the next 2 weeks. Now, if something from the top priorities is impacted and cannot be delivered, you immediately raise that so that we can pick up the blocker and see, okay, is it a solvable blocker by us? Do we need to raise it to C-level? Does it need investment? And so on. The key goal here is that if you remember the invisible backlog, it's now visible. But instead of having an invisible backlog and figuring out what's the priority, you have now a team, cross-functional team across the company having the exact same backlog, focusing only on 5 or 10 things of it for the next 2 months. And the key point here is you do not touch anything that's not top priority. You do not waste time on anything that's not top priority. If you believe it should be top priority, raise it for a discussion and let's change the priority. Now, making it work. You're going to find 3 key challenges. I think some of the colleagues earlier mentioned them, and I really like that. I was quite surprised to see that at the dev event, was ask why. So one of the things is, sometimes we forget to ask why. If we have put something as a top priority, working on it, it's not happening and happening, maybe there is a reason why it's not happening. And the other one is senior management. There will always be conflicting priorities. So you need to nominate one person of you who is going to be handling that noise coming from senior management. I would recommend for that person to be the most senior in your group, who would have that managerial communication skills when they're required. By managerial communication skills, I'm simply saying to be able to speak to people who have very short patience and filter for no bullshit. Now, as we said in the beginning, we see a lot of challenges. Initially, these challenges were calculatable. Software was simpler, much simpler. Teams were using waterfall. Today, the challenges are, a lot of them are invisible. A lot of people are suffering from psychological stress. This stress is the #1 factor for a lot of diseases like diabetes and cancer and so on today, which is a proven study. And when these challenges start to knock on our door, we have to ask ourselves a question. Do we want to be in an isolated team where we are living in our own kind of desert or something? Or do we want to be in a fully functional ecosystem where we can address something together, reprioritize how we need to handle it, and then smash it out of the park? So, because this is Dev Challenge Accepted, before saying thank you, I want to ask you to address one of these challenges by yourself. There will be a quick, short getting started guide on how to create your own empowered team. It's 4 steps long that you can pick up from the outside. You can see me by the booths and so on, and I'm going to hand you a little guide that you can try out for yourself. And I assure you, in under 1 month, you're going to see a difference, even simply by just starting sharing context. Thank you, everybody. You've been amazing.
Thank you very much, Christo. Do you have any questions for Christo? In the room, or you will ask him outside? With the beer?
Yeah, I can have a beer.
Which is the what?
I think it was Software Group's booth. I can show it to you. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Christo. It was great seeing you here
Thank
on
you.
our stage.
Thank you, guys.
And applause.
Big and loud applause for Christo Zacharie.
Thank you.
And now it's time for our next speaker, who is well known to you if you have been to the last 2 edition of QA Challenge Accepted.
David Pacha comes from Krakow, Poland, and describes himself as 1/3 QA, 1/3 Python, and 1/3 lead. A tech freak following all newest technologies and implementing them on his own. Fan of the agile approach to project management and products.
David is actively speaking and traveling worldwide, combining the both passions. He is an organizer and originator of the first regular Ukrainian QA meetup, Ukraine QA or Ukraine QA, and the big cat lover.
David will tell us about the problems related to scaling up companies. Please
applause David Pacha!
It's great to have you here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I need to install, so just give me a second.
In these seconds, we will remind you for lightning talks.
I am kind of ready. If you have beer, you can drink. If you don't have, you just have to wait. Anyone with the beer already? No one? Come on, guys. Yeah, of course. With 2 beers? 3? Okay, let's continue with presentation. I think I know why this is the last presentation, probably because we're gonna talk about failures. Who doesn't like it? I mean, we love it when it doesn't relate to us. Then it's the best failure. But before, disclaimer. This is not a solution for you how to sell the perfect product. And this is also not a recipe how to build a mature organization and successful organization. I think I need some water meanwhile, but I see 4 factors why we fail when we scale. The first one are people, yeah? Without people, there would be no problem. No people, no problem. A pretty large group. The second is product. No product, no problem. And project. No project, no issue. And process. So if we remove all of those, we don't have any problem, and there will be no failures. Simple as that. Thank you very much. Now, we're gonna continue anyway. So we have a lot of P, and this is one of my cats. Unfortunately, the only one, so maybe at some point you will see the second one. We have a lot of P's: product, people, process, and project. And I'm gonna talk about all of them, and start with the people, because I think, and great presentation about empowering team, is all about people eventually. Without people, we cannot do a lot. And the biggest problem, I've spent like over 10 years now scaling up organizations, and usually the biggest problem is to change. How to change the mindset to start thinking about totally new approach. And there are supportive tools that can help you to go through the change. It's like just 2 of them. One is AdCar, the second one is Kubel-Ross curve. It's nice. I even have a story from like 2 weeks ago. One of employees of my leader was almost depressed after a feedback. Like he broke down totally. And the problem was my leader didn't know how to handle, because he had no tools, he had no knowledge. And with this, we, maybe not easily, but we came through. Because another solution is just that the person will burn out or will just leave the company. So we have tools, and that's important that we have them. But the most important is that we have leaders that we should train. And I think leaders are the most important layer of the organization. So I'm now a manager, so I can just, my role is to find the good leaders. Yeah. That's what I do mostly. But it's not easy to handle it when you scale, because you probably face that. You scale, and suddenly someone becomes a leader. And it's not like because he's a great leadership skills. It's because, oh, this guy is the longest in the company, so you are a leader now. Thank you very much, sir. And this is the problem. People very often don't want to do it, but they are forced to do it. And we should provide them somehow the solution, because it's really hard to be a good leader when you don't know how to be a good leader. It's very smart, you see. You can put some applause or thank you. But that's very brutal, and I went through that like multiple times by myself and observing others. And the question I hear very often is, why we should put so much money to invest in our leaders? Like, because if you want, there will be a bigger problem, and you will pay for finding new people, and this is the cost you will pay for recruiting new people and giving them context. And then it's like, yeah, you are right. So it's only 4,000 for the workshop. Okay, let's send someone. So this is very often the problem. It's money to train someone, but the cost we can suffer without training people is much larger. And Sir Richard Branson, that I really like, he's a very people-oriented person and like startup-oriented. Nothing more to say. If you train people well enough and treat them well enough, they won't leave. And maybe they will stay longer than 2 years, hopefully. Like, this is the point. And the learning from that is with one note. Because it's important to train new leaders instead of finding people from outside, but scaling up brings you the problem with mixing. So you should have both perspectives, probably some new ideas, but also people that you can train that have product knowledge and context knowledge. So I saw both solutions. Okay, we have leaders, they will stay, and okay, they doesn't fit, so let's recruit all the new leaders, and that's the problem. There is a huge toolbox for them, and it's just a part of them. Personally, I'm the lover of Management 3.0, but it's just probably due to how you work with people. So there is a lot to train, but remember, people must be supported with the training. And there is one trap. So if someone is promoted to a leader, and you have a understanding that, okay, being a leader is the only way to be promoted, that's a problem, because if somebody at some point feel, oh, I don't want to manage people, I screwed it, so that's not my job. But you should allow someone to make a step aside. Maybe someone is a great tech leader, or engineering manager, or someone else. And not managing people doesn't mean you are on the lower level, because that's very often seen like that. If you are not managing people, this is not your hierarchy. You are somewhere lower, which is not true. But it's important to take care of that. Talking about hierarchy, this is one of the issues I see when the company is like maybe 50, 100, 150. It's super flat. It's easy to do, because you have the team, you have a manager or a leader, you have a product, and another team, and so on. Super flat. And people like, we don't need a manager. We are flat. We are agile. That's very common. We are agile because we are flat. I don't understand what is the reason and what is the correlation, but this is very often argumentation I see, or I hear. But now imagine, you have one team. That's not a problem. You have a product, you have a leader, and you have a bunch of different people. And then you have 5 more teams. There are some connections. There is a context sharing problem that was mentioned right before, but it's somehow still doable. But then you have another layer, because someone needs to manage a larger group of product or a larger group of engineering teams. And additionally, for every specialization like QA or SRE or DevOps, you should have a domain leader that can train those people. So you have yet another layer. But then you have a product, and eventually those 3 teams contribute to some product part. And then you have 2 more product parts. So you see how complex it becomes. It's not like you can have a super flat structure and everyone can communicate to each other. You need some adjustment. You need people to know what's going on. So if there is any change, they should be somehow communicated. And then this flat structure become kind of the trap because you are just expanding horizontally, but you need to do vertical adjustment. So this brings one more risk also. You probably know, like, is there anyone that has never worked with person that is knowledge silos or that is making multiple responsibility? So kind of manager and developer and team lead at the same time and sometimes doing DevOps. And probably some of you are like this. So when you have this situation, it's super easy way to burn out because when you have more and more context, your brain is exploding. You cannot manage it. You have 8 hours a day. Maybe someone is paying you for 10, but it doesn't matter. You have a limited cognitive load. So who knows what it is? It's a graph, that's right. Yeah, t-shirt for you. But I have another t-shirt for somebody saying what it exactly is, this structure. Sorry? Nope. This is one of the... Medical first aid. No, but you have a t-shirt. So this is one of the possibilities when you want to distinguish direct and indirect value delivery. So some supportive teams, we can call them infrastructure, we can call them delivery, we can call them enabling teams. And this one exactly is called team topologies. It's when the company, one of the solutions, of course, when the company becomes big enough that you should have that supportive team that support your delivery, maybe some center of excellence, and the direct value of the product, especially when they all contribute to that single product. And this is also a trap. And because when you start dividing like that, so any of you are working in a standalone DevOps, QA, data science, data engineering team without like working in a product? And in the past. So if you have those teams that support you, and I think that's the most common for DevOps. So they are a separate dedicated team that creates the pipelines and so on, you lose visibility. So suddenly the upper management, the people who decide about recruitment and money, they don't see the value. The problem is when you remove them, you lose the whole value that they were providing. So your speed is lower, your value, your costs are higher, and so on. So important thing here is when you want to make this division, you should take care of visibility of them, because it's super easy to lose. And I've spent like 5 years trying to understand how to build visibility for not only for QA, for DevOps, just to showing, hey, we need those guys, they'll bring us value. But do they code and develop product? No. So why do we need them? And here comes visibility. We need to take care of that. And this is more curiosity, because when we talk about scaling up companies, we are about some number usually. So we want to know what does it mean, big company. And there is no answer. But this one actually helps sometimes with understanding how we work. So there is some point at the company when you know everyone, you know who is doing what. So this guy is coding payments stuff. This guy is analyzing data. And then you have suddenly a number of people that you cannot manage. And if you want to reach someone or a specific area, you don't know who. And this is when you need processes. Because when you reach the point that there is a number of people you cannot keep contact with, you need to somehow reach them. But this one is more curiosity, and as every model is super simplified. So, product, because we need to sell eventually something. And actually, this is the picture I used like 8 years ago for my first presentation, and it's still here. Nothing changed. So it's good and bad. It's good because we know the problem exists. It's bad because it still exists. So usually we have an issue with balancing between speed, cost, and how we deliver. We can call it quality, but widely defined quality. Not just product quality, but process quality, the development quality, and so on. And this is mostly why. So when we are small, we are mostly interested in delivering and showing value quickly. So POC, MVP, all those 3 letters we love, but we don't invest more in asking how. And I think I will be the third one mentioning about how. Or actually, that was why, 5 whys, and so on, but it's very similar. And here we have a chance to experiment a lot and learn from that, but we should balance between delivery phase and discovery phase, because we need to understand somehow what the user wants, not just deliver. And usually we want just to deliver as quickly as possible, but this phase of discovery is crucial, is essential. We just need them. Otherwise, it's very often like that. So we create a POC, it doesn't work, remove. We create another POC, remove. And another one, and another one. So this is very often how I see it. So both approaches are kind of useless by the end of the day. And this is what I mentioned, that at the very early stage, we target speed and costs. Like, the cheaper the better, the faster the better. But at some point, when those connections grows and the complexity grows and number of connections is higher, we need some quality adjustment. So we need to focus on what is how something works. So I'm like educated as developer, then became QA, then became, I don't know. I'm doing what is needed. That's mostly the startup role. But what I noticed is if you postpone the focus on quality over and over again, then you have something that we like, those 5 nines of availability of the product, but here we have a different 5 nines. 5 nines of the risk of failure in terms of quality. And when I changed the company, and that was also funny because at one company with the similar size, almost exactly the same number of people and markets, we had 50 bucks from production per month. That's doable. And then I changed, and with the same size of the company, we had 600 bucks. And then started asking why that happened. You know, historical reasons. It's always historical reasons, but now how to fix it? And that's the very problem if you do not fix it in an ongoing process, but suddenly realize 600s. That's a lot, that's a lot. Project. And it was mentioned before as well. So we want some alignment, especially when we grow. But when we have every team using a different tool, so tools are just to support us. But if every tool is different, it's hard to align between teams. And this is just an example of project management tool. But we can have the same with deployment tools or delivery tools. Someone using Jenkins, and another team using TeamCity. And then we have Azure, or Azure. And then we have something else. And it's super hard to coordinate when you have a bunch of tools. And the problem is people very often consider it as removing freedom, which is not true, because alignment and freedom are 2 different things. But when you work like few years, 5, 10 years, in that startup atmosphere, and then you can choose whatever you want, and you need to follow not guideline exactly step by step, but some kind of guideline and common approach, it becomes a problem because you feel like, hey, where is my freedom? And this is important to understand, freedom doesn't mean I do what I want. I have some level of decisiveness, but it's not like I do whatever I want. So we need some level of unification. We can call it a template, we can call it a common agreement, we can call it however you want, but we need to have a common understanding of how and what we want to do. And something connected with project called postmortem. Who's doing postmortem stuff? Okay, that explains. So postmortems are fine. And actually, one of my hobbies is to read postmortems after some fuck-ups. And for example, my favorite one from this year is Jira. And Jira wanted to disable the service for one of the customers. But there was a communication problem, as always, and they disabled the whole service in the country. And then like 200 companies had no access to Jira for a week. You can imagine how it works. Everyone uses Jira. And then I was waiting impatiently for a post-mortem. It's like, what happened? What happened? It's like emotions. Like there's a Tour de France finish, and you wait. And what happened? There was a misunderstanding because one guy had a strange accent, English accent, and another understood something differently. And then, oh, the whole country. No, that's bad. But postmortems are fine. The problem is it doesn't prevent you from doing something. And what I recommend you to do, instead of just doing postmortem, because it's more like summary or information, is to do pre-mortem. So kind of risk analysis. You can ask yourself, what is the worst case scenario? What can go wrong? What I'm missing when delivering? It's, of course, time consuming, but I would say it saved my ass multiple times at least, because it's preventive approach. We like reactive approach because if something already failed, oh, everyone is doing, oh, I should fix it. Yeah, now we fix it, now we fix it. We won't do it again in the future. And then the future will come and, oh, again. So I recommend you a lot to use pre-mortem analysis or risk analysis or whatever connected with that. It's super beneficial. And measure what matters. And I added it in a last moment because I didn't want to get deep into the numbers and technical details. But then I started recalling the situation when I saw the board and then like 30 metrics or 40 metrics. And you scroll down and it says you nothing. Like just metrics and colors and charts. So I think this one, at least, is a good point to start. If we are talking about engineering metrics that matters, Accelerate book is one of the, I would say, Bible nowadays. So how to call, how to measure the successful. By the way, I have a question here. What do you think is the current, let's say in percent, high performance on the market? So how many companies can call themselves high performers? I accept it. I accept it. It's about 3%, but 5 is quite close. It's very little. So there are companies fitting 1 or 2 requirements, but then they have a lot of rollbacks. So they deliver quickly, but pretty faulty. Or there are companies that has no rollbacks, but they deliver super slowly. So this is the balance between cost, quality, and speed. But the point here is just measure what really matters. We don't need tens of metrics. We need just a few metrics that will tell us, okay, we are doing better or we are doing worse. We want to know where do we follow. And just to remind one more time, risk analysis, especially when you grow up, because that's something we skip. And there are multiple risks: project, product, maybe people, maybe money problem. And it's good to know upfront what can go wrong. And one of the possible solutions is pre-mortem analysis. And here we come to the process. So let's talk about DevOps. In my understanding, DevOps is a buzzword, kind of buzzword. And in general, DevOps is a culture, but we call it position and everything else. My understanding is this one. DevOps, for most people, means quicker and more frequently. This is mostly understanding of DevOps. So the output is, yeah, let's automate all the thing, because automation, like, it's fancy, and who doesn't like it? I don't like to click. I just want to automate something. So we have the whole picture of how we can call a specific approach. It's just naming. Like when we can call we are DevOps, continuous integration, when it's just agile. And usually it's presented like that. It's not my picture, it's copied from one of the articles. But what I see here is that value can be exchanged with risk. Because the more automation we have, the less human intervention is on the way. And if we are just blindly follow, then the risk is pretty high because we can detect it pretty late or not detect it at all. So automation is perfect. I'm grown as a DevOps enthusiast, but automation can easily fool you. So when you do automation, just be careful about the rest. And when yeah, I'm after time, but you have a beer just after my talk, so I think there is motivation. So strengthening right. When we talk about it, I think a lot of you have something like this. So on the right side, we have monitoring, alerting, we have end-to-end testing, A/B testing, canary releases. So something that is already close to production or already in the production, and there is a strong focus on that part. And it looks like that. We have a lot of people focusing on production. So there is something, end-to-end testing is easy. So don't care about API, don't care about unit. Yeah, let's focus on end-to-end. And this is very often, very often, is a problem because on the left side there is nothing. We spend not much time on requirements. We don't spend much time on designs or just early phase of testing. So in parallel with strengthening right is very often left side omitting. So in general, it should look like this. We have shift left, but at the same time, we do a shift right. So in parallel with monitoring and alerting, we have early stage of detecting of processes. But someone will come and say, yeah, Agile. Agile will save us. Like that's the solution. Scrum, Kanban. Like, you are doing wonderful. Let's do Scrum. This is my favorite approach. But I found a nice picture. And my understanding of introducing just a framework is like that. I mean, we see there is some problem just more frequently. No problem. But actually, this is very often the perfect solution. Just introduce the framework. It will never work like that. So if you believe any framework introduced will save you, it's kind of foolish. And I believe more in Cookie Monster. Rather, you can focus on empowering teams that was mentioned right before, in parallel with facilitating external processes, because internally, it's quite easy to understand. When you have a lot of connections, when you need to coordinate them. Common direction and alignment, which is very close to empowering teams, but we want to know what is the goal. And also, we want to raise the understanding of people why we do something. And invest in continuous improvement, because making small steps that are easy to introduce rather than making a huge change is just beneficial. So why do we fail? I started with leadership and change resistant gaps, or vice versa, actually, change resistance and leadership gaps. And that's the biggest. We have tools for those, And we can support a lot people who work with other people that need to go through the change. We have growing dependencies and complexity that we need to manage somehow. We have lack of structure, and people very often call it, we want to be flat. And I call it fake flatness. Then unclear role and undefined responsibilities. When at some point you have a leader, manager, delivery manager, and developer at the same time, this person will never have time to do the proper job. And you know how the changing context looks like. If you are deep into code, and then you want to switch and work with people, you need like a lot of energy and a lot of effort to change the way of thinking, focusing in depth, and then focusing on people aspects. Lack of processes that I call fake freedom is what people think, hey, you are stealing my freedom. But it's important to aware people that, no, it's not losing your freedom, it's to let you understand more what is going on outside and in another part of the organization. And the last one, speed and cost are important at the very early stage of the organization, but at some point you need to focus on the quality as well. Otherwise, it will just explode. And that's it. Thank you very much.
And now, questions?
Or you prefer questions with beer in your hand, outside? So let's meet David outside for your next questions on our next beer break. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Warm and big applauses. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
And now I have a question for you, just before we let you go to drink beer. I have a question for, are the developers more shy than QA engineers? That's it. That explains the empty whiteboard, because on QA Challenge Accepted, there are usually 10, 11, 12 people fighting for their spot. We let them fight to death.
With laptops, you know.
So,
Something
so
like this.
if you want to shadow the QA engineers, just write yourself on the whiteboard and for the lightning talks, which will come just right after our last beer break.
And don't forget our donation.
Yeah, because after that break, we will also open the account and count the funds gathered, and we will announce the sum gathered. So now you have the last beer break.
At Luxoft,
гледатели. Хайде насам. Hi, we're streaming again. You see our sponsor booth. Let's come. Hello, never check Bulgaria. Hello. What are you offering with this special candy?
You can take
Okay, I take it. How much?
however
Okay, what one? You know?
they
Where? How? Where is your the winner, the best?
So now you
Okay. Yes. We are win, I think. So. Or maybe here we have 2 wins. Yeah.
Double.
The orange is always win. So never check Bulgaria. Okay. Thank you. Nice to see you. Talk a little about a little. Oh, there's too much beer. Maybe talk a little bit yes about the company. Yes.
We are one of the first IT companies
Thank
in
you.
Bulgaria.
No, it's a joke.
No, wait.
Yes.
And
I'm eating in this time.
yeah,
Okay.
And we have software development in different kinds of areas, like architecture, software, construction, design, also automotive industry, and of course with different kind of products and technologies. And also we have one product that is ours, like facility and property management. Yeah.
Thank you. Very interesting. I didn't understand anything because I'm just a host, but it's very interesting. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. See you later. Oh, this candy is very nice, but my mouth is zipping. Oh, Pocket Stars. Oh, okay. Let's play with responsibility. Yes. Yes. Maybe you know something about Pocket Stars.
Alright, like here in Bulgaria we have one of the biggest technology hubs. We have poker, we have casino, and sports betting as 3 different products.
And stars.
Stars?
Yes.
Yeah, all of us are stars.
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, 3 stars now.
And we have our
Constellation.
sharky today. This is our mascot. This is the special sharky. It's really fancy and favorite to all of the people that yeah, fits well.
Yes.
We have a special game for it, so we'll give away a few sharkies and one big poker set tonight.
Indeed.
Oh, they suit you very well.
Thank you. No. No, it's better.
Go ahead, take them.
I will take it.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's more Britney with them. And thank you, and see you later on the big raffle drones. Bye. Тук видахме, нали? То няма никой. И този ред остана да ви представим от Coherent Solutions. Coherent Solutions. Yes. So we presented our sponsors for our online audience. What are you offering here? Offering and about your company, something. Yes.
So should we answer in English?
Whatever you want.
Okay. So Coherent Solutions is a service-oriented company. We work mainly with medical clients on long-term-oriented corporate projects using all kinds of technologies such as Java, React, Angular.
So if you want to be in the right measure, Document solution.
Only if you want to be safe.
Oh, yes, if you want to be safe, document solutions. Oh.
Or if you want to have some fun.
Oh. And if you are hungry.
As well.
Maybe I come back again.
If you want to check your IQ, you can also.
Oh, we know our IQ. It's 0.
Okay.
We'll come back to okay, let's go to the technical solutions.
Thank you.
Come to and it pulls. Hello, and it pulls. Hello. Which of you is talking about your company? We don't. Maybe this lady. Hello. What do you need to tell me about your company and your I don't know how is the stand? How in the English stand? Yes. Maybe a little bit. Come with the camera, the guy with the camera. What's careful? Come closer, Yes? What is this? This is a hub. Yeah. If you have lots of devices. This is your big prizes, which will be drawn half an hour later. Yeah. Wow. Great. Okay, because I didn't want to have a chance to win this prize, so I take one of these. So thank you very much for supporting our event, and see you later on the prize is drawn. Okay, come with the body. Oh, let. Okay, go to the nether. Now, we're here at Chaos. Chaos. Yes. My English is very sorry. So, we're presenting Chaos for our online audience. You can say something to our online audience. What are they missing?
Well, if you haven't seen Avengers or Spider-Man or Game of Thrones, you have to see them because some of the visual effects there have been made with software that Chaos is developing here in Sofia. So our software V-Ray won Technological Emmy Award for contribution to the cinema and movie production and television. So that's what we do.
Yeah, some of this is connected to our work because we are and we don't have yet the Oscar. I hope also, but let's not be technical. Let it be leading. They won Oscar, you know. Yes, I know. So what prizes have you for our audience which phone site?
Yes, we have a book that is for the all participants, and now we have. Do you ride bicycle?
Yes, e-scooter.
Okay,
It's only for bicycles?
Okay.
Oh, thank you. To be visible. Okay, be safe. Drive safe. And thank you for supporting our time. Thank you. Bye. See you later. And milestone. They're actually supporting our challenge accepted events for every single year from the very first edition. So this is the first step challenge accepted and 7 QA challenge accepted. So this is their 8th time they're supporting our conference. So we're presenting our sponsors to the online audience, which is not on site. What are they missing to not when they are not here? Yes.
They miss the conference, of course.
Yes.
Also, they miss some information about the company. We are a company which has two development locations. One of them is in Denmark, Copenhagen, and the second one is in Bulgaria. We have also they miss is that we have a Scandinavian culture. We put the people on the first place, and of course the business is going together with this. Also, currently we have a lot of open positions, so they could check this out in our site. And also, what else?
And what's that? Very
That's
interesting.
for people with us. They could play cards. They could put some results here.
And how can they win that?
They can win when they actually answer this quiz. And after they answering the quiz, we actually decide if they are more on this type or this type, or we decide which thing.
Okay. And what's that?
This is a glass of
Traveling cup. Oh, I want one. Can I have one? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is an instrument? Yes.
Instrument, yeah. You could actually disassemble your phone if you are able. So it's,
Oh.
Oh no!
Here.
No.
So
this is an IQ test.
It's an IQ test.
Be careful tests.
Be careful. And what are these?
Actually develop with pleasure, not with some problem. So if your code is dirty, you just clean it in your
And that one?
This is a package
of this. Ah, okay. Oh, yes. So, thank you very much for supporting our events for every single year from the very first year edition. And now let's go here again, the junior band, which we are supporting this year, and we want to buy them their very expensive baritone saxophones, and they're great.
Hello, hello, welcome back. Are you ready for the lightning talks? This is one of my favorite parts of the conference because there finally will be some talks that I will understand, I hope. For your microphone to be switched on?
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe it's time for the funniest part, maybe?
Yeah. The lightning talks.
The lightning talks. Заповядайте, заповядайте в залата. Welcome, welcome. Let's see it.
And let us remind you the rules for lightning talks. Every one of our lightning speaker has maximum of 5 minutes on the stage to talk on any topic they want, but explicit advertising it's not recommended. Well, it is not forbidden, but you have to know that the audience doesn't like it. So if you want to be booed, you can make explicit advertising.
When those 5 minutes are up, you will hear a sound like this. Or maybe
dong,
or song, or ting, or mink, 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 or walk, 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 or...
Okay, you will hear a sound.
Yeah.
And when you hear that sound, that means that the time of the speaker has elapsed. So you have to clap so hard and so loud that you have to mute their speech. Okay? Was this understandable?
Yeah.
I understood it.
Okay, maybe start. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's give the microphone to the first speaker, Ivan. Ivan is here. Applause for Ivan. Why all sysadmins are always grumpy?
Do I have to do? Hey.
Prova.
Do I have to make something with it?
Do you want me to say?
Hey. Okay. Hey. Okay. So, your applause for Ivan and Ivan.
Ivan and Ivan.
What we're about to talk about, actually, because we're here because Peshu signed us for this, you know. So we don't know who Simon needs to start the speech.
You go first, or?
Oh no, my point of view is from a management perspective. You know?
Okay, so I'm the sysadmin. Okay, so why all sysadmins are always grumpy? How we should not be grumpy? You wake up at 3 a.m. after you have been drinking with friends the previous night because your phone rang, because some code broke, of course. And the reason it broke, developers write shitty code, and QAs forget to test it right. Whatever. Let's visualize it with a very well-known joke about the developer who made himself a bar. He made a bar and tested it himself. Then he hired a QA to test it. The QA got into the bar, ordered a beer, 10 beers, 12 beers, minus 5 beers, and so on. Then the first customer came. The first customer asked where the toilet is, and the bar burst out into flames. Okay, that's the normal joke. The side you don't see as developers and QAs is when the bar burns into flames is the moment the sysadmin's phone rings and is, as always, you pick up your phone and it's, okay, that broke down. Okay, now I need to get out of bed because, of course, it's 3 a.m. because nothing breaks in working hours and when you're sober, so that's it. Then you go and see what's broke. You have to reverse engineer the developer's code because there's no comments as usual. Then you have to run it through the test because you cannot deploy it directly to production. And you get to bed at 6 a.m., let's say, if you're lucky. And then you have to wake up at 8 a.m. again to go to work and deal with the next problem you see. How we should not be grumpy after that. The next part is, yeah, we are more bothered. We have to do more and more paperwork and less fixing of stuff, less and less development. The new way of making code and programs is you make small parts and you make them work in cloud development and, let's say, microservices. The way microservices works is if it breaks, just restart it. We'll create a new pod or a new container. Okay, but why did it broke? Whatever. We create a new one and it works. Nobody cares. Until the moment everything breaks and restarting it does not work anymore. And it's, of course, it's the sysadmin's problem, as usual. Yeah, the other stuff is, when everything works, why are we paying you sysadmins? Everything works. When something breaks, why do we pay you? Everything is broke again. Why are you here? Okay. The only day we get some appreciation is sysadmin day. Sometimes, not always. We always welcome cakes, all types of sweets, and of course whiskey. Sysadmins works on coffee and whiskey to make things work with limited budget resources and everything else. So that's the reason sysadmins are always grumpy. Oh, the other reason is, in most companies lately I have heard that drinking in the workplace is prohibited. How do we have to deal with the stress of working with always having to fix problems? It's depressing. The only way we can fix that is by drinking. It's part of the job.
Okay, that was it. That was Ivan. Please welcome, send him off with your applause, and welcome Ilian. You saw him earlier on the stage as a speaker. Now you will have the opportunity and pleasure to listen to him for a second time on
Hello.
Lightning Talks.
I'll bore you a bit more. So, stop thinking about scaling. I'll tell you a story. Few months ago, in one developers forum, there was a guy asking about, oh, can I use Django, a Python web framework, with MongoDB? Django is not meant to work with MongoDB, it's meant to work with relational database, it works great. I'm like, theoretically, it's possible to use it, but why do you want to do it? And he's like, oh, I need something scalable because my app needs to handle tens of millions of users. I'm like, okay, how big is your app? Oh, I'm just starting it. How many potential users you have? Tens of millions. No, how many potential users you have that will subscribe tomorrow? Oh, I don't know. So here's the problem. At different stages of your life, of the life of your application, you have different problems to solve. When you have 1,000 users, or 10,000, or 100,000, 1 million, you have different problems to solve. And if at point 0 you start thinking about, oh, how should I build it to handle 10 million users, you're probably going to fail. You waste a lot of time into scaling for something that may never happen. Usually startups don't live long. They often crash at the beginning, or they pivot, they move into some other direction because they see that the initial business idea is not It's not profitable, it's not working, or it's just not fitting in the market for some reason. So instead of thinking about scaling for millions of users, think about the users that you have now or the users that you have tomorrow. Not the users that you may have tomorrow, the users that you will have tomorrow. Think in a bit shorter terms. It's always good to think about optimization, but don't think too far. Don't waste time and resources into trying to solve problems that you don't have. Again, you'll lose time, you'll lose money. You'll spend so much time into developing something that will never happen, that the market will move forward, another solution will pop up. You'll be out of business before you even start. So start thinking about how to solve the problem that you have today. Start small, run it, make sure that you get some users. You have thousands of other problems that you need to fix before scaling. You have UI problems, UX problems. You have, oh, I need to integrate with that system because they are a viable partner before you even reach the point that you need to think about scaling. So think of the problems that you have now, not the problems that you're going to have 5 years ahead. Thank you.
And now the last speaker, Антоанета. Заповядай. Силни аплодисменти за Антоанета, единствената дама, която се престраши днес.
Thank you. So I would like to start with a little bit side thing from what I will speak about. Today is 9th of September, and in far away 1949, Grace Hopper found first software book, which makes this day a QA day, International QA Day. So I would like to congratulate all of you with this holiday, although this is a Dev Challenge accepted today. What I would like to speak is about legal aspect. The people who visited our election, maybe here Pavel Kanazirev, he said a lot about technical aspect, but I would like to cover one more aspect, and this is legal aspect. Everybody is thinking that technology is not ready to produce an automated driving car. That's not true. Technology is absolutely ready. But from ethical perspective, we are not. The car should be prepared to take different decisions by himself or herself or whatever car is as a gender. Because when we have to think what will happen if we have to, for example, cross a road and have an accident, we have to have defined clear behavior who will suffer from wrong decision of the car. For example, if you have a dog and a deer, and definitely car should not avoid an accident, we have to be able to decide who will live and who will not. Honestly speaking, I don't want to be on the place to take such a decision because it's very hard. In my personal opinion, both animals should live. And if we go to a human direction, then the situation becomes much more difficult and complicated. So to have a really interesting car, which is able to take decisions by itself, then we have to think about this legislation. Second thing which we have to consider is actually the fact that in the car we should be prepared to take decisions. For example, if we are talking about these wonderful taxis in California, which Pavel spoke a few minutes, maybe an hour ago, there we should implement features where a car is able to take a decision. I'm speaking about the case when we have to be fully aware how we will be able to make a differentiation between an app and unconsciousness. Because this is a taxi and it is fully allowed the guy to sleep, but it's not that different state if somebody is unconscious. So our car should be clever enough and our software and algorithms should be clever enough to take really argumented decision and to know how and when they should redirect the car to the first hospital. Another thing which this intelligent car should also think about from legal perspective is how to handle difficult situations related to crime, related to battle scenes in the car. For example, if we are speaking about the situation when we have a nice company after a party, and we are coming to a different situation where we have a disagreement, where verbal communication is not enough, then our car should decide what will happen, should recognize this battle scene and brings this to the closest police department. So what we will do there? Is it really a problem or it is not? Is it really a crime or it is just a friendly communication? We cannot determine. So to be honest, I think we have to grow a little bit more and we have to think a little bit more from this ethical aspect and then to start thinking for fully implementing the car for all the people. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks, Antonetta.
Thank you. So, well, these were the lightning talks on the first ever edition of Death Challenge Accepted, a conference with a cause.
We are happy to announce up to this point we have gathered 1,320 level to help junior band to buy an expensive baritone saxophone.
These
Thank
applauses are for you. And let me remind you that our cause continues tomorrow, so you can still support them, but your funds will be counted towards the QA team. But you can still support them today or tomorrow on their bank account and by buying the t-shirts. And now, they want to thank you for your generous donation, so please welcome Junior
Band!
Пълня време да знаете.
Аз затанцувам тогава. Нека да го запълним с още ни по-силни аплодисменти. Пет минути по-късно. Applause for junior band.
I know that you love them, so you can hear them again tomorrow on QA Challenge Accepted. If you don't have ticket, you can come only to listen then and then go back. And now?
And now it's time for a long-awaited raffle with prizes from our sponsors.
A quick disclaimer about our volunteers. You have to know that those people help us make this conference so good and even better. They're just volunteers. They're not organizers, so they are eligible for participating in the raffle. Don't blame them. They are not connected in any way. They're not connected person. And having said that, we're ready.
Well, maybe next year I'll be a volunteer. So, okay.
We are ready to welcome our first gold sponsor. Their representative will introduce their prize. These are Bosch Engineering.
Applause for Bosch.
The first winner is Evelina Цветкова от...
Is she here?
Evelina Цветкова is coming.
So, what is your
The price is smart grivna, smart bracelet. It's not smartwatch, it's a bracelet and a power bank.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Applause for Evelina.
It's really her, okay?
Next one is Pavlina Atanasova.
Pavlina Atanasova?
Pavlina Atanasova.
There she is. Okay, let me check that. Yeah, that's what's written.
Applause for Pavlina.
And the third one?
The last prize.
The last one is Pavel Kanazirov, but I think we should do it once again. It's not fair.
It's your decision.
Yeah.
He's not here.
It's not fair because he's my colleague.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Put him back.
But that's his
Put
luck.
him back.
Yeah.
You decide that.
Yeah.
Yeah, your decision.
Okay.
I would take
Sorry,
another.
Pavel.
Sorry, Pavel.
Yeah. Yeah. So the winner is Zdravko Bankov.
Zdravko Bankov.
Zdravko Bankov.
Yes.
I put Pavel into the bowl because from other companies he could participate.
There's first volunteer who wins bracelet.
The second.
Oh, second.
Second one, yeah.
Yes.
I wasn't there.
Volunteers 2, the others 0.
They deserve actually.
Yes, of
But
course.
actually there were 2-2 because Pavel also
Yes,
won.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Big
Thank
applause
you.
for Bosch Engineering, Sofia.
Thank you for Bosch. And now, please welcome.
Let me make some explainer. If the person who is being drawn is not here, we will draw another one. We will not wait for him or something like that. And the second thing, please, if you hear your name, just scream loudly, "Yes!" or something like that, because we cannot see if all of you are here.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes, or maybe if you make some donation for me, screaming, "No, no, no!" So, whatever.
Okay, the second of our gold sponsors, who is their representative, will come here to introduce their prize and draw the winner, are Entain.
Entain. Please applause, big applause for these big prizes.
Hello everyone. My name is Plamen Popov and I'm leading the technology team at Entain here in Sofia.
Wow.
And I'm really happy to be here. Entain is a global leader in sports betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment. And I really would like to thank you to all of you who came today to our stand and took participation in our game. More than 100 people participated in our game Bet on It. And now it's time to review the prize and to see who is the winner. And the prize is a VR set with which we hope, with the support of Entain, you will take your first steps into the metaverse. And now it's time to draw the lucky winner.
Is
Miroslav Gospodinov. Miroslav, please come
I
to the
didn't
stage.
hear yes. I didn't hear screaming yes. So Miroslav is not here. He is not here.
Is he here?
No.
Miroslav?
Miroslav
No?
is here.
One more chance? Okay. No worries, we have his contacts, so we'll get in touch with him after the event, and we'll give him the prize.
Okay, thank you very much.
Applause
for Entain.
Entain and Miroslav. Thank you.
And the next one are Amusement Interactive. We are welcoming their representative to present their prize and to draw the winner. Amusement Interactive.
Hello.
Hello.
Thanks. Hello. So our prize today is a smartwatch. So let's see who the lucky winner is going to be. Should I take from above or from below? So guys, you want to read or should I?
If I can.
Okay.
Okay. Petya. Oh, no. Petya Shumarova Stoichkova.
Applause for Petya.
I didn't
Ето
hear.
я, ето я.
Where is your yes? I didn't hear yes. Okay.
Petya.
So what's the price? Ah, you said.
Yeah, it's a smartwatch.
I'm not smart.
Don't worry.
Applause for Petya.
Applause for Petya and Amusement Interactive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me take this. Thank you.
And big applause for Nuve.
Their prize will be drawn by us, but their prize is this Samsung Galaxy Watch 4. Okay, I will just circle them. And you will draw, okay?
Okay,
No,
okay.
Draw.
Okay.
So you see there is no...
like this.
Okay, and...
Daniel Zandi.
Yes! Yes!
Or Daniel Zandi. Or Daniel.
We want to hear this yes to know
Yes.
that you're here. We will draw someone else. Okay? Applause for Daniel.
Daniel, yes.
And also for Nuve. And the next prize comes from Deaf Experts.
Deaf Experts.
We're welcoming their representative.
Good evening, people. So this is our prize, a tent, orange one. So it keeps the bears away. And the winner of our prize is Любомир Гойчев.
Yes! Ето, едно хубаво yes.
You deserve second prize for this yes. Дайте едни завистливи аплодисменти тук. Okay, thank you. And now the next prize will be drawn by us. It is from Lab 08. Did you know that Lab 08 employees enjoy time in nature? Several times a year within Lab 08 pop-up office initiative. With their prize, they want to inspire the winner to spend more time outdoors and in touch with nature. Lab 08 are giving away a fully equipped picnic basket with a bottle of fine wine, a blanket, and a picnic table.
Oh.
So who will draw?
Okay. Hey, I hope it's a lady. Dragomir Gyurov.
Where is your yes?
Dragomir?
Dragomir?
Може би Драгомиров. Драгомир тук ли е?
Тук е, чака, търся го.
Чухме ли yes? Тук е.
Okay. Maybe he's on picnic now, right now.
Ще готвим да го сподели с някоя дама. Драгомир? Нека всички да почнем да викаме Драгомир, за да може малко по-бързо да... Имаме още много награди.
One of the organizers told us that he is here, so maybe he's one of the volunteers, yeah? You're not sure? Okay.
Драгомир, 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 15 секунди. Драгомир.
Колко да чакаме? Кажете колко време да изчакаме. Добре.
Драгомир, доколкото разбираме, е пратен някъде по задача да окоси поляната, за да може да вземе наградата. Моля някой негов приятел да се направи на Драгомир веднага.
The organizers, can we take some decision? Okay. Какво? Okay, 20 minutes and we will continue. Okay. И ми трябва да теглим следващ, според мене. Съжалявам, ама не може да чакаме всички. Okay, I'm really sorry for Dragomir. We will think a way to...
Ние ще изпием после по бутилка вино с него на поляната, така че няма проблем.
The prize is
for... is for Атанас Русинов. Аплаус for Атанас. Атанас Русинов. Ето, имаме едно високо вдигнато yes. Атанас, надявам се да изпиеш тази бутилка вино с Драгомир. В смисъл... Сега...
And go to picnic with him. Okay, thank you. Applause for Lab 08.
And now we are continuing with Commerzbank.
Their prize is power bank and it will be drawn by me.
Да разджуркаме листовете.
I remind you that I want to hear a loud and clear yes if you hear your name.
Yes!
So Tony wins it. Okay. Milen Milchev.
Yes!
That was a yes. Yes. You need more power?
Ето, не, няма нужда, защото все ще се качи от тази страна, където няма стълби. А виждаме, че той определено няма нужда от повече сила.
This was really low, yes, that's why he needs power bank.
Благодаря.
Congratulations. And the next prize comes from Luxoft. Please welcome their representative to introduce the prize and to draw the winner.
Hi everyone. Our prize is a voucher from GiftTube for any type of experience based on the person choice.
Oh, thank you.
The winner is Plamen Popov.
Where is yes? Ето го.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Applause for Plamen.
And Luxoft. And the next prize is from Axway.
Axway.
Please welcome their representative.
Axway.
Hello everyone. Our prize is a holiday voucher.
Yes, yes. Let me help you.
So the winner is Tanya Tsolev.
I didn't hear yes.
Tanya Tsonev. Ето я, идва.
Where is your yes? I didn't hear it. Okay.
And applause for Tanya.
And applause for Axway. Thank you.
The next is Coherent Solutions.
Let's welcome
Applause.
their representative.
Okay, on behalf of Coherent Solutions, we're giving a wireless speaker to Georgi Petrunov.
Георги Петрунов. Ето го. Yes.
Тони.
Изтръпна ми езика да казвам yes.
Thank you.
Аплодисменти за Георги Петрунов.
And for Coherent Solutions. And now, the next prize, we will welcome Nikolai Stanoev, who will speak tomorrow on QA Challenge Accepted to represent the prize
from Merkel.
Hello, in Merkel we strongly believe in well-being and we support it at 100%. The prize is fully related to well-being and I challenge the winner to spend one day without any technologies wherever he wants with the prize.
Oh, great.
The winner is Живко Кръстев.
Yes! Имаме ли yes? Ето го имаме.
Thank you.
One yes.
Thank you.
And big applause for Живко.
And also applause for Merkel. And now the next prize comes from Anthill. Tony, you draw it.
Okay.
The prize from Anthill is Bluetooth headphones. I want to hear your yes. Okay, you ready?
And the prize is Maya Cvetkova. Yes!
Let me make room.
And big applause for Maya.
And also for Anthill. And now, the next one is from Enet Pools. Let's welcome their representative. Hello.
Hello. It was a pleasure to be part of the event, and hopefully we'll see each other next year. And the prize is iWatch, so I hope I'm gonna pick Apple fan. So the winner is Antoaneta Antova Georgieva.
The first women lightning speaker, lightning talk speaker on Deaf Challenge Accepted. Честито.
Честито.
And applause for Enet Pulse. So now you see that why you have to write down for lightning talk. See? Now the next prize comes from Proxiat. Let's welcome their representative.
Hi everyone, so our prize is a cooling bag and let's see who is the lucky winner. And it is Anna Dingozova.
Anna.
Yes, имаме ли?
Anna?
Охо, виждам някакви хора как тичат навън.
Отиват да си сменят името.
Ана къде е? Къде е? Ана пуши ли?
Is Anna here?
Ана?
No, okay.
Anna first time.
Anna second time. And
Anna third time changed.
Okay, new draw. Adelina Chulakova.
Adelina Chulakova.
Yes?
Yes? Oh,
yes.
yeah. Yes.
Congratulations. And applause, thank you. Applause. And the next prize comes from Nemeček. Please welcome their representative.
Hello, everybody. In Nemeček, Bulgaria, we would like to share the experience with all of you. So that's why our gift is a flight with hot air balloon for 4 people. So one of you can...
Yes.
Click here.
Here.
Okay.
Okay.
Margarita Sabeva.
Margarita Sabeva.
If Petra Sabev is the father of Challenge Accepted, this is the grandmother of Challenge Accepted, you have to know. Where is she? Is she coming? So we draw someone else, or? No, it's not ours. It's your decision if we draw another one, or? Okay, I will draw another one. I don't see it. Where it is? Okay. And are you ready? I want to hear yes, okay?
Както преди малко казаха.
Evgeny Lalovsky.
Evgeny Lalovsky.
Where is your yes? Yes.
Евгений е подготвен на първия ред на нисък старт.
So do you want to say what's the price?
Flight with hot air balloon for 4 people.
Yes. Thank you. And applause.
And we can.
The next one comes from Software Group. Let's welcome their representative to introduce the prize and draw the winner.
Hi guys. So this is a family tent, and here we have very special mosquito lamp. Actually, anti-mosquito.
That's better.
Let's see who is the lucky guy. Can you help me?
Okay.
Zehra Shenol.
Any Zehra
here?
Yeah, let me
or
see.
something similar? Oh, yes. Because maybe my pronunciation is not good. Okay. Will you accept if her boyfriend take the prize for her? I heard yes. Okay, come Victor. I heard more yeses, by the way. Yes. And thank you for being so generous. Congrats. We didn't ask any proof that they're connected with.
And now applause for Milestone Systems.
And their representative who will introduce and draw the prize.
Hi all.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is a cup for coffee.
It's an electric scooter. I would like to thank Peter and Biljana for organizing the Challenge Accepted and the whole team of volunteers. You guys rock, and it's an honor for us to support you each year. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And this coffee table is going to
Ivайло Минков.
Take the coffee table and
drive safely.
Бързо, че всички се изнервиха останалите. Хайде. Бързо. Леко. Пази стоката. And now we'll continue with side ground.
And the prize will be drawn by us.
Yes,
so,
Vladi.
The prize is Bose noise cancelling headphones. They have also own game. That was
Take this out. Okay.
Okay.
Ето.
It was drawn by itself.
Yes. Let me.
Teamwork. Scale him up and so on. Life cycle. Okay.
Станислав Кирилов Ботев. Аз съм. Добре. Аз съм, заповядай насам.
Аз съм is new, yes.
Yes.
А това какво е? Тоест имаме втори. Да, окей. Окей. So, applause for this.
Станислав.
And there's a second prize from their own. It's Bluetooth speaker, which goes to. And it is for Evgeny Lalovsky again.
Evgeny Lalovsky?
Yeah.
Why the second time?
The previous one was on the laptop, wasn't it? That's my.
Okay.
I remember it was laptop, but I clicked and it was written.
I don't remember, so. Аплодисменти за Евгений. Явно, който стои на това място, бързо някой да го заема, докато Евгений не се е върнал.
Okay. The next prize comes from Poker Stars, and we will draw the prize. It is a poker set.
Poker set. Oh.
Okay. You want?
Yes. Maybe this is mine.
Evgeny Lalo.
And the winner is Pavlina Хаджиева. Ето, yes.
Awesome.
Please again
Do you
applause
play
for
poker?
Pavlina.
Thank you. Applause for
Pavlina.
And Poker Stars. And the next prize comes from Chaos. It's a poof chair, and Tony will draw.
Okay.
Okay. So, who are you? Nelly will draw it.
Nelly.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to say just some words before the winner is. From my side and my team, I want to thank the whole conference team and all volunteers for their amazing job. Please, big applause for them because they really did fantastic job. And we want to thank all of you for being here with us. We really hope that you had great time and met great people. And in the end, as a wish, be always brave and follow your dreams. Thank you. And the winner. The winner is.
Не бързай, спокойно. It's amazing.
Okay. Neda Mala. Oh my God.
Yeah.
How I have to say it? Sorry, Neda. Sorry.
Oh.
But you have to take it with us.
Guys.
Okay.
Ladies here.
Седи на него, нищо ще носи, не се притеснявай, Неда.
And now, the next one is from noob to junior, and Tony will draw it.
Okay.
No, not Tony. Okay.
Каква е наградата, Влади?
The prize is non-noob to draw two drones. 2 броя дронове, в скоби. It's two times drones. Okay?
Okay. The one-time drones. Olga Добрева. Yes!
Аз това време ще бъркам.
Бързо бъркай, докато Олга дойде.
And the second drone goes to Gulshen Abbas.
Gulshen Abbas, yes! Охо!
Честито.
Девойките обраха всички мъжки награди. Това покер сетове, това дронове.
And congratulations for the next prize. Okay, let me read you something. The next awards are given by our gold sponsor, Infopools. So we invite them to the stage and giving the mic to tell us the details. Okay? Applause for Infopools.
Thank you, guys. Well, we were able to meet a lot of pretty cool people today, so we'd like to thank, and that would have been possible if it weren't for the great organization of everyone involved in this great conference. Thank you, gentlemen, as well.
Thank you.
Did a great job as usual. Thank you to every volunteer. Again, we were able to meet pretty cool people, and hopefully we're going to collaborate with them in the future. As for the global IT provider that is Infopulse, as our slogan states, people are our greatest asset. And we don't really mean that only when it comes to the pursuit of excellence in the IT services that we provide, but also into forming a great professional business relationship with every client, with every partner that is working in whatever project that Infopulse is part of. So, with that being said, we have two prizes today. The first one comes from the shuffle over here. It's going to be this pretty cool hiking bag. So, sure, my colleague over here will do the rest. And the winner is?
Nikolai Chobanov.
Nikolai Chobanov.
Nikolai? Is it?
Please.
Nikolai, you are a happy man today. Really.
Here you go.
Applause for Nikolai.
And our second prize will be selected from our random shuffle from everyone which registered today in our booth with the QR code. It's going to be this wireless retro Marshall speaker.
Can you show it the screen to the audience?
Yes.
Okay. Let me take
Sure.
it. Okay.
And the winner is?
And we have here the list of all participants.
The mic.
And we pushed randomize. First, 1, 2, 3, and the main winner from Infopulse company today must be Stefan. Is Romania Stefan here?
Which Stefan? There's
Stefan
Nobody?
Stanchev.
Stefan Stanchev.
Stefan Stanchev? Maybe
Stefan over there.
yes, he's here. Stefan Stanchev is here.
All right, congratulations, Stefan. Честито. Супер.
Може да подадеш ръка.
So, thank you, Sofia. Thank you, Bulgarians, for this day, for this communication, and for the possibility to be here with you. See you soon next year in Dev Challenge Accepted 2023!
Yeah!
Thank you, Infopulse.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now, the last prize for tonight. The next prizes will be tomorrow, you know. And the last one comes from Diplomat Plaza. One night for two in a luxury room with breakfast and spa included in Hotel Diplomat Plaza, voted for the best art and wellness hotel for 2021. We have been there. It's a great place to stay. Thank you. And the winner for...
Между другото, на тази конференция може би само ние сме двама.
So, Tony Karabashev. Okay, so the winner is Nora Jovcheva.
Nora Jovcheva. Please again, applause for Nora.
Поздравление, честито. Well, That's it. But before we officially wrap up the conference and start with the after party, we would like to thank our gold sponsor for one more time, Infopools, applause.
Applause.
Bosch Engineering Soft Center, Sofia. Entain. Amusenet Interactive. And Pliant. These are our gold sponsors, thank you.
And our silver sponsors, Nuvei, Dev Experts,
applause.
Applause. Lab 08, Commerzbank, DXC Luxoft, and Endava.
Applause for our silver sponsors and our bronze sponsors, Axway, Coherent Solutions, Merkel, Anthill, Enet Pulse, Proxiat, Nemechek Bulgaria. Applause.
Applause.
Software Group,
Sideground, PokerStars, Chaos, and Milestone.
We would also like to thank and invite to the stage all of the volunteers and also all of our partners and subcontractors. Thanks to Sofia Tech Park.
And the most important things, thank you
all.
to you.
Thank you for being part of the first ever edition of
Dev Challenge Accepted.
Looking forward meeting you next year.
Or maybe, or not tomorrow.
On QA Challenge Accepted.
Yes.
Or even better today on the after party.
Start in just 20 minutes.
That's all, or as the developers say, end of file.
Моля момчетата напред на едно коляно, девойките отзад прави, както в първи клас. Точно така. Моля музика отзад, колеги. И сега на 3 всички викаме. Да. Какво викаме?
Yes!
Yes! На 3! 1, 2, 3!
Yes!